Before you start, a few notes from me. This can be overwhelming at first. All the information, the mindset, the process everything can be too much to bear sometimes. So a few tips for learning. 1. Using Speechify, reading it and listening to it at the same time will help with retention. 2. Be intentional. Understand what your biggest sales bottleneck is and just read that part. 3. This document teaches you how to learn. Every aspect really just comes down to your commitment. Other than that, enjoy. We'll probably add to this document as time goes on, but this is my brain on a Google Doc. If you use AI to summarize, you will never be as good as someone that reads and internalizes this document. This took a lot of time. Don't take the shortcut. It's not working smarter. It's working a lot harder. As if you master what's here and understand it, you will never struggle in sales again. Good luck. The natural philosophy of transformative selling. Selling is not merely a transaction, but a sacred service, a calling to serve others' highest good. In this view, every sales conversation is an opportunity to live the virtues of stoicism, wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline. As Marcus Aurelius admonishes, waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. In practice, this means embodying integrity and kindness. Speak with honesty, listen with empathy, and act out of genuine desire to help the prospect solve a problem. Adopt the Stoic mantra of mitigating personal need in the moment. Detach from desperate yearning for a yes, and instead focus on the buyer's mission and needs. The natural philosophy of transformative selling insists that service comes first. If your intention is truly to assist, your tone and words will align accordingly. In other words, your energy and voice betray your motive. A curious, low-key tone signals that you care about the prospect, whereas pressure or excessive enthusiasm signals the opposite. By thinking with enlightened detachment, as one coach advises, you can step into a field of possibilities with your prospect. In this state, you can ask open, curious questions without the burden of attachment to outcome. In short, approach each conversation as a virtuous exchange. Offer value first and trust that what is right will unfold. A Stoic seller cultivates self-command above all. External events are neutral. What matters is our judgment. Marcus Aurelius teaches us, choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been. Applied to sales, this means viewing rejection and setbacks not as personal affronts, but as indifferent events outside our control. What matters is our reaction. By accepting that some things cannot be changed and focusing on what we can control, we remain composed. Epictetus famously said that our happiness depends as little as possible on external things. In practice, this Stoic detachment translates to calm presence. You feel free and confident even when the outcome is uncertain because you are giving your best in service, not hinging your peace of mind on a sale. Stoicism also values truth-telling and clarity. The Stoic seller pledges to honesty. If it is not true, do not say it. If it is not right, do not do it. This means candidly addressing the prospect's pain and the solution's limitations. In transformative selling, the salesperson is a guide, not a persuader who hides problems. Truth builds trust and serves the buyer's welfare, which is the highest good. By framing questions and insights in curious, exploratory language, we help prospects discover their own truths. This mirrors the Stoic ideal of self-knowledge. As Socrates said, "Know thyself." We empower buyers to know their mission. In this way, sales becomes a form of sacred teaching, leading others to recognize and claim the solutions that lie within their own desires and struggles. Part 2. The psychology of transformation. At the heart of transformative selling is a deep understanding of human psychology. In Stoic terms, we meet people where they are and gently help them ascend. Neuroscience teaches us that our minds have layered architectures. The triune brain model, a useful framework, shows 3 interlocking layers: the old reptilian core, the mammalian system, and the rational neocortex. The reptilian brain handles basic survival instincts and immediate threats. The limbic brain governs emotions, memory, and value judgments, and the neocortex enables abstract thought, language, and long-term planning. In practice, a buyer's reptilian brain senses risk, the limbic system assesses how it feels, and the neocortex calculates logic. A transformative salesperson must speak to all 3 brains. We do this by first establishing trust and safety, then evoking empathy and vision, and finally delivering clear reasoning and data. Each phase of a discovery conversation, from clarifying the mission to painting the dream future, aligns with these neural layers, ensuring the transformation feels both safe and compelling. Moreover, lasting change requires surmounting natural resistance. Evolution wired our brains to resist change. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus would say, "We are only disturbed by our perceptions, not events themselves here." The prospect's brain perceives change as threat. In sales, every benefit can trigger fear, fear of loss, fear of the unknown, fear of failure. In fact, neuroscience notes that the brain's job is to maintain the status quo, turning experiences into routines. When you present an opportunity, the prospect's mind immediately invents objections. These are not insults to take personally, but merely the brain's defense mechanism against the unknown. Our role is to help the prospect overcome that resistance with clarity and empathy. A practical formula encapsulates this. Coaches often use the change equation DXVXFR. In words, dissatisfaction with the status quo times a compelling vision of the future times first steps to reach it must exceed resistance. For example, if a buyer is only slightly unhappy, even a great vision won't motivate change. Likewise, if they have no concrete steps, resistance will dominate. To drive transformation, we amplify D, paint a vivid V, and outline clear F. When D, 5, and F are all strong, their product overcomes fear and inertia, and the prospect can commit. This mirrors Stoic practice. Recognize the true cost of inaction, envision the virtue of a better state, and take the small courageous steps in front of you. Underlying all motivation are our core human hungers or needs. Ancient thinkers from Aristotle to modern psychologists agree that people seek certain fundamental satisfactions. Abraham Maslow famously modeled these as a hierarchy: physiological, safety, love, belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. In selling, we tap into these hungers by showing how the product or service helps fulfill them. For instance, safety hunger for security might translate into fear of loss or a need for financial security. Belonging might align with community or team success. Esteem relates to personal achievement or reputation. A transformative seller listens for which hunger is dominant for that buyer. Are they motivated by avoiding pain or by pursuing pleasure? Addressing these psychology layers means we speak to the whole person, not just a wallet, something Stoics would recognize as treating others with the dignity of a fellow human bound by the same highest desires. Finally, 7 specific psychological drivers often recur in decision-making. Needs such as security, significance, love, growth, freedom, contribution, and novelty. While theories vary, the principle is constant. People are driven by deep hungers. A wise seller discerns which hungers are at play and speaks to them. We might ask empowering questions to surface hidden desires or gently challenge limiting beliefs. Each shift from problem to dream, from fear to hope, from doubt to conviction is framed as a natural step of the transformation equation. Through curiosity and honest dialogue, the buyer essentially buys into their own vision of a better future. This psychology-based approach is timeless and profound. Even Marcus Aurelius urged us to examine our impressions and passions carefully and to speak only the truth that aligns with virtue. Part 3. The Path to Mastery. Mastery in transformative selling is not attained overnight, but through stages of disciplined learning. Psychology identifies 4 stages as we gain any skill. Unconscious incompetence. The beginner doesn't know what they don't know. In sales, this is when a new rep might only know phrases or scripts without awareness of the deeper art of serving. Conscious incompetence. The learner recognizes their gaps, they make mistakes, and consciously think about them. Frustration and humility are common here. A Stoic would endure this patiently, understanding that growth often follows suffering. Conscious competence. With practice, the seller can perform skills successfully by deliberate effort and focus. They might remember to listen actively, control tone, ask the right questions, but it requires full concentration. This is when deliberate, Stoic-style discipline pays off. Repetition of virtuous habits gradually hardens them. Unconscious competence. Finally, the skill becomes second nature. With enough disciplined practice, responses become fluid and intuitive. The masterful seller can seamlessly guide a conversation, adjusting tone and content on the fly as naturally as breathing. They have internalized the philosophy so deeply that it flows spontaneously as a living embodiment of the precepts. This progression demands daily practice protocols and disciplined habits. A practical regimen might include daily journaling or reflection, role-playing tough scenarios, and consciously affirming one Stoic principle each day. Habits like arriving early, practicing mindful breathing before calls, and reviewing call recordings for continuous improvement become the building blocks of mastery. Just as Epictetus taught that no man is truly free without being master of himself, we commit to mastering our own emotions, body language, and mindset. For instance, we might rehearse steady, calm breathing to manage anxiety before a pitch, or we might craft questions beforehand to ensure clarity and presence. We also learn from feedback. After each conversation, a Stoic sales professional will objectively analyze what went well and what didn't without self-recrimination. Every no is data for improvement, not defeat. In this way, The salesperson's inner game is continually honed alongside outer skills. Over time, these habits form a virtuous cycle. Resilience builds confidence, which leads to better performance, which reinforces the desire to grow even further. As Seneca observed, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. The mastery path is thus a stoic training ground. Through consistent effort and reflection, a sales professional transforms into a wiser, calmer, more effective guide. Tonality and energetic presence. How we say something is as important as what we say. The tone of our voice and our energetic presence convey our intentions instantly. If your energy, tonality, and words betray desperation or self-interest, the prospect feels it. Conversely, a calm, caring tone signals support. A good rule is to keep your voice at a relaxed, confident level and your pitch steady as if you're speaking to a friend, not interrogating an enemy. Before each call or meeting, align with a positive internal state. Stoics would call this inner apatheia. Be emotionally centered so that external events don't ruffle you. Smiling while you speak, even over the phone, brings warmth into your voice. Pausing before answering gives the impression of thoughtfulness. Energetic presence is about genuine enthusiasm for the prospect's mission, not frantic hype. You can be passionate about solving problems without feverishly pushing for a sale. One practice is to mirror the prospect's energy. If they are calm and methodical, match their steadiness. If they speak passionately, engage with earnest excitement but stay grounded. However, always anchor to composure. High-performing sellers often use the mantra breathe, smile, and move slowly to keep energy positive but under control. By mastering your tonality and presence, you embody the stoic ideal of self-mastery. You become a reassuring anchor in the conversation, guiding the buyer's emotional journey toward clarity and commitment. Handling objections as insight. Objections are not roadblocks, they are signals. In Stoic terms, an objection is an external impression that simply invites investigation. Remember the brain's mission. It hates change. So when a prospect says it's too expensive or I need to think about it, their mind is merely surfacing doubts to protect itself. A transformative seller greets objections with curiosity and calm. Rather than defensively rebutting, start by validating the concern. This lowers the prospect's guard. Next, isolate the real issue. Ask gentle questions to see if the stated objection is the only barrier or just a convenient excuse. For example, you might say, putting price aside for a moment, do you feel our solution actually meets your goals? This hypothetical elimination test checks if any other worries lurk beneath the surface. If another concern emerges, repeat the process. Throughout, maintain a neutral, collaborative tone, never argue or dismiss. As Stoics advise, detach from personal ego. Understand that objections are actually opportunities to build trust and provide clarity. Use them to uncover deeper needs. Perhaps a no is really a fear of disruption, a need for more information, or an unspoken desire for reassurance. By responding to real concern, often a hidden psychological hungers like security or certainty, you help the buyer overcome internal resistance. In this way, every objection, handled rightly, moves the buyer closer to transformation. The integration journey. Transformation is a journey, and integration happens step by step. After learning these principles, one must weave them into everyday practice. This is akin to a Stoic practicing philosophy in daily life, reading, reflecting, and revising one's actions. A helpful ritual is to keep a reflection journal. Each day or week, note what worked, what triggered frustration, and how you responded. Over time, you'll spot patterns and can address them stoically. Integration also means team alignment, discuss insights with colleagues, role-play scenarios, and share Stoic reminders before sales huddles. Cultivate a sales culture that values virtue and resilience. Remember that inner transformation often lags behind skill acquisition. As Epictetus taught, we cannot always choose our circumstances, but we can train our responses. So if you ever feel stuck, pause and revisit the core philosophy. Maintain a long-term perspective. Sales mastery is an inner game as much as an outer one. Strive to make every conversation not just about the next sale, but about the next opportunity to practice integrity and excellence. Over months and years, these incremental integrations will yield a profound change in you and in how clients perceive you. Commandments of transformative selling. Begin with service. Treat every conversation as sacred. Ask first, how can I help? And listen deeply. As Marcus Aurelius urged, be one act like the honest, helpful person you aspire to be. Detach from outcomes. Focus on virtuous effort, not the contract itself. If you do right by the prospect, you are successful, regardless of the immediate result. Remember, Marcus's counsel, choose not to be harmed and you won't feel harmed. Let this remind you not to be upset by rejection. Honor truth and clarity speak plainly about the prospect's challenges and the real value of your solution. Never oversell or mislead. The Stoics believed that living in agreement with nature meant embracing what is, so be honest about where your offer truly helps. That authenticity is transformative in itself. Cultivate empathy and curiosity. Approach questions as a gift, not an interrogation. Believe the prospect has the right to find their own truth. Stay genuinely curious. This mirrors Stoic charity. We recognize ourselves and others and help them toward virtue. Practice self-mastery. Govern your emotions in the moment. Breathe slowly, maintain a steady posture, and speak at a measured pace. No man is free who is not master of himself. Use this as your inner command. Prepare meticulously. Study your product, your market, and most importantly, the human psyche. The Stoics studied philosophy daily. Likewise, prepare your mind each day with a sales mantra or a Stoic reflection. Adequate preparation banishes fear. Adapt and reflect. After each call, briefly review what went well and what didn't. Embrace feedback as information. A Stoic sees every event as data for becoming better. Over time, small improvements compound into mastery. Speak less, help more. It may seem odd, but the more help you genuinely offer, the more prospects want to listen. By focusing on serving, you paradoxically increase your influence. Detach to engage. When you're not desperately attached to a sale, buyers sense your calm. Letting go of the outcome actually draws people in because they feel no hidden agenda. As one trainer quips, needing nothing attracts everything. Silence is a question. Moments of quiet in a conversation may feel awkward to many, but they are powerful. A pause encourages prospects to think and often yield richer insights. Embrace the Stoic comfort with silence. It often speaks louder than words. Presence over technique. While frameworks are useful, human presence is paramount. Prospects respond not to flawless technique, but to your authenticity and compassion. Mastery of self leads the way. Script mastery follows. Failure is feedback. What feels like a lost deal is often the fastest way to learn. Each no reveals what to improve, just as a Stoic philosopher sees obstacles as opportunities, reminders, and troubleshooting. When fear strikes, recall Marcus Aurelius. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Ask yourself, what is in my control here? Then act only on that. If anxiety arises, note that this fear is just an impulse of the reptilian brain, not reality. When resistance builds, gentle curiosity is your ally. Reflect, perhaps they're troubled by something deeper. Ask an open-ended question or reframe with empathy. The answer often lies beyond the first objection. When you feel uncertain, remind yourself of the larger mission. In Stoic fashion, repeat a short mantra like "I serve with clarity" or reread a favorite Stoic quote. Center yourself with a slow breath, then proceed with calm intent. When hubris creeps in, pride is a Stoic's enemy. Remember to remain humble, treat every interaction as new. Previous successes don't guarantee future results. If you catch yourself thinking "I know best," pause and refocus on listening. Daily Stoic, tune up. Begin or end each day by reflecting on one key principle: service, detachment, truth, or resilience. Write a short note or affirmation. These reminders will keep your philosophy alive even when under pressure. By integrating Stoic wisdom with sales mastery, the high-performing professional not only excels in making conversions but grows in character and clarity of mission. In the end, success in transformative selling is measured not only by deals closed, but by the virtue, resilience, and freedom cultivated along the way. The architecture of intentional listening, mastering presence in sales. Part 1. Introducing intentional listening. Purpose: build the foundation by defining intentional listening and its role in sales. Intentional listening is more than merely hearing words. It is a deliberate, focused act of understanding the whole person, ideas, emotions, and unsaid concerns. It's the art of setting aside your own agenda and fully tuning into the prospect's perspective. When done correctly, intentional listening creates a sense of safety and respect for the buyer, signaling that you genuinely care. In sales, this is the gateway to trust. If a prospect feels truly heard, they become more open and engaged. By the end of this section, you will recognize the distinction between passive hearing and active, intentional listening. You will see how presence immediately differentiates a mediocre call from a transformative conversation. Think of listening as building the first bricks of a bridge between you and the buyer. Without a strong start, the rest of the structure wobbles. Definition: intentional listening, a conscious effort to focus entirely on the speaker, seeking not just information but intent, emotion, and context. Why it matters. Human brains crave acknowledgement. A prospect who feels understood gains confidence in the process, their guard lowers. By modeling this courtesy, you honor the prospect's humanity, tapping into core drives for respect and belonging. Scenario: imagine two reps talking to a client. Rep A interrupts with features, fixated on his pitch. Rep B nods, asks clarifying questions, and reflects back the client's concerns. The client will relax and open up far more with Rep B, behavioral signals of effective listening. The prospect leans forward, nods, or maintains eye contact. They say things like, "I see exactly," or "that makes sense." They share more detail or personal stories, indicating comfort. Completion marker: by now, you should be able to summarize in a sentence what the prospect's main issue is without changing their words. If you can restate their need or problem back to them accurately, you've laid the first stone in the architecture of intentional listening. Part 2: the mindset of presence. Purpose: cultivate the inner attitude and mental state that enable focused listening. Before you can listen intentionally, your mind must be present. This means ruthlessly clearing away distractions, both external and internal. Imagine your mind as a lens. When it's foggy with stress or clutter, the prospect's message becomes blurry. Intentional listening demands you wipe that lens clean. At its core, presence is a discipline of mind. Stoic philosophers would call it inner apatheia, an unshakable serenity that lets you stay centered in any circumstance. In practice, this looks like taking a deep breath before the call, aligning with calm energy, and consciously choosing curiosity over judgment. Physically grounding yourself and smiling can even alter brain chemistry to reduce stress and promote focus. Microdefinition: presence, the quality of being fully in the moment, both mentally attentive and emotionally steady. Why it matters: the brain cannot give 100% attention while it's juggling fears or pre-planning a response. Research shows multitasking kills comprehension. By intentionally attending only to the conversation, you increase the quantity and quality of information you'll hear. Model mental state funnel. Picture funneling your entire mental bandwidth into this call. Everything outside the funnel is temporarily shelved. Application checkpoint: before dialing or greeting the prospect, pause and check yourself. Are you listening with 100% of your attention? If not, make a deliberate reset. Close your eyes, take 3 slow breaths, and remind yourself, right now, I have one purpose: understand this person. Behavioral signal: a present salesperson often exhibits relaxed yet alert body language and a steady, moderate tone. If you feel any urge to glance at your phone or fidget, consciously resist it. Likely means your mind is wandering. Refocus on the conversation each time. Part 3: setting the stage for listening. Purpose: prepare the physical and conversational environment to maximize listening. Just as an architect prepares a site before building, you must prepare the context for listening. Choose a quiet, interruption-free space. Ensure notifications are off. If it's a phone call, mute distractions. If in person or video, eliminate visual clutter. The goal is to remove anything that might steal either your attention or the prospect's. Additionally, start the interaction by signaling you are listening. This could be a brief comment, like, "I'm really looking forward to hearing your thoughts today," combined with a genuine smile. Even in a virtual setting, maintain eye contact and nod. These small actions set a collaborative tone. They say, "I am here with you, fully engaged." Practical step: before the call, review any notes on the prospect's background so your mind isn't scrambling to recall details. Scenario: imagine starting a call while still halfway drafting an email in your mind. The first words you say might be distracted or short. Instead, try this opening: "Hi, I'm eager to learn about what prompted you to reach out today. What would you like to focus on?" This invites them to speak and cues you to step back and listen. Completion marker: you know this stage is successful when neither you nor the prospect is multitasking. A simple test: if your prospect is holding an engaging conversation, your stage is set. At this point, proceed only when both sides are fully present, which might simply be when you've both hung up your coats and settled into the discussion. Part 4: empathy and curiosity in action. Purpose: leverage genuine empathy and curiosity to deepen understanding. Intentional listening is fueled by a mindset of heartfelt curiosity rather than passive waiting. Approach each conversation as if you are an explorer, eager to map the prospect's world. Ask yourself, what drives this person? What pains are they experiencing? What outcome do they truly desire? This genuine inquisitiveness communicates respect. The buyer senses that you care about their unique story, not just the sale. Empathy is your compass. It means putting yourself in the prospect's shoes and feeling what they feel. For example, if a prospect says, "I've been struggling with X," a truly listening mind responds, "That must be really frustrating for you." Such reflections validate their emotions. They also encourage the prospect to reveal more, because people naturally want to elaborate when they feel understood. Microdefinition, empathy, actively sensing another's emotional state and demonstrating understanding through words or demeanor. Mental model, feel, then think. First, listen for emotional cues. Acknowledge feelings before moving to logical problem questions. Example, a prospect sighs and says, "We tried a solution last year, but it failed miserably." An empathetic response might be, "That sounds disappointing. Can you tell me more about what happened?" The partner feels heard and is likely to share specifics. Completion marker. You'll notice successful empathy and curiosity when the prospect spontaneously offers details without being pressed. If they say things like, "I'm glad you asked," or "Exactly, tell me if I'm making sense," it means they feel listened to. As a listener, a good checkpoint is that you should be able to narrate the prospect's situation back in both factual and emotional terms, but after you feel let down and anxious about wasting resources. Part 5, listening for clarity and confirmation. Purpose, ensure understanding by actively clarifying and confirming key points. Even the best listeners can misinterpret or miss critical information. Intentional listening includes a cycle of understanding, checking, and validating. After the prospect speaks, paraphrase or summarize major points in your own words and ask for confirmation. This shows respect for accuracy and avoids costly miscommunication. Technique, use phrases like, "So what I'm hearing is," or "Let me make sure I understand you're saying that." Then pause and let the prospect correct or agree. Think of this as a verbal declaration of understanding. It doesn't just check accuracy, it also tells the prospect, "Your words matter to me. If you're wrong, it's a gift they'll clarify before moving on. If you're right, they relax at your attention to detail." Behavioral signal, when you summarize and the prospect either smiles and says, "Exactly," or, if needed, calmly corrects a minor point, you know the process is working. They feel comfortable enough to fine-tune the narrative. Application checkpoint. A practical guide is the 80-20th rule of listening. Aim to speak no more than 20% of the time. If you find yourself talking too much, reel it in. Instead, let your clarifying questions do the heavy lifting. For example, ask open-ended clarifiers. "Could you walk me through how that affected your team day to day?" This keeps you in a listening posture while the prospect fills in details. Completion marker. At the end of this step, both you and the prospect should nod in agreement. You should have a clear, shared statement of the issue or goal. For instance, "It sounds like achieving quickly is critical for you because..." This statement becomes the cornerstone of all future conversation. Part 6, nonverbal listening and paralinguistic cues. Purpose, decode, and respond to nonverbal communication to enhance understanding. Communication is not just verbal. In fact, body language and tone often carry more meaning than words alone. In intentional listening, you must attend to these subtle signals. Even on the phone, the quality of silence or the pitch of a voice can speak volumes. Physical cues, notice facial expressions, posture shifts, fidgeting, eye movement. For example, a raised eyebrow or tight lips might suggest skepticism or discomfort about a topic. Leaning forward generally indicates interest. Pulling back could indicate doubt. In video calls, ensure your camera captures your face so the prospect can send you similar cues. Tone and pace, listen for changes in speech. Does their voice get quiet, clipped, or tense on certain topics? Do they sigh or speak more rapidly? These changes signal strong emotions or points of significance. Scenario-based clarity. Suppose a prospect explains a problem in detail, then suddenly pauses for a long silence. This is a red flag. Perhaps an underlying issue is weighing on them. Instead of rushing to fill the silence, you might softly say, "I noticed that pause. Tell me what you're thinking right now." This invites them to share unspoken concerns. Mental model, listening layers. Imagine 3 concentric circles of communication. The inner circle is the literal words, the middle circle is the emotional tone, and the outer circle is body language. A true intentional listener tries to perceive all 3 circles simultaneously. Behavioral signal. When you reflect a concern and it matches what the prospect was feeling, you might see them relax or nod. Conversely, watch for a signal mismatch. If you misread a cue, they may correct you gently. Both outcomes are valuable for alignment. Completion marker. After interpreting a nonverbal cue, voice an empathetic interpretation and observe their reaction. For instance, you paused when I mentioned, "I wonder if something about that concerns you." If the prospect then elaborates or confirms, you have successfully tuned into the unspoken layer of the conversation. Part 7. Powerful questioning techniques. Purpose. Use well-structured questions to guide the conversation and uncover deeper insights. Good listening is not passive, it actively encourages clarity through questions. The key is to shape your questions so that the prospect does most of the talking. Open-ended questions invite expansive answers. Closed yes, no questions can be useful to confirm specifics, but use them sparingly. Layered questioning. Start broad, then narrow, e.g., begin with, can you tell me about your main challenges? Then follow with specifics. You mentioned increasing sales targets. What happens if those targets aren't met? This method gently pries out priority issues and consequences. Hypothetical questions, use them to test assumptions. After understanding a goal, you might ask, if we put budget aside, do you feel this solution meets your needs? This can expose hidden objections or priorities without being confrontational. Scenario. If a prospect sounds uncertain, ask questions that allow them to imagine a better future. Imagine 6 months from now with these challenges solved. What does a successful outcome look like? This dreamy question helps shift the conversation from problem to possibility, motivating engagement. Behavioral signals. Notice how the prospect responds. Do they light up with ideas or do they hesitate? Tailor your approach. More detail if they're engaged. More empathy if they seem overwhelmed. Completion marker. A checklist item could be, have you asked at least 2 why or how questions after their initial answers? If so, you've ensured depth. If a critical answer only got a single follow-up, consider if more probing would reveal something important. The goal is to end this part of the conversation with a rich picture of the prospect's needs, not a flat list of facts. Part 8. Active affirmation and paraphrasing. Purpose. Reinforce understanding and build rapport through affirmative feedback. Parroting back what someone says verbatim can feel mechanical. Instead, use active affirmation. Weave their keywords and emotions into your responses to show you're tracking with them. This goes hand in hand with paraphrasing, but with an empathetic edge. For instance, if a prospect says, I'm overwhelmed by the number of vendors we have, you might respond, you're feeling a bit swamped by all these providers. You've captured the essence and acknowledged the feeling. This encourages the prospect to continue, sometimes adding nuance or correcting any misinterpretation. Phrase starters. Try lead-ins like it sounds like, I get the sense that, or so you're saying. Follow with a brief recast of their point. Always leave room after your sentence for them to agree or clarify. Example dialogue. Prospect, we tried the new software for a month, but there were too many bugs. It sounds like the tool was more frustrating than helpful for you. You felt like it wasn't reliable during that trial. Is that right? The prospect might then elaborate. Behavioral signals. Watch the prospect's body or tone as you paraphrase. If they lean in or say exactly, you're aligned. If they seem puzzled or shake their head, use that feedback to correct course. Completion marker. By now, every major point the prospect has made should have been reflected back at least once. If you've covered their main concerns and they nod or expressly say, that's it, you know both parties share the same picture. The prospect feels validated and you have confirmed accuracy. This shared understanding is critical before moving towards solutions. Part 9. Embracing silence and pauses. Purpose. Leverage natural pauses to empower the prospect's voice and thinking. Silence in conversation is powerful. Many people rush to fill gaps, but strategic pauses can yield richer information. When you ask a deep question or paraphrase a concern, resist the urge to speak immediately after the prospect stops. Count silently to 3. This quiet can encourage the prospect to add more, even when they initially thought they were done talking. Silences give space for reflection. For example, after summarizing a concern, say nothing for a moment. The prospect may continue. They might reveal uncertainties, hidden hesitations, or emotional reactions. This is often when aha moments occur. Model the pause principle. Every time you finish speaking, listen through the end of the prospect's reply, then pause. Let them chew on your words. Often they will circle back with additional thoughts. Scenario, you ask, what would happen if this problem stayed unresolved another year? The prospect might flinch or go quiet. Waiting calmly through that discomfort shows respect and can be eye-opening for them. Behavioral signal. If the prospect stays quiet looking thoughtful, they're likely processing and may talk more. If they shift uncomfortably or glance away, they may be expecting you to jump in. In either case, keep steady. Your silence signals confidence and control. Application checkpoint. After a key answer, practice at least one extended pause. Notice if the prospect adds detail or shakes off nervousness. If they don't continue talking, it's still okay. Sometimes simply giving them silence demonstrates attentiveness and patience. Completion marker. At the end of this phase, silence should feel like part of your toolkit, not an awkward gap. If your prospect has spoken more than usual because you held the silence, you've succeeded. Ultimately, silence speaks volumes. It tells the buyer, your words matter here more than mine. Part 10. Handling misunderstandings and corrections. Purpose, gracefully manage and learn from moments when communication breaks down. Even with the best intentions, misunderstandings can occur. A prospect might correct you, or you might misinterpret a comment. Treat these moments not as failures, but as opportunities to fine-tune communication. Keep your tone curious and non-defensive. For instance, if you paraphrase and the prospect says, "Not quite what I meant was X," respond with appreciation. "Thank you for clarifying that. That actually helps me understand you better." This shows humility and reinforces the value you place on their perspective. Check for assumptions. If a reply seems off topic or defensive, pause and ask, "I might be jumping ahead. Could you walk me through what you meant by that comment?" This gently corrects misfires by inviting clarity. Mental model, feedback loop. View every back and forth as a small, iterative loop. Each question or summary is one lap. Corrections are adjustments to steer toward mutual understanding. Stay flexible, like adjusting the dial on a radio to get the signal clear. Scenario: you suggest a solution and the prospect immediately says, "No, that's not at all what I meant." Rather than push back, say, "I appreciate you letting me know. Tell me again what outcome you see will align." From there, this shifts the dynamic to collaboration. Behavioral signal: notice relief or relaxation when a misunderstanding is cleared up. If the prospect smiles or visibly relaxes after they correct you, it means they trust the conversation enough to steer it. Completion marker: you've handled this well when both parties feel heard, even if there was a hiccup. The true test is that after clarification, the prospect proceeds with the discussion confidently, rather than shutting down. The communication pathway, though adjusted, remains open and moving forward. Part 11. Conveying authentic support. Purpose: use your presence to communicate genuine concern and build emotional safety. Your tone and attitude convey more than words. When a prospect shares a problem or concern, your immediate response should be gentleness and support. Avoid sounding transactional or impatient. Instead, your very demeanor should echo sincerity. As a Stoic might remind us, we are creatures of reason, but we seldom creatures of feeling. Keep your voice steady and low-pitched. Even if the content is tough, your inflection can signal confidence and calm. Smiling when appropriate warms the tone. Using the prospect's name, nodding, and making encouraging small noises all reinforce that you're engaged and on their side. Model: soft eyes, open ears. Imagine listening not with urgency in your eyes, but with softness, relaxed eyebrows, even a slight head tilt. This small body language cue shows empathy. Scenario: if a prospect seems upset, you might respond, "I completely understand why that's frustrating. It sounds like this has been a rough experience. Let's unpack it together." The supportive words and steady, compassionate tone signal you are a partner, not just a vendor. Behavioral signals: a prospect will often mirror your tone. By staying calm and encouraging, you can help de-escalate anxiety. Look for signs like the prospect's shoulders relaxing, a deeper breath, or a softening in their voice. These indicate they feel safer to open up more. Completion marker: at this point, even if the prospect is discussing pain points or fears, they should feel encouraged rather than defensive. You'll know you've been supportive if the prospect spontaneously thanks you for understanding or continues sharing more freely. Their stress level visibly decreases and they shift back into a more hopeful or solution-oriented mindset. Part 12. Aligning on goals and expectations. Purpose: confirm mutual understanding of objectives to guide the conversation. Having listened closely to the prospect's issues and emotions, it's time to ensure both sides agree on what success looks like. Often, misalignment on goals derails conversations. Take the lead to co-create clear expectations. Start by summarizing the prospect's expressed goals from what you've said. Your main objectives are A and B, and you're concerned about 10th, is that right? Then ask, ideally, what would happen next? What decision would make you feel this call was worth your time? This invites the prospect to articulate the end game. Tiny definition, expectation setting, jointly defining the desired outcome of the conversation or project. Model: commitment to change. Psychologically, when a person verbalizes a specific goal or decision, their brain starts aligning behaviors to that stated commitment. Example: after a deep discussion, you might say, "So just to confirm, if we can show you a reliable way to improve, you'll feel good about moving to a pilot program, correct?" Explicit check-ins like this prevent misunderstandings later. Behavioral signal: when you do this well, the prospect often answers enthusiastically or adds detail that indicates ownership of the goal. They stop being just a responder and take authorship of the plan. Completion marker: at the end of this part, there should be a clear agreement on the next steps or targets. Both you and the prospect should explicitly align on what you are working toward and why it matters. If the prospect says, "Yes, that captures it," you're ready to move forward together. Part 13, transitioning to solution mode. Purpose. Move smoothly from listening to presenting how you can help, with empathy and tact. Once you've mapped the prospect's world through listening, the next phase is to offer solutions. Because you've been attentive, you won't just launch into a pitch, you'll weave what you've heard into your presentation. Your listening gives you permission to say, "You mentioned, here's how we address that." Keep the transition explicit. "Now that I understand your challenges, let me share some ideas on how we could help." This respects the prospect's journey. It says, "We discussed your needs, and now here's a targeted response." This is still the same conversation, but now you lead with their priorities in mind. Connection point. Immediately tie features to needs. If they fear something falling through the cracks, you explain how your process ensures oversight. Use the actual language they used when possible. Our solution aims to give you. Scenario: a prospect was worried about downtime. You might say, "You emphasized uptime was critical. Our team has a 99.9% service guarantee, which means we proactively monitor to prevent issues." This way, you get the peace of mind you were looking for. Behavioral signal. A nod of recognition is key. If the prospect leans forward or says, "Oh, that's interesting," you've struck a chord. If they look puzzled, pause and revisit their concern first, ensuring your solution aligns correctly. Completion marker. The goal here is that, by the end of your transition, the prospect should feel the presentation is for them, not a generic sales spiel. You should be saying mostly your, and they should feel personally addressed. A good test: the prospect starts asking specific questions about how features relate to their problem. A sure sign your listening-informed solution resonates. Part 14, checking for buy-in and addressing doubts. Purpose: continuously gauge and respond to the prospect's comfort level and concerns during the pitch. Even during the solution presentation, maintain your listening stance. Notice any hesitation, perhaps they fall silent, frown slightly, or say, These subtle cues are your prompt to pause. Ask questions like, "Does this match what you're looking for?" or "How does this align with your expectations?" This keeps the dialogue two-way and shows you value their input. Confirm understanding. After explaining a feature or step, ask a quick confirmation. "I just want to make sure I've explained that clearly. How does that sound to you?" This catches confusion early. Model the check-in beat. Imagine a metronome during your talk. After each key point, metaphorically tick by checking in, and only proceed on the next talk if the prospect is on the same rhythm as you. Example: if you propose a new process, the prospect might look contemplative. You could interject, "I notice you're thinking. Do you have any concerns about that approach?" This opens the floor for immediate feedback. Behavioral signal: look for shifts to positive signals, smiles, nods, more animated tone. If the prospect relaxes and engages, you're in sync. If they tighten or cross their arms, you've hit something sensitive. Address it now. Completion marker. By now, the solution conversation should feel collaborative. The prospect should not be just listening, they should be discussing. If they make statements like "that makes sense because," or "that could help us with," then you know your listening-informed approach has transformed them from a passive audience into a co-creator of the solution. Part 15, affirming next steps and commitments. Purpose: lock in the prospect's commitment to move forward using language grounded in what they shared. The final step in the intentional listening journey is to translate all the conversation into concrete next steps. Frame any ask or call to action as a natural progression of what was agreed. Use the prospect's own words. "Since we both see the importance of solving, shall we schedule a pilot implementation so you can experience the benefit firsthand?" This is subtly different from a blunt "will you buy?" With listening, the ask feels collaborative. "Based on our discussion, it seems like this could be a good fit. What do you feel would be a fair next step to explore this further?" The prospect has been part of crafting the conversation. Now you include them in crafting the commitment. Commitment language: avoid pressure. Use terms like "next steps," "explore," "evaluate together." This aligns with the mutual understanding you built. Behavioral signal: when the prospect starts talking about logistics, you have confirmation. They've mentally moved into action mode. Completion marker: the indication of success here is clear. The prospect explicitly agrees to an action. Importantly, they do so using the context you built. If they do, it means the entire architecture of listening from first greeting to this moment has made the decision their own. Part 16, common pitfalls and how to course correct. Purpose: anticipate where intentional listening can falter and how to recover. Even skilled listeners make mistakes. Awareness of common traps helps you self-correct quickly. For example, trap: letting your own story creep in. Sometimes a prospect's problem will remind you of a personal or past client experience, and you might start thinking about that. If you catch yourself drifting, pause and silently refocus on their story. Trap: jumping to solutions too early. If you feel the urge to jump ahead, remind yourself, "I haven't heard their full story yet." Ask one more question before pitching. If a mistake happens, say, you realize you misunderstood a point, admit it briefly. I think I may have jumped the gun. Can we revisit that part? Prospect will usually respect your honesty and diligence. This transparency actually boosts trust because it shows you value getting it right more than saving face. Model growth mindset, treat every conversation as a learning lab. After the fact, review what went well and what could improve. Just as a Stoic uses obstacles to strengthen the mind, let any slip-ups become data points for your next improvement. Completion marker. The mark of resilience is that even if something went sideways, you quickly realign. If by the end of the call the prospect feels heard and helped despite minor hiccups, you've successfully navigated through the pitfall. Part 17, Practice and Integration. Purpose, embed intentional listening into your daily habits for ongoing mastery. Skillful listening is like learning a musical instrument. It requires repetition and reflection. After every meaningful conversation or call, take a moment to jot down observations. Ask yourself, did I fully focus? What cue did I miss or catch? How did the prospect react when I asked good questions? Even 2 minutes of journaling can highlight patterns. Perhaps you always rush at 2 p.m., or maybe repeating the prospect's words back at the end helps them most. Role-playing with colleagues or mentors is also powerful. Simulate tricky scenarios and practice your listening skills. Seek feedback on your tone and questions. Over time, these drills build muscle memory, pausing comfortably, using open questions reflexively, and so on. Tiny definition, unconscious competence, the state where attentive listening happens naturally, without effort. This is the goal, to internalize these practices so deeply that they feel instinctive. Integration checkpoint, commit to one ritual. For example, at the end of each day, list one listening win and one area to try in the next meeting. Treat setbacks as data, not failures. Each step refines your presence. Final model, the listening spiral. Each conversation is a turn on an upward spiral of improvement. The more you practice, the more techniques become second nature, which in turn allows deeper empathy and insight in the next call. Completion marker, mastery is a journey, not a destination. However, you'll know you're succeeding when listening and presence become reflexive. You no longer have to think about focusing, you just do. Prospects consistently remark that you're an exceptional listener. At that point, not only have you expanded on the original architecture of intentional listening, you've built a vibrant, living structure of communication that continually evolves. Mirror's discovery process enhanced training framework. Introduction. The Mirror's discovery process is a step-by-step framework for master-level sales discovery that transforms a prospect's casual interest into a committed resolve to change all before any solution is presented. Each letter of Mirrors represents a phase of the conversation. Map the mission, investigate actions, reveal the route, reframe the gap, outline the dream, risk of the future, and secure the yes. These 7 phases guide the buyer through their own mindset, starting from surface-level goals and problems, dipping into pain and obstacles, rising into a hopeful vision of the future, then adding urgency and commitment. By the end, the buyer should be crystal clear about their problem, excited about their future, alarmed about the cost of inaction, and personally committed to change. Each phase builds logically on the previous one. Skipping any would leave the buyer less prepared to move forward. This framework is buyer-centric. It holds up a mirror to the prospect at each step, prompting them to reflect on what they want, why they don't have it yet, and what's truly at stake. Instead of the salesperson pushing a pitch, the buyer talks themselves into change by seeing their reality more clearly. The conversation flows from goal definition to analyzing past efforts and causes, to confronting the need for change, envisioning a better future, feeling urgency about not changing, and finally committing to action. This is all rooted in human psychology and empathy, not gimmicks. By the end, the prospect feels understood, motivated, and ready to move forward. How to use this framework. For each phase of Mirror's mission questions, action questions, root questions, gap questions, dream questions, risk questions, and secure questions, this guide will break down the key components in a structured, accessible way. Each section will cover purpose, why this type of question matters in sales conversations, logic, the reasoning behind it, what it helps surface in the buyer, or how it shifts their perspective. Activation triggers, clear indicators of when to use this question type based on conversation flow and the buyer's signals. Completion signals, cues that indicate the phase has accomplished its goal and the salesperson can confidently move to the next phase. Outcome statements, the intended change in the buyer's awareness or attitude as a result of this phase, essentially. What the buyer should realize or feel once this stage is done. Question logic formula, a repeatable mental model or formula for forming effective questions in this phase. Phase contribution, how this question type fits into the overall discovery process, what it achieves in the sale, how it sets up or transitions into the next phase, and how it supports the buyer's emotional or strategic journey. Throughout the guide, any potentially unclear terms are defined in line to ensure clarity. The emphasis is on understanding concepts deeply, rather than memorizing scripts. This way, even those used to scripted sales models can learn to adapt the mirrors process naturally in real conversations. By mastering the intent and logic of each phase, you can lead your buyer to effectively convince themselves that change is necessary and imminent. Let's begin with Phase 1, Mission Questions, which map out the buyer's mission and set the direction for the entire conversation. Mission questions. Purpose. Why it matters. Mission questions establish the focus and direction for the entire sales conversation by having the prospect clearly articulate the primary goal they want to achieve or the core problem they want to solve. The aim is to obtain a buyer-defined mission statement in their own words, which becomes the anchor for everything that follows. When a prospect states a concrete goal or problem out loud, it creates a small but important psychological commitment to that outcome. Definition: the commitment and consistency principle is a psychology concept stating that once someone publicly declares a position or goal, they feel internal pressure to behave consistently with it. In practical terms, this phase moves the buyer past vague curiosity into specifying what they really want. This clarity is crucial. Without a defined destination, the rest of the discovery can wander or misalign. By defining success up front, mission questions ensure both you and the buyer know what target you're aiming at and can continually refer back to it. In short, the purpose of mission questions is to prompt the buyer to put into words exactly what outcome they're seeking, creating an early sense of ownership and setting a North Star for the conversation. Logic. How it works? Mission questions work on the logic that people are more committed and engaged when they have defined their own goals. By asking the buyer to articulate a specific outcome or problem, you surface the concrete target that matters to them. This shifts the conversation from abstract or generic interest to a focused discussion of a measurable outcome or a well-defined pain point. It also engages the buyer's personal stake. Stating their goal in concrete terms often reveals a hint of why it's important to them. Psychologically, this phase leverages their commitment. Once they've said this is what I need, they'll be inclined to stick to that and feel more urgency to attain it. In essence, mission questions surface the destination the buyer cares about and trigger an internal shift from passive interest to active goal setting. The buyer starts to feel, this is what I'm here to accomplish, which naturally leads them to engage more seriously in finding a solution. Activation triggers. Use mission questions at the very beginning of the discovery conversation. This is phase 1 for a reason. After a brief rapport building or introduction, the first major order of business is to ask about the buyer's mission. Key triggers and signals to begin mission questions include: conversation start. Once preliminaries are done and it's time to discuss business, immediately pivot to the prospect's goals or problems. The beginning of discovery is the trigger. Before talking about your product or anything else, establish what they want to achieve. Prospect asks about your solution too soon. If the prospect jumps in with something like, so what does your solution do? At the very start, that's a signal to gently redirect into a mission question. You might say, I'd love to explain to make it relevant. Could you share what you're hoping to accomplish or what problem you're looking to solve? A prospect's early product-focused question is a cue that you need to frame the discussion around their needs first. Unclear or broad initial statements. If the prospect initially states a vague goal, that's a trigger to deploy more mission questions. Don't move forward on a fuzzy statement. Continue asking clarifying questions until the mission is specific enough to visualize or measure. For example, ask what would improve mean in concrete terms to prompt specificity. Multiple potential goals. Sometimes a prospect will mention several goals or problems. That's a trigger to narrow it down. You might ask, we can explore all of those, but which one is the top priority right now? This ensures you map one primary mission at a time rather than tackling too many directions at once. Overall, do not skip the mission phase. Even if the buyer comes in enthusiastic about hearing your pitch, always loop back to clarify what they want to accomplish with your solution. Complete this phase before moving on. It lays the foundation for everything else. If at any point later in the call things feel off track, you can briefly revisit the mission to realign the discussion. Completion signals. How do you know you've successfully mapped the mission? Look for these signals before moving to the next phase. Clear goal statement. The prospect has explicitly stated what they want to achieve or fix in specific terms. You should be able to almost measure or visualize their goal from their description. For example, increase our website conversion rate from 2% to 5% in the next 6 months is clear and concrete. In contrast, if they say improve our business, It's too vague, that's a sign to keep asking questions. A good mission typically includes a definite outcome metric or a tangible definition of success. Personal investment, emotional energy. Pay attention to the prospect's tone and enthusiasm when they talk about their goal. Do they sound excited, passionate, relieved, or determined? An emotional uptick, such as a tone of pride, eagerness, or urgency in their voice, indicates you've struck gold and the goal truly matters to them. For instance, if their voice warms up or they lean forward when describing what they want, it's a strong sign they're engaged with that mission. Affirmation and ownership. When you reflect or summarize the mission back to them, they eagerly agree and maybe even amplify it. If you can say, "So, your mission is to achieve X by Y time frame," and they respond, "Yes, exactly," that shows they have taken ownership of that goal. They might even correct or refine it, which is good. It means they are actively clarifying what they want. In summary, mission questions are complete when you have a specific mission statement. In the buyer's words, they've verbally confirmed, "Yes, that's what I want," and you sense genuine importance and commitment in their attitude toward that goal. The buyer now has a clear destination in mind, and so do you. Don't move on until those conditions are met, as everything else in discovery will build on this foundation. Outcome statements. After mission questions, the buyer should experience a shift from ambiguity to focus. The outcome of this phase is that you and the prospect have an agreed upon North Star, a concrete definition of success that will guide the rest of the conversation. The buyer has made a small public commitment to their goal by articulating it, which means internally they are more inclined to pursue it and listen seriously to how to achieve it. In effect, they've started to convince themselves of the importance of taking action. Expressing the goal gives it weight and makes it real to them. As a result, everything that follows can be framed in terms of achieving that mission, keeping the discussion relevant and compelling. The buyer also feels heard and understood. Early on, you've shown that their objective is the focus by successfully completing this phase. You avoid one of the biggest sales pitfalls, proceeding on assumptions or talking past the customer's true interest. Now you're both aligned on exactly what success means to them, and that sets a positive collaborative tone. Importantly, mapping the mission naturally leads to the next step. Once we know where they want to go, the logical question is, why aren't they there already? This transition happens smoothly when the mission is clear, as the buyer themselves will be curious or concerned about what's prevented them from reaching that goal. Thus, mission questions give you a clear target, engage the buyer's commitment to that target, and lay the groundwork for investigating their past attempts and obstacles next. Question, logic formula. How to form mission questions. The formula for mission questions is to start broad and then narrow down. 1. Open with an inviting, goal-oriented question. Begin by asking an open-ended question about what the prospect ultimately wants to accomplish. For example, prompt them to describe their biggest goal or the primary challenge they're hoping to solve. This could sound like, "Tell me about the main result you're looking for," phrased in your own conversational style. The key is a question that gives them room to express their mission in their own words. Avoid leading with your solution or making assumptions. Let them fill in the blank of, "Where do you want to go?" 2. Listen and probe for specifics. Often the first answer may be broad or somewhat vague. Treat that as a starting point. Your next step is to gently clarify and narrow. Ask follow-up questions to pin down details. What would success look like exactly? What metrics or outcomes define better? These follow-ups take the buyer from a general statement to a specific, tangible objective. Keep your tone curious and supportive, not interrogative. You might ask for examples or a target number, time frame to make the goal concrete. Throughout this process, maintain a tone of genuine curiosity and patience. Don't rush them or put words in their mouth. Even if you think you already know their goal, let them articulate it fully. The wording they use is psychologically important. If they wander into irrelevant details or tangents, politely steer back by focusing on the ultimate objective. The mental model is, ask open question, listen, probe for clarity, confirm the mission. By using this formula, you ensure the mission is compelling and concrete before proceeding. Phase contribution. In the overall discovery journey, mission questions fulfill the critical role of setting the stage. This phase accomplishes several things for the sale. Provides focus. It gives both you and the buyer an agreed-upon target outcome, which keeps the rest of the conversation on track and relevant. With a clear mission defined, you can tailor your questions and later your pitch to what the buyer truly cares about, avoiding tangents or mismatched discussions. Everything from this point will be linked back to achieving that mission, ensuring the buyer sees value in each step. Creates buyer investment. By articulating their goal, the buyer has made a public commitment to change, even if small. Psychologically, people strive to remain consistent with what they declare, so once they say, "This is my goal," they are more likely to actively pursue it and engage with you to reach it. Essentially, they've begun to sell themselves on taking action toward that outcome, which is far more powerful than you trying to push them. Anchors the value of your solution. The mission statement becomes a reference point for value. Throughout discovery and into your proposal, you will tie everything back to how it helps achieve that mission. For instance, later you might say, you mentioned your goal is X. Here's how our solution gets you there. This makes your solution relevant and compelling because it's framed as the vehicle to their stated destination. Without this anchor, it's easy for a sales conversation to lose resonance. Prevents wasting time on irrelevancies. By pinpointing what really matters to the prospect, you avoid diving into problems or features that aren't aligned with their main goal. It guards against the common pitfall of addressing low-priority issues or symptoms that don't impact the buyer's true objective. In short, it ensures you're always working on what's important to the buyer. Logical transition to next phase. Once the mission is clear, the next natural step is exploring why that mission hasn't been achieved yet. The mission phase plugs in the destination to the GPS. Next, the buyer is primed to discuss the journey so far and why they're not at the destination yet. Thus, mission questions seamlessly set up phase 2. Typically, you'd segue with something like, great, now that we know where you want to go, let's talk about what you've tried so far to get there. The buyer is usually receptive to this because they too want to understand why they haven't already met their goal. By completing the mission phase effectively, you have essentially oriented the entire discovery. You know the end goal. The buyer feels that you care about their end goal, and there's a shared understanding that this is what we're working toward together. This makes the discovery process feel like a guided journey to a known destination, rather than a wandering conversation. With the mission mapped, you're ready to investigate the path they've taken up to now, which is exactly what comes next. Action questions. Purpose, why it matters. After defining the buyer's mission, the next logical step is to uncover why they haven't achieved it yet. Action questions serve to illuminate what the prospect has already tried in pursuit of their goal, and to highlight that those efforts have not yet solved the problem. The core purpose of this phase is twofold: context and contrast. First, it gives you context about the buyer's journey so far, the strategies, efforts, or solutions that they've attempted. Second, it sets up a contrast between their intentions and their results, gently leading the buyer to realize that their current approach has not worked and that something needs to change. Essentially, investigate actions turns the abstract mission into a narrative. Here's what I did, and here's why I'm still not there. This is crucial because many people enter sales conversations with a bit of hope that maybe they just haven't found the right tweak, or that maybe the status quo could still succeed if given more time. By having them recount their past efforts and acknowledging those didn't achieve the goal, you're dismantling the illusion that maybe doing more of the same will work without directly telling them that. Psychologically, this starts to build the buyer's internal motivation to seek a new solution because they themselves are articulating that their old ways have fallen short. In short, the purpose of action questions is to have the buyer reflect on and admit the insufficiency of their past approaches, which sets the stage for exploring deeper reasons and opens their mind to the need for change. This phase creates an important mindset shift. The buyer moves from, here's where I want to go, to here's why I haven't gotten there yet. My usual approaches haven't worked. That realization is what propels the sale onward by injecting a sense of, I can't do it alone, or with what I've done, I need something different. Logic. How it works. Action questions operate like a diagnostic history. You're essentially asking the buyer to open their notebook of past attempts so you can both examine it. This surfaces concrete information about the prospect's previous and current efforts toward their mission. Specifically, you gather details such as what actions they took, when and how they took them, and what the outcomes were. By the end of this phase, you should have a sort of timeline or list of the major things they've tried and the fact that none of these have fully solved their problem. Importantly, this line of questioning reveals patterns and extent of effort. You learn how much energy, time, or resources they've already spent trying to fix the issue. For example, have they been throwing a lot at the problem or only half-hearted attempts? If they've tried everything and still failed, that's very telling. If they've tried very little, that's also telling in a different way. Either way, the buyer begins to see, laid out in front of them, the story of we tried A, B, C, and we're still stuck. This naturally leads them to wonder why those efforts didn't work, which is exactly the curiosity we want to stimulate going into phase 3. The logic here is also to make the buyer consciously acknowledge the gap between effort and outcome. As they list their actions and admit those didn't achieve the mission, it weakens any subconscious notion that maybe the status quo is fine or just needs a bit more time. Instead, it reinforces that we did all this and it still didn't work. They effectively prove to themselves that continuing on the same path is unlikely to succeed. In the background, this is building the case for change without you having to say it explicitly. So, what it surfaces, a factual inventory of past and present approaches. What it shifts, the buyer's mindset from any complacency to recognizing that their best efforts have not worked, making them more open to finding out why, and to doing something different. But by the end of action questions, the buyer often starts to internalize that if I keep doing what I did, I'll keep getting what I got, a realization that propels them to seek a better approach. Activation triggers. You should transition into action questions immediately after the mission phase is clearly established. Once the prospect has stated their goal or problem and you've confirmed what success looks like to them, the natural next step is to ask, what have you done so far toward that? Key triggers to start phase 2 include completion of phase 1. As soon as you have a solid, specific mission statement from the buyer, that's your cue to begin investigating actions. For example, you might segue with, all right, now that I understand your goal is X, I'd love to know what you've tried so far to achieve it. The fact that the mission is established is essentially the trigger. It's time to bridge from the goal to their journey up to now. The conversation logically calls for history in sequence. Actions come after mission, but before root cause. In other words, do not jump straight from identifying what they want to why they haven't achieved it without first exploring what they actually did. The buyer will be more receptive to analyzing the why it hasn't worked once they themselves have laid out the evidence of their attempts. So the rule is, once the destination is known, ask about the journey thus far. Prospects' behavior indicates readiness. Often, buyers naturally start talking about their past efforts as soon as they state their goal, especially if they feel frustrated. For instance, a prospect might add, and we've tried so many things but nothing has worked, right after describing their mission. If they volunteer this kind of backstory early, it's a green light to officially enter the actions phase and dive deeper into those attempts. In practice, even if the prospect starts detailing their efforts before you explicitly ask, you can smoothly continue the thread. Tell me more about those things you tried. The key is to ensure by the end of this phase that you've collected all the major attempts, whether they came out proactively or through your prompting. If the mission is completely novel, in rare cases, the prospect's goal might be something they truly haven't attempted yet. Even then, you shouldn't skip this phase. Instead, ask about what they planned or considered doing or any analogous experience they might have. The trigger here is simply that if there's any history or even preliminary actions considerations, you want to uncover them. If they literally have no past actions, this phase will be brief, but it's still useful to ask, if only to confirm that they haven't tried anything yet. In summary, activate action questions right after defining the mission to build a bridge between where they want to go and why they aren't there yet. This ensures a logical flow. You want 10th. Okay, let's discuss what you've done about X so far. It is a smooth and expected transition for the prospect, and it sets up the need for the subsequent phase by first establishing the facts of failure. Always remember, if a prospect tries to skip ahead, gently steer them back by emphasizing that understanding what they've done so far will help you address what matters. Flexibility in this phase means following the conversation if they start unloading their story, but making sure no significant action is left unexamined by the end. Completion signals. You'll know the investigate actions phase is complete when you have a comprehensive picture of the prospect's past and current efforts, and the prospect themselves recognizes that those efforts have not solved their problem. Look for signals like summarizable history. With agreement, you can recount back to the prospect the key things they've tried and they confirm it. For example, so to recap, you hired 2 extra salespeople, implemented a new CRM, and ran a training program. But despite all that, you're still 20% short of your revenue goal. Is that accurate? If they respond with, yeah, that's right, none of that has really worked, then you've successfully captured their action history and they've acknowledged the lack of results. Agreement to a summary like this is a strong closure signal for this phase. Emotional tone of frustration or fatigue. Often, as the prospect reviews their own efforts, you'll hear a tone of frustration, disappointment, or exhaustion. This is actually a good sign here. It means they are feeling the gap between their hard work and the lackluster outcomes. For instance, if they sigh and say, I feel like I've tried everything and I'm still stuck, that indicates they truly recognize the inadequacy of their past approaches. That realization is exactly what we want them to voice. No defensiveness or lingering hope in old ways. By the end of this phase, the prospect ideally should have stopped defending or clinging to any previous strategy. If you still hear things like, well, maybe if we just give our old plan a bit more time, it could work, then the actions phase isn't fully complete. In such cases, you may need one more gentle probe to nudge reality into view. For example, I hear you. What do you think has kept that from working so far? Or do you feel that approach would have shown better results by now if it was going to work? A completion signal is when the prospect stops making excuses for past attempts and instead concedes that those attempts probably aren't the solution. Essentially, they should either explicitly say or implicitly accept, no, doing the same things isn't likely to succeed. Detail sufficiency. Another signal is that you have enough detail on each major action to understand what happened. If the prospect mentioned an attempt in passing without outcome details, you might not be done. You'd want to ask, what came of that during the phase? But if by the end you could write a brief history of their efforts and why each didn't fully solve the issue, you've got what you need. In practical terms, the strongest indicator that phase 2 is complete is when the prospect themselves says something like, we tried A, B, C, and we're still stuck, or I've done everything I can think of and it hasn't worked. That explicit acknowledgement is golden. It shows they see the writing on the wall. Continuing their past actions won't reach their mission. When you have that acknowledgement, coupled with a clear list of attempts, you can confidently move to phase 3. Outcome statements. By the end of action questions, a few crucial outcomes are achieved. Firstly, the buyer has acknowledged the inadequacy of their past approaches. They have, in effect, heard themselves say, what we've been doing hasn't worked. This is vital because it's their admission, not yours. It weakens any notion that the status quo is acceptable or that we just didn't try hard enough. In other words, the status quo now feels less safe or tenable because it's been proven unfruitful in their own narrative. The buyer might even start emotionally detaching from their old methods, seeing those methods as spent or flawed strategies. Secondly, this phase naturally creates a sense of curiosity or tension that leads into the next phase. By establishing what they did and that it didn't work, the logical next question is, so why didn't these things work? What's the real issue? Here, the buyer has essentially built a wall of tried and failed attempts. Now both of you are about to peek behind that wall to find the cause of failure. This means the buyer is primed for the reveal, the root phase. They've set up their own problem-solving puzzle, which they'll be eager to solve with you. Thirdly, the case for making a change has started to form, and it came from the buyer's own story. Without you saying your approach isn't working, they have effectively said it themselves. This is a foundational step in persuasion. People are far more committed to ideas they conclude on their own. Now, by moving forward, the buyer is no longer thinking, maybe I could still figure this out alone, but rather, as one might hope, thinking something else is going on here that I need to fix. That mentality, the status quo is not working, is exactly what propels the sale onward. In sales terms, phase 2 has built urgency implicitly. The buyer sees that time, effort, or money have been wasted to some extent, and they still have the problem, which often creates a bit of impatience or openness to new solutions. Additionally, you as the seller have gained credibility and insight. You listen to their story attentively and now understand the context and pitfalls of their situation. You can later reference specific things they tried to show you grasp their scenario and to differentiate your forthcoming solution. The detailed knowledge of their attempts is ammunition for you to emphasize how your approach will be different. In summary, the outcome of action questions in the sales process is a buyer who has consciously recognized what I've done so far hasn't worked. They are now emotionally and logically primed to look deeper for the real reason and to consider alternatives. The heavy lifting of getting them to let go of the idea that maybe just doing more of the same will fix it has been done by them. This sets a cooperative tone. Instead of you needing to convince them their approach was insufficient, they've convinced themselves. With the inadequacy of old ways laid bare, the stage is perfectly set to move into phase 3, where you and the buyer together will search for the root cause behind their failures so far. Question logic formula. How to form action questions. The formula for action questions follows a 3-step excavation process: inventory, detail, outcomes. You're systematically unpacking their history of attempts. Step 1, inventory. Open with a comprehensive question that invites them to list everything they've tried. The key is making it feel like you want the full story, not just 1 or 2 examples. You're casting a wide net. What have you tried so far to? Keep it open-ended. Listen for a list of attempts, programs, strategies, tools, hires. Don't dive deep yet, just collect the inventory. If they give you 1 or 2 things, and stop. Prompt for more. What else? Or anything else, even things you didn't stick with long? You want the complete list before examining any single item. Affirm their effort as you collect this to build rapport and show you're not judging them. Step 2, detail. Take each major attempt and understand 3 things: what they actually did, how long they did it, and what their experience was. Go through the list one by one. For each item, probe for specifics of implementation, duration, and consistency, and their emotional and practical reality. This builds a rich picture of each attempt. You're listening for duration signals, intensity signals, emotional signals, and outcome signals. These patterns will be critical for root questions. The prospect also relives the experience as they describe it, which surfaces frustration and insight. Keep your tone exploratory, not interrogative. Use empathy signals like "I hear that" to keep the conversation safe. Step 3. Outcomes. After going through the inventory in detail, summarize back what they've tried and get them to explicitly acknowledge that none of it achieved their mission. This is where you crystallize the gap. So you've tried, and despite all that, you're still at. Is that accurate? Wait for their confirmation. Listen for explicit admission, tone of frustration or resignation or defensiveness, and keep you there. This step removes the buffer of hope they can't later say, "Maybe I'll just try that approach again," because they just told you it didn't work. You're also validating their effort while making the reality undeniable, which creates productive cognitive dissonance. They feel understood, not attacked, but they can't hide from the fact their approach hasn't worked. The mental model is collect the full inventory, explore each attempt for patterns, make them acknowledge the gap. This sets up the natural transition to root questions. Once they've admitted nothing worked, the obvious next question is, why not? A's contribution. In the overall discovery journey, action questions fulfill the critical role of building the case for change through the prospect's own evidence. This phase accomplishes several things for the sale. Establishes pattern recognition by systematically reviewing past attempts. You gather the diagnostic data needed to identify root causes in phase 3. You're not guessing at what's held them back. You have a documented history of behaviors, choices, and outcomes that reveal patterns. This transforms your later diagnosis from opinion into observable fact, which the buyer is far more likely to accept because they provided the evidence themselves. Dismantles status quo bias through the inventory and acknowledgement process. The buyer confronts the reality that their past approaches, despite genuine effort, have not worked. This weakens the dangerous belief that maybe if I just try harder at the same thing, it'll work this time. By articulating their failures out loud, they prove to themselves that continuing on the current path is illogical. This is crucial because until a buyer abandons hope in their old methods, they won't fully commit to a new solution. Action questions essentially close the door on "I'll figure it out myself" without you having to argue against it. Creates productive cognitive dissonance. The buyer experiences the uncomfortable gap between their effort and their results. This dissonance, "I've tried so hard, but I'm still stuck," generates motivation to resolve the inconsistency. The only ways to resolve it are denial, external blame, or accepting that a new approach is needed. This emotional tension becomes fuel for change, builds credibility and trust. By taking the time to thoroughly understand their journey, not rushing to pitch, you demonstrate genuine interest in their situation. Prospects can tell when someone is listening to understand versus listening to sell. This investment of attention builds trust and positions you as a consultant rather than a vendor. Additionally, when you later present your solution, you'll be able to reference specific past failures and explain how your approach addresses those exact gaps, which dramatically increases relevance and believability. Quantifies the cost of inaction. As the buyer recounts months or years of failed attempts, they begin to calculate the opportunity cost: time wasted, money spent on ineffective solutions, results not achieved, goals delayed. This creates an implicit urgency. Every day they continue without the right solution is another day of loss. You're not manufacturing this urgency artificially. They're discovering it themselves through reflection. This makes the pain of staying stuck feel more acute, which increases their willingness to invest in a real solution now rather than later. Prevents solution overlap. By understanding what they've already tried, you avoid the fatal mistake of proposing something that sounds too similar to a failed past attempt. If they tried a DIY program and it didn't work, you won't pitch another DIY program, you'll pitch guided coaching. If they tried extreme restriction and hated it, you won't pitch another restrictive approach. This knowledge allows you to differentiate your solution and preemptively address "I already tried something like that" objections before they arise. Logical transition to next phase. Once you've established what they tried and confirmed none of it worked, the natural next question becomes, why? The buyer themselves is usually wondering this by the end of action questions. They've just recited evidence of repeated failure despite effort, and they want to understand what's really been blocking them. This curiosity primes them perfectly for root questions, where you'll help them discover the fundamental issue. The transition is seamless. You've tried A, B, C, and none of it worked. So what do you think has really been the barrier? The buyer is receptive because they're now invested in solving the mystery of their own stuckness. By completing the action phase effectively, you've accomplished something powerful. The buyer has talked themselves out of their old approaches. They can no longer cling to, maybe it'll work next time because they've just proven it won't. They've moved from I have a problem to I have a problem that my best efforts haven't solved. This realization creates an opening both logically and emotionally for a new solution, which is exactly what you'll eventually offer. The stage is set not just for diagnosis, but for them to accept that diagnosis and the solution that follows, because they've already done the hard work of admitting their current path is a dead end. Root questions, purpose, why it matters. After the prospect has outlined their past efforts in phase 2, the next objective is to discover why those efforts haven't worked. Root questions aim to reveal the underlying root cause of the prospect's problem, the fundamental obstacle or issue that has prevented their success. In other words, this phase shifts the discussion on what the prospect has done to why those actions failed to produce the desired result. Every problem has underlying causes. Some may be external and many are internal. Prospects often start with only a surface-level understanding of why they're struggling. It's easier for them to blame external factors or offer simplistic explanations. The why of root questions is to gently uncover the truth, to help the prospect identify the single biggest reason that explains why their mission isn't achieved yet. This phase is critical because until the buyer sees the real problem, they won't fully value a real solution. Identifying the true root cause often creates an aha moment, a burst of insight where the prospect thinks, so this is what's really been holding me back. That realization shifts their mindset from general frustration to focused intent. It also tends to elevate their sense of urgency. A vague problem might have felt tolerable, but a clearly identified fundamental problem begs to be fixed now. In essence, the purpose of Reveal the Root is to create clarity and insight. It transforms a nebulous situation into a defined challenge. This not only educates the buyer about their own situation, but it also ensures that any solution you propose later is seen as addressing the true issue, not just a symptom. Moreover, getting alignment on the root cause is vital. If you and the prospect don't agree on what the real problem is, any solution discussion could miss the mark. Thus, root questions exist to diagnose the core issue behind the prospect's failure so far, make the prospect aware of that core issue, and create a shared understanding that this is the real problem we must address now. A note on relevance. In a sales context, it's also important that the root cause you uncover is something your product or service can actually solve. If the prospect's core issue ends up being outside the scope of what you can help with, then revealing it won't lead to a viable sale. Part of the purpose of this phase, therefore, is to zero in on a root problem that is both true for the prospect and addressable by you as the solution provider. You haven't truly found the root unless it's a problem your offering can fix. Logic, how it works. In the root phase, you take on the mindset of a compassionate investigator, almost like a therapist guiding someone to an insight. The approach is typically iterative questioning, start broad, then dig deeper layer by layer. A good opening might be a broad, reflective prompt such as, given all those efforts that didn't pan out, what do you feel has been the real barrier? This invites the prospect to analyze their own situation. Be prepared that their first answer may be surface level or focused on external factors. It's common for an initial response to be something like, I guess I wasn't consistent enough, or the tool we used wasn't a good fit, or the market is just tough. Rather than taking that at face value, you will peel the onion with follow-up questions, often by asking why, again in different ways to drill down further. For example, if they blame an external reason, acknowledge it and gently probe deeper. I see. What about it wasn't working for you? Do you think something on your end made it hard to use, or was it purely the program's fault? This encourages them to move beyond blaming the tool and consider internal factors. If they give a personal shortcoming, you might ask, I understand. What made staying consistent so hard for you? Each answer they give becomes a springboard for a deeper question. This 5 whys style technique helps transition the prospect from generic excuses to specific, controllable factors. Throughout this probing, balance empathy with persistence. Validate their feelings and experiences along the way, so they don't feel attacked, but then follow up with another gentle question to keep digging. The goal is to help them self-reflect on any fundamental issues that were within their control. You are not blaming or shaming them for past failures. You're guiding them toward an empowering insight, often the realization that the real cause is something they can change or address. Many times, the real root cause will involve an internal factor that the prospect can change. For example, you might notice patterns in what they told you during phase 2. If all their attempts were short-lived, the root might be a lack of consistency or habits. If they tried a bunch of tools or strategies without success, maybe the root is that they didn't have the know-how or plan to implement them properly. You can test these hypotheses with targeted questions. Do you feel like not having a clear plan was an issue? Or it sounds like you were doing this on your own each time. Do you think that made it harder to follow through? By posing such questions, you gently float possible root causes derived from their story, allowing the prospect to consider and either confirm or rule them out. when the prospect does offer a potential root cause, latch onto it gently and encourage them to elaborate. You might say, "Tell me more about that. Why do you think that's been so significant?" Have them spell out how that factor has impacted their results and for how long. This not only confirms the root cause in their mind, but also makes its importance undeniable. Throughout this process, maintain a caring, non-judgmental tone. Discovering a root cause can be emotional, as they might be confronting a hard truth, like "I've been my own worst enemy here," or "We've been doing this wrong for years." Reassure them that uncovering this is a positive step forward. "It's great that we're identifying this. Many people never figure out what the real issue is." This keeps trust high and frames the realization as progress, not failure. Guiding a stuck prospect, in most cases, persistent probing will lead the prospect to a meaningful insight on their own. However, what if the person truly does not know what's causing them to fall short of their goal? Despite your layered questions and rephrasing, they might remain stumped or only cite reasons that don't get to the heart of the matter. This is where you can employ a contingency tactic. Introduce a set of likely root cause knowledge buckets based on your expertise. Essentially, these are common problem areas that your solution is designed to fix. By sharing these, you offer the prospect a menu of potential root causes to consider, especially if they haven't been able to pinpoint one themselves. The key is to do this after giving them ample opportunity to self-diagnose, because self-discovery is most powerful. But if they're truly at a loss, you can say something like, "In my experience, when people struggle with, it usually comes down to a few possible issues. For instance, I often see A, B, or C as the real culprits. I'm not sure if any of those apply to you, but do any of them ring a bell? For example, if you help people land jobs and the prospect can't figure out why they haven't been successful, you might share, typically when someone isn't getting job offers, the root cause is often in one of three areas. Their resume or LinkedIn profile isn't optimized to get past filters they're not applying to enough positions, or they struggle with interview performance." Do any of those sound like something you might be running into? This knowledge bucket approach presents plausible explanations in a non-confrontational way. It gives the prospect a framework to reflect against, without you outright telling them your problem is 10th. If one of the suggested categories does resonate, you'll usually see the prospect have a mini epiphany. "Actually, yes. Now that you mention it, I've only been applying to a handful of jobs a month. I think lack of volume is a big part of the problem." At that point, encourage them to talk more about it. "I see. Why do you think not applying to enough positions has held you back? Have you been too busy or unsure of where to apply?" Now the prospect is articulating the root cause in their own words. By using this method, you still achieve a self-discovery effect. The prospect ends up choosing and justifying the root cause from the options you provided. You've essentially given them a gentle nudge in the right direction. This approach serves two vital purposes. It helps a confused prospect break through the mental block and identify a tangible issue they can focus on, and it ensures that the root cause identified is something within your solution's wheelhouse. Always frame these knowledge buckets as common observations or typical causes others face, rather than pronouncing them as the prospect's problem outright. This way, the prospect doesn't feel you're putting words in their mouth. Instead, you're offering possibilities for them to consider. They still have autonomy to say, "No, that's not it," or "Yes, that sounds right," which keeps them engaged in the discovery. The outcome of effective root questioning is that the prospect will eventually articulate a clear root cause statement, a concise explanation of why they haven't reached their mission yet. For example, "The main reason we haven't grown is because our lead generation strategy is outdated, and we haven't dedicated time to fix it," or "Honestly, I keep failing at this diet because I tried to do it all alone and I had no accountability." It's powerful when this comes from them. Along with naming the issue, they often acknowledge that unless this root issue changes, their goal will remain out of reach. In other words, they see it as the linchpin. "If we don't fix this, nothing is going to improve." That recognition that this is the thing that must change is the capstone of the reveal the root phase. You might even summarize and get their agreement to solidify it. "So it sounds like X is the real roadblock here. Would you agree?" When they respond with, "Yes, exactly," you know you've hit bedrock truth. In short, the logic of root questions is to keep digging until the prospect unearths a fundamental truth about why the status quo isn't working. We aim for pure self-discovery first, because an insight is most impactful when the prospect feels they arrived at it. If that falters, we use our expertise to guide them toward likely causes. Either way, by the end of this phase, the prospect has a newfound understanding of what's really wrong, the key factor that explains their struggle so far, and both of you agree that this is the root issue that must be addressed next. Activation triggers. When to move into root questions, transition into reveal. The root, right after phase 2, is concluded typically as soon as it's clear that the prospect's past approaches haven't achieved the desired outcome. In practical terms, the trigger is when you hear the prospect say or agree to something like, yeah, nothing we tried has really worked, or we've done all that and we're still stuck. That acknowledgement that their goal remains unmet despite effort naturally leads to the obvious next question: why? What went wrong? This is your green light to start probing for root causes. Completion of phase 2. Acknowledgement ensure phase 2 is truly wrapped up. The prospect has listed their actions and admitted those didn't solve the problem. Once you have that shared understanding of what's been attempted, you smoothly segue by asking about the reason behind the failure. The conversation's mood at this point often carries frustration or curiosity on the prospect's part. They want to know why they haven't succeeded. Capitalize on that openness, I understand. Why do you think those approaches didn't get you where you wanted to go? Sequence discipline. Remember that mirrors is a sequence for a reason. Reveal. The root is phase 3. It comes after defining the mission and reviewing past actions, but before any talk of solutions or making a change. Do not jump directly from hearing about failed attempts to pitching your product as the fix. It's a common mistake to say, oh, you tried X and Y and it didn't work. Well, our solution will fix that prematurely. If you do this without first helping the buyer understand why X and Y failed, they won't have confidence that your solution will be any different. They haven't internalized what was missing before, so they can't yet see how a new approach will fill the gap. Stick to the process: mission, actions, route. By maintaining this order, when you eventually introduce your solution, the prospect will see it as addressing the right problem. Skipping the root phase would undermine the power of the later phases, because the prospect might still be misaligned on what truly needs to change. Allocate time and go deep. Be mindful of your time management so you can go deep in this phase. Revealing the root can involve heavy reflection and it shouldn't be rushed. If you have a hard stop for the meeting, transition into root early enough to explore it properly. It's better to spend adequate time here, even at the expense of covering everything else, than to rush and leave the real issue hidden. Often this part of the conversation will slow down a bit, and that's okay. Give the prospect space to think. If there's a silence after you ask a why question, resist the urge to jump in too quickly. They may be digging through their thoughts. A thoughtful pause means they're processing. Be patient and comfortable with a bit of silence. It can be a sign that an insight is forming. Prospect volunteers a root insight occasionally. You'll get lucky the prospect will themselves articulate a plausible root cause without much prompting. For instance, as phase 2 ends, they might sigh and say, honestly, I think I know why none of that worked. We didn't really have a solid strategy in the first place. If they spontaneously offer a root cause hypothesis like this, it's a great sign. Acknowledge it and gently validate it. That could be it. Tell me more. Why do you suspect the strategy was weak? What was missing? You still want to probe a little to ensure that's truly the deep cause and not just another symptom. If their explanation holds up, you may not need to dig much further. Just make sure you both agree that this is likely the fundamental issue. Their quick insight can shorten the discovery process, but don't skip confirming it. Sometimes prospects latch onto an explanation that sounds good, but isn't the whole story. A couple of follow-up questions can verify if you've struck gold or if there's a deeper layer. Prospect is stumped or hesitant. On the other hand, some prospects might struggle to answer the why at first. They may go quiet or say, I'm not really sure what the root is, perhaps out of embarrassment or simply because they've never analyzed it. If you sense reluctance or confusion, ease them into it. Rephrase the question in a gentler, more exploratory tone. For example, instead of bluntly asking, so why did you fail? You could ask, what do you think has been missing or holding you back from getting the results you want? This framing invites introspection without using the word fail. You might also normalize the struggle. Sometimes it's something external, sometimes internal. In your gut, what do you feel the biggest hurdle has been? By making the question feel open-ended and not judgmental, you help the prospect feel safe to share. If they still seem stuck after a couple of tries, that's when you can gently introduce the knowledge buckets. For instance, if it's hard to pin down, I can share a bit of what I've seen. Often, challenges like yours boil down to issues with A, B, or C. Do you think any of those could be at play here? Offering a multiple choice style prompt can jog their thinking without you outright giving the answer. The key is to remain tactful and patient. A little prompting is fine, but do it in a way that still lets them feel in control of the narrative. If they latch onto one of your suggested causes, circle back to them for elaboration. If none of your suggestions resonate and they still have no idea, that might be a red flag that the conversation is veering outside of your scope. But typically, with careful questioning or a few helpful hints, the prospect will begin to articulate a root cause. Emotional readiness, generally, by following the mirror sequence up to this point, the prospect will be emotionally primed for this analysis. They've declared a goal and admitted they haven't achieved it, so by now many buyers are eager for answers. You might notice a tone of curiosity or concern from them, along the lines of, I just can't figure out what went wrong. This is an ideal moment to dive in with root questions because the prospect wants to solve the mystery. Pay attention to their energy. If they seem on edge or particularly curious, then they are giving you a strong invitation to help diagnose. On the flip side, if a prospect seems emotionally not ready, you might need to spend a bit more time reinforcing the gap between desired and actual results before they'll engage in root cause analysis. But in most cases, by the time phase 2 is done, there's a natural readiness to reflect on the why. No solution talk yet. Crucial rule: do not start selling your solution during the root phase, even if the root cause the prospect mentions is exactly what your product, service addresses. Resist the temptation to jump in with, that's great, because we do X. Introducing your solution too early can break the consultative flow and make the prospect skeptical. At this stage, you are a diagnostician, not a pitcher of products. Stay in problem analysis mode. This demonstrates your credibility and genuine desire to understand and help rather than just pushing a sale. It also ensures the prospect fully internalizes the root cause without distraction. If you swoop in with a solution the moment a problem is named, the prospect might not yet feel the full weight of that problem, so hold off. There will be a time to connect the dots to your offering, but phase 3 is not that time. In summary, only move out of the root phase after the prospect has clearly identified and felt the impact of the root issue. Once they've had that aha moment and we have mutual agreement on the fundamental problem, then you're ready to transition to the next step. But not before. Completion signals. How to know reveal the root is complete. This phase is finished when the prospect has explicitly recognized and acknowledged a core issue that's been holding them back, and you have confidence it's the right issue. There are several strong signals of completion to look for. Clear root cause, verbalized by the prospect. The most obvious sign is when the buyer plainly states the root cause in their own words. For example, they might say, I realize now that the real problem is I don't have any follow-up process, or honestly, our pricing strategy has been way off, and that's why we're struggling. It might come out as a moment of realization, I guess I never really had a plan. When you hear them articulate a specific culprit like this, it shows they've mentally identified the root of their issue. It's even better if they state it as a realization or confession. I realize now, or to be honest, it's because, as that indicates a genuine insight. Emotional aha reaction, along with a verbal identification, you'll often observe an emotional shift in the prospect. This could be a sigh, a change in tone, a moment of silence as the truth sinks in, or even a note of frustration or disappointment in their voice. They might say something like, and that's actually pretty scary when I think about it, or this has cost me so much time and money, revealing that the realization is hitting home emotionally. These cues show that the prospect is not just naming a root cause intellectually, but also feeling the weight of it. It's become real to them. Such emotional resonance is a strong signal that the insight has depth and meaning. Acknowledgement of significance. The prospect doesn't just name the root issue, they also acknowledge why it matters. In many cases, they will draw a connection between the root cause and their original mission or future success. For instance, they might say, if I don't fix this hiring process issue, I'm never going to reach my growth goal, or this is the thing that's been keeping us back. I see that now. They may even explicitly express urgency or resolve. We can't keep doing it this way, or this needs to change, otherwise we're doomed to repeat the same result. When the prospect is essentially saying this is serious and it must be addressed, that's a definitive completion signal. It means they understand the root cause is pivotal. It's directly linked to the success or failure of their mission, and they're effectively signaling, yes, this is the real issue that we must solve now. Shift in demeanor. Often, once the root issue is out in the open, the prospect's demeanor changes noticeably. They might become more reflective or even a bit vulnerable in their tone. For example, a prospect might admit with a humble tone, to be honest, I've always been pretty disorganized, and I think that's the real problem. Or, it's hard to say, but I realize I've been trying to do everything myself and it hasn't worked. This kind of candid admission indicates a high level of trust in you and engagement with the problem. You may also observe a sense of relief coupled with determination, as if a fog has lifted. They now clearly see the issue that was previously eluding them, and even though it might be uncomfortable to admit, there's relief in having it pinpointed. They might even thank you in this moment. A prospect who is relieved and perhaps slightly shaken by the realization is one who truly gets the gravity of the situation. Convergence on the root. Another completion signal is when the discussion narrows to one primary root cause, and the prospect agrees that this is it. If earlier in the conversation multiple possible issues were floating around, By the end of the root phase, you want to have honed in on the biggest one. You might summarize, it sounds like the biggest factor holding you back is X, would you agree? If the prospect responds with something like, yes, exactly, that's the crux of it, then you have convergence. They are no longer throwing out new ideas or unsure of what the cause is. Instead, both of you are aligned on a specific diagnosis. That explicit agreement from the prospect is a golden signal that you've successfully completed the analysis. It means the root cause is not just your opinion, it's mutually recognized. At this point, you should also notice that the prospect isn't offering any more. Well, maybe it's also because of Z statements. If they have stopped brainstorming causes and are zeroed in, you've achieved focus. Prospect appreciation or validation, a subtle yet telling sign, is when the prospect expresses gratitude or validates the insight in a way that credits you for helping them get there. For example, that's a really good point. I hadn't thought of it that way before, or thanks for helping me realize that. It's painful, but helpful. This isn't something that happens every time, but when it does, it shows that the prospect acknowledges the value of the discovery process. It indicates you've provided real insight, and it often deepens their trust in you. A prospect who thanks you for the conversation is very likely feeling that relief and is now more bonded to you as an advisor. Root cause aligns with your solution scope. Finally, from your perspective, has the salesperson confirmed that the root cause you've jointly identified is one that your product or service can effectively address? This is a critical internal checkpoint. If the prospect's newly recognized core problem is something entirely outside of what you can help with, then unfortunately you haven't found a route that will lead to a sale. In an ideal scenario, by the end of phase 3, you and the prospect are aligned on a root cause that is not only important and pressing, but squarely in the zone of issues your offering is designed to solve. That alignment is what sets the stage for the rest of the conversation to succeed. So, as a completion signal, check that yes, this problem they've admitted is exactly the type of problem we solve. If it is, you're in great shape to proceed. If it's not, you may need to backtrack and explore if there's another underlying factor that is contributing and that you can help with. Otherwise, consider referring them elsewhere, since no one benefits from pursuing a solution to the wrong problem. In short, a successful reveal route ends with the prospect convinced this is my core issue to fix, and you knowing this is an issue we're equipped to fix. When you observe these signals, the prospect names the root cause, feels it emotionally, agrees it's critical to change, and you both see it as something solvable with the right help. Then, the reveal the root phase is complete. The prospect should now be almost impatient to address the issue. You can confidently transition to the next phase, knowing that you have a firm foundation for discussing change and solutions. Outcome statements. What reveal the root achieves, the outcome of phase 3 is a fundamental transformation in how the prospect perceives their situation. What was once a foggy problem is now crystallized into a clear, specific challenge that both you and the prospect agree is the key issue to solve. This phase often marks a major turning point in the emotional journey of the sale. Before, the prospect knew they had a problem, but now they understand why in a much more concrete way. This new clarity has several powerful effects. Relief and motivation. Pinpointing the root cause often triggers a sense of relief in the prospect, akin to finally getting an accurate diagnosis after a long period of uncertainty. Even if the diagnosis is serious, knowing what's wrong is better than floundering in the dark. Psychologically, people who experience a sudden insight frequently feel a burst of motivation alongside the relief. The problem is no longer an amorphous cloud, it's a defined enemy they can target. The prospect might think, at last, I know what I'm up against. This tends to increase their readiness to take action. In sales terms, their energy shifts from confused or skeptical to energized and focused. They've had that light bulb moment, and with it comes a renewed determination. Now that they know what the issue is, they can envision fighting it. It's as if a weight of ambiguity is lifted off their shoulders. Now they can channel their effort in a specific direction. Heightened pain and urgency. With clarity also comes a more acute awareness of the pain caused by the problem. By identifying exactly what's been holding them back, the prospect often starts to tally the costs of that root cause. The problem stops being abstract and becomes very personal. For example, instead of saying vaguely, I need to increase sales, they're now thinking, I haven't increased sales because I have no follow-up process, which is costing me at least 5 deals a month. That is a much more visceral realization. The prospect can feel the lost deals or wasted time more concretely now. Often, this brings a tinge of regret or frustration. I've been struggling with this for 2 years and didn't realize what it was. Imagine if I'd fixed this earlier. This emotional kick amplifies the sense of urgency to change. The problem suddenly feels like it's been burning a hole in their pocket every day it's gone unaddressed. They're now far less comfortable with the status quo because they see how it's hurting them in real terms. The prospect's mindset shifts from, it'd be nice to solve this someday, to, I need to solve this now. Every additional day is costing me. This urgency is exactly what we want before we discuss any solution or changes. It means the buyer is likely to act sooner rather than later. Trust and alignment with you. By diagnosing the root cause together, you and the prospect have created a shared diagnosis of the problem. This is a pivotal shift in your relationship. It's no longer you trying to convince them of anything. It's now both of you versus the problem. The dynamic becomes collaborative rather than adversarial. The prospect sees you less as a salesperson and more as a consultant or ally who genuinely help them understand their situation. You've earned credibility by not jumping to a pitch and by guiding them to an important insight. Often at this stage, the prospect's trust in you dramatically increases. They might even express appreciation for the conversation so far. This trust and alignment mean that as you move forward, the prospect is more receptive to your ideas. In their mind, you're someone who gets it, you understand their challenge deeply. That makes them far more open to hearing how you might help solve it. Essentially, you've positioned yourself on the same side of the table as the buyer, jointly strategizing how to defeat the problem, rather than on the opposite side, trying to push a product. This alignment is priceless because it lowers defense mechanisms and creates a sense of partnership. Clear path to a tailored solution. Now that the real problem is clear, the stage is set for discussing solutions in a very targeted way. The prospect isn't interested in generic offerings. They are zeroed in on fixing this specific root cause. This is exactly where you wanted to lead them. Because the identified root cause is one your product service is designed to solve, the prospect will naturally be inclined to see your solution as highly relevant. In fact, they've likely already drawn a mental line between the root cause and the kind of help they need. They've implicitly reached a conclusion like, our old approaches failed because they didn't address 10th. I need something that can help me fix 10th. This puts your solution in a prime position to be the answer. Furthermore, by highlighting that previous attempts failed precisely because they ignored the root, you set your offering up to shine as the different approach that tackles what was missing. The prospect is now consciously or subconsciously thinking, I have to address this root issue if I want to succeed. When you present your solution, you won't be pitching a nice to have, you'll be proposing a way to fix the very thing the buyer now cares most about. This massively increases the odds of a sale because you're not selling a product anymore, you're selling a fix to their acknowledged core problem. Additionally, this outcome propels the next phase of the conversation. The buyer enters phase 4, already convinced that a significant change is needed to overcome the root issue. They're primed to discuss what it would mean to leave things as is versus making a change. In other words, by revealing the root, you've built a bridge for them to walk right into considering new approaches. They've also armed themselves with a strong internal justification later. When they weigh whether to invest in your solution, they'll remember, I must address, otherwise nothing will improve. That thought becomes a compelling reason to move forward. In summary, the reveal the root phase produces clarity, urgency, and alignment. The buyer now clearly sees what needs to change and why it's been the sticking point. They feel an urgent drive to fix it, and they view you as a trusted partner in solving it. The whole tenor of the conversation shifts. It's no longer a casual exploration, but a purposeful discussion centered on eliminating that root cause so the buyer can achieve their mission. By the end of this phase, the prospect is often thinking, this is the real problem, and we absolutely cannot let it continue. That mindset is exactly what we need going into the next stages. With the true issue identified and emotionally charged, the prospect is effectively saying, I'm committed to addressing this now. This paves the way for phase 4, where we'll reinforce that continuing on the old path isn't viable. Thanks to phase 3, they're already leaning in that direction. The discovery process has moved from surface level into something deeply meaningful for the prospect. They feel understood and enlightened about their own business life, and they're likely eager to fix the problem, ideally with your help. In sales, achieving this state is a big win. It means the buyer is now personally invested in changing their situation, which makes them far more receptive to whatever solution comes next. Question logic formula. How to form root questions. The formula for root questions follows an iterative deepening process: broad invitation, layer peeling, convergence. You're guiding the prospect from surface explanations down to the fundamental cause, using their own reasoning. Step 1, broad invitation. Begin with an open, reflective question that invites the prospect to analyze their own situation. The key is making it feel like genuine curiosity, not an accusation. You're collaboratively investigating why their past efforts haven't produced results. Your opening should acknowledge their efforts from phase 2 before pivoting to causation. Frame it as exploring together what the real barrier has been. The phrasing matters. Use words like think or feel to make it subjective and safe. Use really or actually to signal you want depth, not surface excuses. Listen for their first answer, which is almost always surface level. They'll often give you external blame, vague personal criticism, or oversimplified explanations. Do not accept the first answer as the root. It's rarely the truth. It's the defense mechanism or the easy explanation they've told themselves to avoid discomfort. Your job is to gently push past it. Step 2, layer peeling. Take whatever answer they give you and dig one layer deeper by asking why in various forms. The goal is to get behind the surface explanation to the actual mechanism of failure. Each answer becomes the springboard for the next question. You're essentially having them explain their own explanation until you hit bedrock, the factor that, if changed, would actually alter outcomes. If they blame external factors, gently redirect to their role in the equation. Acknowledge the external factor, but probe for the internal one. You're not dismissing their observation, but you're shifting focus from what happened to them to what they did or didn't do in response. The pattern is accept their observation, then redirect to their role in that situation. If they give vague self-criticism, push for specificity about what that actually means in practice. Ask them to walk through a typical scenario or week where things broke down. You're making them replace the label with actual behaviors and circumstances, which reveals the real issue. General self-blame is protective. Specific behavioral analysis is revealing. If they give a surface behavior, ask what caused that behavior. Every behavior has a driver, find it. If they say they skipped workouts, explore what was happening in those moments when they decide not to go. If they say they couldn't maintain a habit, explore what made maintaining it feel impossible. The key pattern here is answer, why, answer, why, answer, why until you reach something that feels fundamental. A fundamental root cause typically has these characteristics. It's specific, it's within their control or influence, it explains multiple failures, and it's addressable by a solution like yours. As you peel layers, maintain empathy and validation. After each answer, acknowledge it before probing deeper. This keeps the conversation safe and collaborative rather than interrogational. You're a partner helping them discover truth, not an interrogator proving them wrong. Watch for patterns across their phase 2 stories. If they mentioned quitting multiple programs after short periods, and now they're talking about consistency issues, connect those dots explicitly. Use their own evidence to guide them toward the insight. Pattern recognition across their history is powerful validation that you've found something real. Step 3, convergence. Eventually, through persistent but empathetic probing, the prospect will articulate something that feels true and fundamental, often with a tone shift indicating real insight. This is usually when they name something like a lack of structure or plan, no accountability, trying to do it alone, choosing unsustainable approaches, not having the right knowledge or skill, or an emotional or psychological block they haven't addressed. When you sense you've hit the root, test it by connecting it back to their phase 2 failures. You're essentially asking them to confirm that this one factor explains the pattern of failures. If they confirm with conviction, you've found the root. You can also test it by exploring consequences. Ask whether they could reach their mission without addressing this root cause. If they say no, you've confirmed that this is indeed the linchpin, the thing that must change for them to succeed. If convergence isn't happening naturally, you may need to use the knowledge bucket approach. Offer them a menu of common root causes based on your expertise. Present 3 to 4 typical patterns you see in people with similar goals who've struggled despite effort. Frame it as patterns you've observed, not as diagnosing them specifically. This gives them a framework to think against. Often they'll recognize themselves in one of the patterns and articulate it. Once they identify with a pattern, probe deeper to have them explain why that particular issue has been such a barrier for them. You're still getting them to reason through it. You've just given them the vocabulary to express what they were struggling to name. The mental model is invite analysis, peel layers with why variants connect to patterns, converge on the fundamental cause, confirm it explains everything. Throughout, your tone should be curious, patient, and empathetic. You're a detective helping them solve their own case, not a prosecutor proving them guilty. Phase contribution. In the overall discovery journey, root questions fulfill the critical role of creating the aha moment that transforms the prospect's understanding of their situation. This phase accomplishes several things for the sale. Elevates the conversation from symptoms to cause. Up until now, you've been discussing what the prospect wants and what they've tried, but those are surface level. Root questions take the conversation to the strategic level, the fundamental why behind their failure. This elevation is crucial because it shifts the sale from do you want to buy a solution to do you want to fix the real problem? Prospects who only see symptoms might shop around for the cheapest fix. Prospects who clearly see the root cause understand they need a real solution and not a band-aid, which makes them less price-sensitive and more solution-focused. Creates the insight that drives urgency. When a prospect has that aha moment, when they suddenly see why they've been stuck, it creates a burst of clarity and motivation. Problems feel tolerable when they're vague and mysterious, but when someone realizes the specific mechanism of their repeated failure, suddenly the problem feels both solvable and urgent. That clarity converts frustration into focused intent. This is far more powerful than generic urgency tactics because it's self-generated insight, not external pressure. They're not reacting to your push, they're responding to their own revelation. Establishes your expertise and credibility by guiding the prospect to an insight they didn't have before. You demonstrate that you understand their problem at a deeper level than they do. This isn't about showing off. It's about proving you're qualified to help them. When you later present your solution as addressing the exact root cause they just identified, it won't feel like a sales pitch, it'll feel like the obvious answer. The prospect thinks you help them understand their problem better in 20 minutes than they've understood it in months or years, which establishes that you clearly know what you're doing. Aligns you and the buyer on the real problem. One of the biggest failure points in sales is misalignment. The seller thinks they're solving one thing, the buyer thinks they need another, and the solution doesn't land. Root questions eliminate this risk by creating a mutual diagnosis. By the end of this phase, both you and the prospect agree on what the fundamental issue is. This shared understanding becomes the foundation for everything that follows. You're no longer two people with different perspectives, you're two people looking at the same problem, which creates a powerful sense of partnership. Preemptively neutralizes objections. Many common objections stem from the prospect not understanding the root cause of their problem. When they see the root clearly, those objections evaporate. If they realize they failed before because they had no accountability, they won't object to the accountability features of your program, they'll want them. If they see their attempts failed because they lacked expertise, they want to question why they need your guidance, they'll see it as essential. Root questions essentially do your objection handling for you by changing the prospect's frame of reference before objections even form. Differentiates your solution before you present it. Once the prospect identifies a root cause, they've implicitly defined what kind of solution they need. When you later present your solution, you're not introducing new concepts, you're fulfilling criteria they've already established in their own mind. This makes your pitch feel like the natural answer to the problem they just discovered, rather than something you're trying to sell them. The differentiation happens automatically because you've already established that generic solutions or self-directed efforts won't address the root. Only a solution designed to fix that specific issue will work. Shifts ownership of the problem. Throughout root questions, the prospect is doing the analytical work. They're identifying what went wrong. They're recognizing patterns. They're naming the fundamental issue. This is psychologically powerful because it means the diagnosis belongs to them, not you. When people own the problem definition, they're far more committed to solving it. You're not imposing a diagnosis, they're discovering it. That ownership carries forward into the solution phase. They'll be more committed because it's their problem to solve, not just your product to sell. Increases perceived value of your solution. When prospects don't understand the root cause, they undervalue solutions that address it. But when they realize the root issue and understand they've failed multiple times because of it, suddenly a solution that fixes that root cause isn't expensive, it's essential and even cheap compared to the cost of continued failure. Root questions reframe value by making the prospect see what they're really buying, a fix for the fundamental problem rather than just the surface deliverable. This dramatically reduces price sensitivity because they're now evaluating return on investment against their ongoing losses, not comparing your price to cheaper alternatives. Builds emotional investment through vulnerability. Discovering one's own root cause often involves a moment of vulnerability, admitting limitations, acknowledging blind spots, or recognizing patterns of self-sabotage. When a prospect is vulnerable with you and you respond with empathy rather than judgment, it deepens trust. They feel safe with you, which is critical for high-ticket sales where the prospect needs to believe you'll support them through difficulty. This emotional bond created in the root phase often becomes the deciding factor when they're choosing between you and a competitor. They'll choose the person who made them feel understood and supported during a vulnerable moment. Creates narrative coherence for decision-making. Humans make decisions through stories. Root questions help the prospect construct a clear narrative. I wanted X. I tried A, B, C. None of them worked because of Y. Therefore, I need a solution that addresses Y. This story is logical, emotionally resonant, and complete. When the prospect later needs to justify their purchase decision to themselves, a spouse, or others, they have a coherent narrative that makes the decision feel obvious and intelligent. Without root questions, the story is incomplete and much easier to second-guess. Separates your approach from past failures. By identifying why previous attempts failed, you create clear separation between what they tried before and what you're offering. This is crucial because many prospects have buyer fatigue. They've tried multiple solutions and failed, so they're skeptical. Root questions allow you to say that those previous solutions failed not because the prospect is broken or incapable, but because those solutions didn't address the actual root cause. Your solution, by contrast, is specifically designed to fix the root issue. This reframes past failures as learning experiences that led them to you, rather than evidence that nothing will work. Activates problem-solving mode. Once the prospect clearly sees the root cause, their brain naturally shifts into problem-solving mode. They want to fix it. This is a much more productive mental state than the defensive or resigned states many prospects are in when they enter sales conversations. Problem-solving mode makes them collaborative partners in finding the solution, rather than skeptical evaluators you have to convince. They're now actively seeking the answer with you, not passively judging whether your product is worth buying. Provides diagnostic data for customization. The specific root cause you identify gives you critical information for customizing your pitch and eventual delivery. If the root is lack of accountability, you'll emphasize accountability features. If it's lack of knowledge, you'll emphasize education and training components. If it's choosing unsustainable approaches, you'll emphasize how your method is designed for long-term adherence. This customization makes your solution feel tailor-made for them, which dramatically increases conversion rates and also sets you up for better client success post-sale. Logical transition to next phase. Once the root cause is identified and confirmed, the natural next question becomes whether they can fix this on their own or whether they need help. This sets up reframe the gap perfectly. The prospect has admitted there's a fundamental issue. Now you'll guide them to recognize they can't solve it without changing their approach or getting support. The progression is seamless. You've identified what's wrong, and now you'll establish why they can't fix it alone. Additionally, knowing the root cause allows you to later paint the dream more vividly. You'll show what life looks like when this root issue is resolved and make the risk more specific. You'll emphasize what happens if this root issue continues unaddressed. By completing the root phase effectively, you fundamentally transform the sale. The prospect no longer sees a vague problem they've been struggling with. They see a specific, identifiable root cause that explains everything. This clarity is simultaneously liberating and motivating. You've positioned yourself as the guide who helped them see what they couldn't see on their own, which makes you the obvious person to help them fix it. The sale is no longer about convincing them they have a problem or that your product is good. It's about showing them how your solution directly addresses the root cause they now understand and accept. This is the fulcrum point of the entire discovery process. Everything before built to this moment of insight, and everything after leverages it. Problem urgency questions. Identifying the root cause is only part of phase 3. Once both you and the prospect are crystal clear on what the fundamental problem is, it's time to drive home why solving it matters right now. This is where problem urgency questions come in. These are a specific subset of root questions focused on gauging and amplifying the urgency of the problem. In Reveal the Root, exploring problem urgency is not optional. It's an essential step that should immediately follow the identification of the root cause. The prospect has just realized what the real issue is. Now you want them to also verbalize why they can't afford to wait any longer to fix it. Purpose, problem, urgency questions ensure the prospect not only sees what the root problem is, but also feels why it needs to be addressed now rather than later. It's one thing for a buyer to say, okay, X is my core issue. It's another for them to confront the consequences of leaving X unresolved in the present and near future. The purpose here is to turn the prospect's newfound insight into a driver for immediate action. You accomplish this by asking questions that highlight the current impact and near-term stakes of the root problem. For example, after the root is identified, you might ask, what's at stake if this issue continues for another 6 months? Or how is this problem impacting you right now on a daily or weekly basis? These questions prompt the buyer to articulate the pain or cost of not fixing the issue promptly. Maybe they'll realize every month that our process is broken, we lose $10,000 in potential revenue, or this problem is causing me stress every single day. By having them describe these immediate impacts in their own words, you transform the problem from a passive understanding into an active motivator. Essentially, problem urgency questions anchor the abstract idea of we should fix this into a concrete feeling of we should fix this right now because here's what it's costing us. This step is crucial in building the buyer's emotional commitment to timely action. Psychological basis. These urgency-focused questions leverage a few key psychological principles, namely temporal discounting and loss aversion. Temporal discounting is the tendency for people to downplay or discount the importance of future outcomes compared to immediate ones. In other words, if a pain or loss is in the future, we don't feel it as strongly today, so we procrastinate. In a sales context, a prospect might intellectually agree that not solving the root problem will harm them eventually, but because that harm isn't punching them in the gut today, they may delay taking action. Problem urgency questions counteract this by making future consequences feel immediate. When you ask a question like, "What do you think it's costing you each month that this issue is still unresolved?" the prospect is forced to quantify the current ongoing loss. Suddenly, the future cost becomes a present cost. For instance, they might calculate, "We're losing 5 customers a month because of this." This taps into loss aversion, the psychological principle that people strongly prefer avoiding losses to acquiring gains. Once the buyer realizes, "I'm losing 5 customers every month I wait," that loss isn't theoretical anymore. It's happening right now, and it hurts. Similarly, you might ask, "Why is fixing this important right now?" as opposed to, say, next year. If they answer, "Because if we wait, our competitor will keep gobbling up our market share," you've successfully anchored their mind on a near-term threat. This use of urgency anchoring, framing the situation with time-sensitive reference points, makes the option of later feel much less acceptable. The human brain, when vividly aware of an ongoing loss or an imminent threat, will assign much higher priority to stopping it. By guiding the prospect to essentially experience tomorrow's pain today, you trigger a healthy anxiety or concern that propels them to act. They begin to fear the regret they'll have if they don't act. In short, these questions reframe the problem from a distant worry to a current fire that needs extinguishing. How it supports momentum. Building urgency at this stage creates forward momentum that will carry through the rest of your sales process. By now, at the end of root questions, the prospect has clarity on what's wrong. Problem urgency questions add heat to that clarity. This does a few important things. First, it naturally segues into phase 4, where the discussion is about why the status quo can't continue. If you've done urgency questions, the prospect is already thinking in that direction. They're more or less saying to themselves, "Staying as we are is costing too much. We can't keep this up." That means when you formally challenge the status quo in phase 4, they'll be less resistant. In fact, they may already be convinced. Second, seeding urgency now lays the groundwork for phase 6, where you'll paint a vivid picture of the future if they don't change. By the time you get to that phase, the buyer will have repeatedly considered the pain of inaction, starting here in phase 3. Each time they consider delay, it should feel riskier and riskier. Essentially, you're preemptively tackling the "maybe we can wait" objection. By the end of phase 3, you want the prospect to have a bit of a fire under them. They should already sense that doing nothing is not a safe option. This will make them far more receptive when you later discuss taking action. Another way problem urgency questions support momentum is by increasing the prospect's emotional investment. We've moved them from intellectual recognition of the problem to emotional urgency about it. That emotional drive often translates into quicker decision-making and less price sensitivity later on, because the buyer is internally saying, "We need to solve this. The sooner the better." From a practical standpoint, asking something like, "What has this issue already cost you, and what will it continue to cost if it isn't fixed?" might lead the prospect to enumerate losses. They're basically building the ROI case for change in their own mind. They might conclude, "Every week we delay is another week of headaches and lost revenue. We can't keep going like that." This realization propels them forward. They're no longer passively acknowledging a problem, they're actively recognizing a time-sensitive problem that grows worse with each passing day. Overall, incorporating problem urgency questions into the root phase solidifies the buyer's resolve. It ensures that the prospect leaves phase 3 not only thinking, "This is the real problem," but also feeling, "And I can't afford to ignore it any longer." They transition from merely identifying the issue to internalizing the need to act on it promptly. Instead of a lukewarm, "Yes, we should fix this someday," they're now closer to an impassioned, "We need to fix this now." In fact, you want them to be thinking something along the lines of, "This problem matters. It matters now, and I'm not going to let it drag on." That mindset is exactly what you, as a salesperson or advisor, want to cultivate. It means the prospect is far less likely to stall or get cold feet in the following stages. By the time you move into discussing the implications of change versus no change, the prospect is already biased toward action because you've anchored the urgency early. In summary, problem urgency questions turn the root cause from a simple diagnosis into a call to action. They add an exclamation point to the insight, "This is what's wrong, and it needs to be fixed immediately." This psychological and emotional push is what propels the conversation smoothly into the next phase of the discovery, keeping the momentum squarely on making a change and, ultimately, positioning your solution as the timely remedy. Question logic formula. How to form problem urgency questions. The formula for problem urgency questions follows a time pressure framework: current cost, ongoing loss, future consequence. You're making the prospect quantify and feel the pain of inaction by anchoring it to time and tangible impacts. Step 1. Current cost. Begin by having the prospect articulate what the root problem is costing them right now, today, this week, this month. The key is moving from abstract awareness to concrete recognition. You want them to feel the present tense pain, not just acknowledge past frustration or fear future consequences. Your opening should directly reference the root cause you just identified and ask about its immediate impact. The word currently or right now is critical. It anchors them to the present moment, not the past or future. Listen for both tangible and intangible costs. Tangible might be money being lost, opportunities missed, time wasted, health declining, relationships strained. Intangible might be stress, anxiety, embarrassment, frustration, loss of confidence. Both matter. Often prospects will start with one type, and you may need to probe for the other, exploring how the problem is affecting them emotionally or mentally beyond the practical impacts. The goal here is to get them to verbalize the ongoing pain not as a one-time event, but as a continuous drain. This shifts their perception from, I have a problem I should fix sometime, to, I'm actively suffering from this problem every day I don't fix it. Step 2, ongoing loss. Next, help the prospect see that this isn't just a static problem, it's a compounding loss. Every day, week, or month that passes without fixing the root cause, they're losing more. You're essentially making them calculate the opportunity cost of delay in a visceral way. Frame this as accumulation over recent time. Once they give you a time frame, reflect it back to emphasize the cumulative toll. For tangible costs, you might help them calculate the total by multiplying the periodic loss by the duration. For intangible costs, you can quantify the time spent in that emotional state, making vague emotional pain concrete and often shocking. The psychological mechanism here is making sunk costs feel like sunk costs. It's one thing to know intellectually they've been struggling. It's another to hear themselves articulate the total days, weeks, or months spent in suffering, or the total financial loss accumulated. That realization creates a kind of grief or regret that translates into urgency. You can also explore what they've missed out on during this time because of the root problem. This surfaces opportunity cost, experiences they didn't have, progress they didn't make, joy they didn't feel. It's painful for them to articulate, but that pain is motivating. Step 3, future consequence. Finally, project the problem forward and have the prospect imagine what happens if nothing changes. This leverages temporal proximity, bringing future pain into the present moment, psychologically, so it feels immediate rather than distant. You're combating the human tendency to discount future consequences by making those consequences vivid and personal. The core question pattern is exploring what happens if this continues. Frame it with specific time horizons that matter to the prospect when possible, though this isn't always necessary. Let them paint the picture of where they'd be if the problem persists. Often they'll initially give a sanitized answer. If that happens, probe for specifics about concrete losses or emotional consequences. You want them to articulate what staying stuck would actually mean for them. Another powerful framing is the comparison approach, using their own past suffering as the baseline, making future suffering feel even more intolerable because it's additional time wasted, not just the first bout. You can also explore whether the problem stays static or worsens if left unaddressed. Often with health, business, or relationship issues, the trajectory is downward. If they acknowledge it'll worsen, probe into what concerns them about that deterioration. The goal is to get them to feel genuine alarm or distress about the no-change future. You're looking for language, indicating they can't let that happen, or physical reactions like their tone, becoming more serious, or emotional language emerging. When you hear that, you've successfully made the future pain feel present and urgent. The mental model is quantify the now, calculate the accumulated past, project the future, make all 3 time frames feel immediate and painful. Throughout, you're not inventing fears, you're helping them articulate consequences they already sense, but haven't fully confronted. Your tone should remain empathetic and concerned, not fear-mongering. You're a trusted advisor helping them see the full picture, not a salesperson trying to scare them into buying. Phase contribution. In the overall discovery journey, problem urgency questions fulfill the critical role of converting intellectual understanding into emotional imperative. This subphase within root questions accomplishes several things for the sale. Transforms passive awareness into active urgency. Identifying the root cause gives the prospect clarity, they now understand what's wrong. But understanding alone doesn't always drive immediate action. People can know they have a problem and still procrastinate addressing it because future consequences feel abstract and distant. Problem urgency questions eliminate that abstraction by making the cost of the problem feel immediate, ongoing, and escalating. This transforms I should fix this into I must fix this now. The prospect moves from acknowledging a problem to feeling genuine distress about it continuing. which is the emotional fuel needed to overcome inertia and commit to change. Combats temporal discounting. Humans naturally downplay future pain. It's a psychological phenomenon called temporal discounting. Problem urgency questions collapse that time gap by bringing future consequences into present awareness. When a prospect articulates specific future losses or continued suffering, those aren't distant abstractions. They become vivid, almost tangible realities. The brain starts treating them as if they're happening now, which triggers the urgency response that drives decision-making, leverages loss aversion more powerfully than gain pursuit. Psychological research consistently shows people are more motivated to avoid losses than to achieve equivalent gains. While dream questions will leverage gain motivation, problem urgency questions tap into the stronger motivator, loss aversion. By having the prospect calculate what they're losing in various timeframes, you activate their fear of loss. This creates a visceral drive to stop the bleeding. This is why problem urgency comes before dream in the emotional journey. You're priming the strongest psychological motivator first. Creates a sense of regret that drives action. When prospects articulate the accumulated cost, they often experience a flash of regret. That regret, while uncomfortable, is motivationally powerful because humans are wired to avoid future regret. Once they've felt the pain of past inaction, the prospect of more future regret becomes intolerable. This makes them think they can't let this go on any longer. That forward-looking regret aversion is one of the strongest drivers of immediate action. Removes the wait-and-see option. Many prospects, even after understanding their problem, will default to delaying decisions. Problem urgency questions preemptively close off that option by making waiting feel dangerous. When the prospect has just articulated what delay is costing them, suddenly pausing for consideration isn't a neutral pause, it's a conscious choice to accept more loss. This reframes delay from prudent caution to expensive inaction, making immediate action feel like the only rational choice. Quantifies ROI before you present pricing. By getting the prospect to articulate the ongoing cost of their problem, you've essentially helped them calculate the value of a solution before you've mentioned price. Even if the costs are intangible, quantifying them makes the value of relief more tangible. This sets up the investment conversation to feel reasonable rather than expensive. The prospect can see that the cost of not solving the problem far exceeds the investment in solving it. Personalizes the stakes. Generic urgency tactics feel manipulative because they're external and artificial. Problem urgency questions create authentic, personalized urgency because the stakes are the prospect's own life, business, health, relationships, things they genuinely care about. When urgency comes from their own recognition of consequences rather than manufactured scarcity, it's far more powerful and doesn't trigger sales resistance. They're not rushing to avoid missing a deal, they're rushing to stop ongoing suffering and prevent future loss. That sustainable motivation that survives buyer's remorse primes the risk questions. Problem urgency questions in the root phase are actually a preview and setup for the more dramatic risk questions that come later. Here in root, you're establishing the baseline of ongoing costs. Later in risk, after they've envisioned their dream future, you'll extend this analysis and contrast it with the lost dream. The foundation you lay here with problem urgency makes the risk phase hit harder because they've already confronted the ongoing cost. Risk just extends it and adds the emotional weight of a lost future. You're building the emotional architecture in layers, validates the prospect's pain by taking time to explore how much this problem is really costing them, not just acknowledging it, but diving into specifics. You demonstrate that you take their suffering seriously. Many prospects have been minimizing their own pain or have had others dismiss it. When you help them articulate the full cost and you respond with empathy rather than judgment, it creates a moment of feeling truly understood. This deepens trust and rapport, making the prospect more receptive to your guidance. They feel you genuinely understand how hard this has been for them. Separates serious buyers from tire kickers. High-ticket sales require committed buyers. Problem urgency questions are a litmus test. If a prospect can't or won't articulate real significant costs of their problem when prompted, they're either not actually suffering that much or they're not being honest with themselves. Conversely, when a prospect dives deep into the costs and feels genuine distress articulating them, you know they're serious. They have real pain and real stakes. This helps you qualify or disqualify quickly without wasting time on people who aren't truly committed to solving the problem. Creates a before-after contrast for the entire pitch. The emotional journey of a sale is fundamentally about contrast, showing the gap between painful present and desirable future. Problem urgency questions establish the painful present baseline in stark detail. When you later present dream, the contrast is maximized, the bigger and more vivid. The pain you've helped them articulate here, the more attractive and valuable the dream will feel. Similarly, when you present your solution, you're not just offering a program, you re-offering relief from the specific, quantified suffering they've just described. This frames your entire pitch in terms of pain relief and gain achievement, which is far more compelling than feature benefit selling. Logical transition within root phase. Problem urgency questions don't require a new phase, they flow naturally within root questions as the next logical step after identifying the cause. The progression is seamless. From diagnosis to prognosis to implications. You've moved from identifying the issue to quantifying its impact to projecting its future. This keeps the momentum going rather than feeling like a separate, disconnected line of questioning. By completing problem urgency questions effectively, you've taken the intellectual insight from root cause identification and weaponized it emotionally. The prospect doesn't just know they have a problem, they feel the ongoing cost of that problem viscerally. They've articulated losses they're experiencing right now, calculated what they, already sacrificed, and imagined what they'll lose if nothing changes. This creates a kind of productive panic, not paralyzing fear, but motivating alarm that makes doing nothing feel impossible. When you later ask them to commit to change or invest in your solution, they're not weighing, is this worth it? They're thinking, I can't afford not to do this. That's the mindset problem urgency questions create, and it's the foundation for a smooth, high-conviction close. Retry, gap questions, purpose, why it matters. After identifying the root cause of the prospect's problem, the next challenge is overcoming the inertia or hesitation that often keeps people from changing. Gap questions are all about shifting the prospect's mindset from, I have a problem, to, I absolutely cannot solve this on my own. I need to do something different. The purpose of this phase is to close off the prospect's escape route back to the status quo and get them to openly acknowledge that continuing as they have been is a dead end. Essentially, you are reframing their situation. It's no longer just a problem they have. It's a problem they cannot fix without change. Even after seeing the root cause, many people naturally cling to hope that maybe they can still fix it by trying a little harder or waiting a little longer. That's human nature. There's often pride or fear involved. Admitting one needs help or a fundamentally new approach can be hard. Gap questions aim to gently dismantle that pride or wishful thinking that maybe doing the same thing will eventually work. The why of this phase is that unless the prospect internally concludes that change is necessary, they may resist your solution or delay action. Reframing the gap creates an internal commitment to change. It turns their mere recognition of the problem and its cause into a resolve. Yes, I see the problem and I know I can't fix it alone or by doing what I did before. I need a new solution. This is crucial because once they voice that realization, they become far more receptive to whatever you propose next. In fact, they'll start to want an outside solution rather than resist it. Another way to view the purpose, gap questions are there to combat the status quo bias, people's tendency to stick with what's familiar even when it's not working. By the end of this phase, the status quo should no longer feel safe or acceptable to the prospect. Instead, change will feel not only logical but necessary. In summary, gap questions serve to have the prospect convince themselves that doing nothing will not work and that they must open up to a new approach or get help. It's about making them say, in effect, I can't keep going down the same path. This sets the stage perfectly for them to embrace your solution as that new path. Without this phase, a prospect might intellectually understand the problem and even the root cause, but still say, I'll handle it myself. With this phase done right, they cross the mental bridge and essentially start seeking a solution, putting you in ideal position to offer one. Logic. How it works? Gap questions work by prompting the prospect to articulate two key things, the consequences of not changing and the admission that they need help or a new approach to solve the problem. In effect, you're guiding them to provide their own reasoning for why the status quo is unacceptable and why change is necessary. When you ask something like, what do you think would happen if you didn't make any changes and just kept on the same path? Or even play devil's advocate with, why not just keep doing what you've been doing? Maybe it'll eventually work, right? The prospect will usually respond with the reasons that doing nothing or repeating the past won't work. They might say things like, if I keep doing the same thing, I'll keep getting the same results or we'll just stay stuck and fall further behind. These are exactly the kind of statements we want them to say out loud. Such statements are evidence that they themselves are recognizing the futility of the status quo. Gap questions also surface specific consequences and limitations. For example, the prospect might explicitly acknowledge, if nothing changes, a year from now I'll still be missing my targets, or we just don't have the expertise in-house to solve this, we clearly need a different strategy or outside help. This information is golden. They are basically stating the gap between where they are and where they need to be, and admitting that gap won't close on its own. Additionally, when they say something like, I think I need outside guidance, or we can't solve this alone. We need a new strategy. They are explicitly admitting the need for external help or a new solution. That's a turning point. It's their own recognition that they require something beyond their current resources or approach. The logic of devil's advocate technique often comes into play here. By momentarily suggesting, what if you didn't change? Or could it be fine if you just try again on your own? You allow the prospect to argue against that idea. This is powerful because it's non-confrontational. You're not directly telling them you must change. Instead, you're posing the possibility that they might not need to, and they themselves shoot it down. In doing so, they provide the logical and emotional arguments for change. It surfaces their own perception of the gap. For example, if I don't change, I'll remain stuck doing more of the same will give me the same results. They are effectively voicing that the current way leads nowhere, which solidifies their commitment to finding a new way. Another part of gap logic is directly addressing the prospect's ability to solve it alone. Questions like, given everything we've uncovered, do you feel you can figure this out by yourself at this point? Or do you think if nothing changed, you'd be facing the same frustrations next quarter? Often prompt admissions like, I probably need help, or yes, I'd be stuck in the same place. If they hedge, you can gently push with empathy. The goal is to get them to explicitly say, I can't do this alone, or I need something fundamentally new. When they do, it's like a door closing on the old ways and opening to new possibilities. In summary, gap questions surface the prospect's own articulation of futility and necessity. It's their verbal acknowledgement of the gap, that continuing as is will leave a gap between their current state and desired state, and therefore that gap can only be closed by adopting a new solution or getting help. In simpler terms, they end up answering the unspoken question, can you solve this by yourself? With no, I need to do something different. Activation triggers. When to use gap questions, the reframe the gap phase comes right after the prospect has seen the root cause and is feeling the discomfort of that insight. In sequence, it's phase 4, so it sits in the middle of the mirrors process, after diagnosing the problem but before painting the positive future, or pushing on fear of loss. The trigger to start gap questions is typically when the prospect has just acknowledged the real issue, and you sense they may be uncertain or uneasy about how to fix it. Concretely, right after the aha about the root, once the buyers realize this is the root cause, you'll usually hear some language of frustration or a sigh like, I don't know how we're going to fix this, or this is a big problem. That's the perfect time to gently challenge them on the implications of not fixing it. They are feeling the pain of the exposure of the problem, so now you introduce the idea of a change versus no change. Essentially, when the prospect clearly sees wrong but hasn't yet determined what to do, that is when to ask, but what you did nothing different or similar. The buyer indicates need but hasn't fully committed. Sometimes, by the end of phase 3, the prospect is already indicating they need to change. For instance, they might spontaneously say, I can't keep going like this, right after realizing the root. If they give you that line, they're basically already reframing the gap themselves. In such cases, your job is easier. You might just reinforce it. It sounds like you know something has to change, and they'll likely agree. You might not need to dwell too long in gap questions if they're already on the I need to change train, but it's still good practice to cement it by having them explicitly say they need a new approach. Buyer shows resistance or lingering DIY mindset, on the other hand. If a prospect is resistant or still clinging to maybe I could fix it on my own, then you know you need to spend more time here. Triggers for this include them saying things like, perhaps I'll give it one more try myself, or maybe if we just tweak what we did. If you detect any such lingering attachment to the old ways, do not advance to the next phase. This is a clear trigger to deploy gap questions more strongly. For example, if they say, I might try one more time on my own, that's your cue to ask what would be different about the next attempt versus previous ones. Essentially, you're prompting them to reason out that likely nothing would change if they don't address the root cause properly, thus gently cornering them into seeing that solo efforts won't cut it. No explicit resistance, but no explicit commitment either. If by end of root phase they haven't yet verbalized that they need a new approach, assume you should do gap questions. The absence of resistance isn't the same as commitment. Many prospects might quietly think this is bad, but still haven't said, I will change. The trigger is basically the phase sequence. Phase 4 is needed to transition them from insight to action. So unless they're overtly already asking for help, go into gap questions. Timing considerations. It's important to do this before outlining the dream because you want the prospect firmly closing the chapter on maybe I'll keep trying old ways before they start fantasizing about results. If you waited until after dream, they might emotionally skip the part where they admit they need help. So the ideal timing is right after root, but before dream. Also, if the prospect at the end of phase 3 already says something like, I definitely need to change my approach, that's a signal you may have already hit some gap outcomes. Nonetheless, often a quick gap question or reinforcement is wise to ensure it's explicit. Progression triggers to end gap. The sign that it's time to move forward to dream is when the prospect voices commitment to change and/or need for help unequivocally. They might say lines such as, I'm ready to try something new, or I definitely need guidance outside help, or at least, yeah, doing nothing will just keep me stuck. When they have mentally burned the ships behind them and are standing with you looking forward, you know gap is done. In fact, often after a good reframe, prospects will ask something like, so what do you suggest? Which is a strong buying signal. That can be considered a trigger to eventually move on, though you won't jump to pitch just yet. It shows they're primed. In summary, use gap questions immediately after revealing the root cause, when the prospect is feeling the weight of their problem, and you need to ensure they don't retreat to old habits or denial. Engage in this phase until you hear them firmly acknowledge, I need to change. Only then do you proceed, because if you move on prematurely, when they're not fully convinced they need change, help you risk them later wavering or objecting. Reframe the gap is essentially sealing the deal on their internal decision to change now. Completion signals. You will know reframe the gap has done its job when the prospect explicitly acknowledges that they must change their approach and/or get help, essentially renouncing the status quo as an option. Key signals of completion include definitive language of change. Listen for phrases from the prospect such as, I definitely can't keep going like this, or if I don't change something, I'll just stay stuck, or we need outside help guidance. We can't do this on our own. These kinds of statements are the clearest markers of success in this phase. Ideally, their wording is strong and definitive. Words like can't, won't, need to indicate a firm decision. For example, I won't stand for another year of these results, or we need to get help, or it's not going to happen. Tone of determination or resolve. Beyond the words, notice their tone. After grappling with the root cause, a successful reframe often brings a sort of energized resolve. They might sound more decisive or even relieved, like someone who's finally made up their mind to fix something. For instance, they might speak with a firmer, more forward-looking tone. I'm done trying it the old way, it's time for something new, possibly even with some energy or urgency in their voice. This tonal shift from doubt to determination is a big signal. It often accompanies their statements of commitment. Absence of defense for old methods. Another clear signal is that the prospect stops defending any past strategies or harboring any notion maybe we could still just tweak the old way. By now they should not be saying anything like, perhaps if I just adjust my old plan, it'll work. If you still hear any attachment to giving the DIY route another shot, the phase isn't complete. The completion criterion is essentially the elimination of that escape hatch. They've mentally closed the door on doing it themselves or doing nothing. You should hear zero excuses for sticking with status quo. Instead, you should hear them essentially agree that the status quo is a dead end, possibly asking about next steps. It's common that once a prospect firmly decides I need to change and get help, they might say something like, so, how can you help? Or what do we do now? This is actually slightly ahead, but it's a sign that they have mentally moved through the gap. They are now looking forward and effectively inviting your guidance. While you might momentarily hold them off, it's a very positive sign that reframe is complete. They're basically saying, I'm on board. Tell me the plan. Emotional signals. Sometimes you can sense a sort of emotional turning point. Perhaps earlier they were uneasy. Now they might even sound a bit eager or optimistic at the idea of getting help. If earlier there was any ego or embarrassment, by now they might even joke about it or plainly say, it is what it is, we need assistance. To summarize, reframe the gap is complete when the prospect has talked themselves into change and seeking help, which transforms the dynamic of the sale. The heavy lifting of creating urgency and openness is done by them. Now, when you proceed to the next phases, you have a cooperative, motivated buyer. They've stepped onto the metaphorical bridge toward change and burned the one back to their old habits. Essentially, by the end of Reframe the Gap, the prospect is saying, all right, I'm on board. I need to fix this with a new approach. Let's figure out how. At that point, you have the green light to move into envisioning the solution, knowing that the prospect isn't going to retreat to, and maybe I'll just keep trying on my own. They're aligned with you that change must happen now. Outcome statements. The outcome of gap questions is that the prospect has effectively talked themselves into change and into seeking help, fundamentally transforming the dynamic of the sale. By the end of this phase, several important things have happened. The prospect internally commits to change. Through their own reasoning out loud, the buyer reaches the firm conclusion that I cannot stay on the current path. They firmly close off the option of doing nothing or continuing with the status quo. In their mind, they've decided, yes, I need to change my approach. This is huge. It means that, going forward, you are no longer trying to convince them that a change is needed. They've convinced themselves. The heavy lifting of creating urgency and willingness to act is largely done by this phase. Now, when you move into discussing solutions or future vision, you're dealing with a buyer who is already on board with making a change, rather than one foot still in their old ways. The prospect reframes getting help as a smart move, not a weakness. During this phase, you likely framed accepting help or a new solution as a proactive, smart choice. By the end, the prospect often starts to see the idea of bringing in outside help not as an embarrassing last resort, but as an empowering step. They might think, I'm taking control by getting what I need to succeed, rather than, I failed because I need help. This mental reframe reduces any stigma or ego issues they might have had about buying a solution or hiring help. It turns it into a strength in their mind. This is important because it makes them feel good, even a bit excited, about the idea of engaging with a new solution. It also means when they eventually say yes to you, they're less likely to have buyer's remorse or feel talked into it. Instead, they feel it was their wise decision to seek a solution. Buyer-seller alignment and collaborative tone. By closing the door to the old approach, the prospect essentially positions you as an ally in their quest for a solution. The conversation by now usually shifts tone. It's no longer adversarial or them testing you. It's collaborative. They likely feel understood and maybe even relieved that there's hope. The dynamic becomes us versus the problem rather than buyer versus seller. The prospect might actually be curious or eager at this point about what the new solution will be, since they've let go of the past and are now looking forward. This curiosity and openness sets a wonderful stage for the dream phase. They've admitted they need something new, so now they're quite ready to imagine what that new success could look like. Removal of a major sale obstacle and decision about change. After gap questions, one of the biggest potential deal killers, the prospect's indecision or ambivalence about changing at all, is eliminated. Earlier in the process, a buyer might secretly think, maybe I don't need to buy anything, I could keep status quo. That doubt is now gone. They've effectively pre-decided that they will change, and likely with outside help. This means the sale is far more likely to progress smoothly. You're no longer selling them on the idea of doing something, you're now selling them on how to do it and with whom. In other words, the sale transitions from will they change to they will change with us. All that's left is to finalize the details and the formal commitment. Prospect's mindset, problem owner to solution seeker. Another subtle outcome is the prospect's identity shift. Before, they were a person with a problem unsure what to do. Now, they see themselves as someone actively seeking a fix. That positive momentum carries through. They're mentally preparing for action. Often they feel a sense of relief after deciding enough is enough, and that relief can translate into enthusiasm for moving forward. Essentially, by securing their yes to change, you've turned the sale from persuasion mode to fulfillment mode. It's about figuring out the solution now, not convincing them to solve it. In a concise statement, after reframe the gap, the prospect has renounced their old approach and embraced the need for a new one, often explicitly including getting outside help. The mental bridge to change has been crossed. This transforms the remainder of the discovery into a collaborative exploration of solutions. The prospect is now almost eager to hear what comes next. They are, as one might say, closing themselves on change. This dramatically reduces resistance later. You won't hear maybe we'll keep trying internally as an objection because they've already disqualified that option themselves. All told, the outcome of gap questions is a prospect who is fully on board with changing now and doing it with the help of a new solution. The conversation's heavy emotional work, getting them to admit need and urgency, is done, and you can move forward with a buyer who's essentially saying, I'm convinced, I need to fix this now, and I'm looking to you to help me do it. This is the ideal platform from which to proceed to outline the dream and beyond. Question logic formula. How to form gap questions. The formula for gap questions follows a reality testing framework. Challenge the status quo, surface the need, secure commitment to change. You're guiding the prospect to explicitly acknowledge that their old approach won't work and that they need something fundamentally different. Step 1. Challenge the status quo. Begin by gently challenging the notion that the prospect could succeed by continuing their current path or trying again on their own. The key is framing this as genuine curiosity, not confrontation. You're essentially asking them to defend the idea of not changing, which forces them to articulate why that defense doesn't hold up. Your approach should feel almost like you're offering them an out, giving them permission to not change, which paradoxically makes them argue for change. You might explore what would happen if they kept doing what they've been doing, or ask them to consider whether minor adjustments to their past approach would be sufficient. The phrasing should be non-judgmental and exploratory, inviting them to reason through the logic themselves. Listen for their response to this challenge. Often, they'll immediately shoot down the status quo option themselves, which is exactly what you want. If they say anything resembling no, that won't work, or I've already proven that doesn't get me there, you're on the right track. If they hedge or seem uncertain, that's a signal you may need to loop back to root or problem urgency. They haven't fully internalized that their current path is a dead end. The psychological mechanism here is creating cognitive dissonance by making them defend the indefensible. Once they've just spent time identifying their root problem and articulating its costs, defending the status quo feels absurd. But by explicitly asking them to consider it, you force them to vocalize that absurdity, which cements their commitment to change. Step 2, surface the need. Next, directly explore whether they believe they can solve this problem on their own. Given everything you now both know, the key is making them confront their own track record and capabilities honestly, without making it feel like an attack on their competence. Frame this around their specific situation and the root cause you've identified together. You're essentially asking them to assess whether they have what's needed to address the fundamental issue, or whether something external guidance, accountability, expertise, a new system is required. Reference their past attempts and the root cause to make this assessment concrete rather than abstract. Listen for admissions of limitation or need. You're looking for them to verbalize something like needing help, guidance, a different approach, external accountability, or expertise they don't possess. The more specifically they can name what's been missing, the better. If they're vague, probe for specifics about what would need to be different for them to succeed this time versus all the previous attempts. Some prospects will resist this step out of pride or ego. They don't want to admit they can't do it alone. If you sense this resistance, you can normalize it by framing seeking help as a strength rather than weakness. Reference how successful people in any field use coaches, mentors, or experts. You're not asking them to admit failure, you're asking them to be strategic about what resources they need to succeed. Step 3, secure commitment to change. Finally, get an explicit verbal commitment that they're ready to do something different, to change their approach rather than repeat the past. This isn't yet asking them to buy your solution. It's asking them to commit to the idea of change itself, and specifically to seeking help or a new method. The question here should be direct and clear, asking if they're ready to move forward with changing their approach. Frame it around avoiding the negative future and achieving the positive future they've described. You're essentially asking them to declare that continuing the old way is unacceptable and that they're committed to finding a better path. Listen for definitive language. You want to hear firm commitment words? Yes, absolutely. I'm ready. I need to. I have to. Tentative language like I think so, probably, or maybe signals you haven't fully closed the gap yet. If you hear hesitation, explore it immediately. There's still a doubt or concern that needs addressing before moving forward. The psychological mechanism here is leveraging the commitment consistency principle one more time. By getting them to verbally declare, I'm ready to change, you create a psychological anchor. Once they've said it out loud, backing away from that commitment creates cognitive dissonance. They've now publicly stated their intention, which makes following through feel necessary to maintain self-consistency. The mental model is challenge staying the same, surface what they need that they don't have, get them to verbally commit to seeking that. Throughout, you're using their own reasoning and evidence from previous phases. You're not telling them they need to change. You're guiding them to tell themselves that, which is infinitely more powerful. Phase contribution. In the overall discovery journey, gap questions fulfill the critical role of eliminating the status quo as an option and securing internal commitment to change before any solution is presented. This phase accomplishes several things for the sale, closes the mental escape hatch. Even after identifying their root problem and feeling its urgency, many prospects still harbor a subconscious hope that maybe they could fix it themselves, or maybe if they just tried a bit harder with their old approach it would work. This hope is dangerous for the sale because it keeps them one foot in their old world. Gap questions explicitly close this escape route by having the prospect themselves articulate why the status quo won't work. Once they've said out loud, no, doing what I've been doing won't get me there, they can't easily retreat to that position later. You've removed their ability to rationalize inaction or minimal action. Converts problem awareness into change commitment. There's a massive psychological difference between I have a problem and I must change my approach to solve this problem. Many people get stuck in the former. They acknowledge the issue, but never commit to doing anything differently. Gap questions bridge that gap. By the end of this phase, the prospect has moved from passive problem owner to active change seeker. This is the moment where they stop being someone who has a fitness problem and become someone who is going to transform their fitness, that identity shift is crucial for the sale and for their eventual success with your solution. Reframes getting help as strategic, not weak. One of the biggest psychological barriers in high-ticket B2C sales is ego prospects don't want to admit they need help because it feels like admitting defeat or incompetence. Gap questions, when done with proper framing, transform this narrative. Seeking help becomes the smart, strategic move that successful people make, not the last resort of failures. You're essentially giving them permission to need support while also making it clear that needing support is the only logical path forward given their situation. This reframe is critical because it removes the shame or embarrassment that might otherwise prevent them from saying yes to your offer. Pre-sells the concept of your solution category. By getting the prospect to identify what they need, you're having them define the solution category before you present your specific solution. This is incredibly powerful because when you later describe your coaching program, you're not introducing a new concept, you're fulfilling criteria they've already established. They've already decided they need what you offer. They just don't know yet that you offer it. This dramatically reduces resistance when you transition to the pitch because you are not convincing them they need coaching, they've already convinced themselves. Eliminates the DIY objection proactively. One of the most common objections in high-ticket sales is, why don't I just try this myself first? Or maybe I'll try before investing in this. Gap questions eliminate this objection before it even surfaces. By having the prospect articulate why going it alone hasn't worked and won't work, you've preemptively handled the objection. If they later try to backtrack to maybe, I'll just try once more on my own, you can reference this moment. Remember when we talked about whether doing it alone would work, and you said, what's changed since then? Creates a clear before-after. In their mindset, the prospect enters this phase thinking, I have a problem I should probably address. They exit thinking, I absolutely must change my approach and I need help to do it. That's a massive psychological shift. The before version might shop around, delay, or try half measures. The after version is committed to real change and actively seeking the right solution. This mindset shift is what transforms a lead into a qualified, motivated buyer who's ready to invest seriously. Transfers problem ownership while removing isolation. Throughout gap questions, you're helping the prospect own their situation. They're making the declarations, doing the reasoning, stating the commitments. This ownership is crucial because it means they're internally motivated, not externally pressured. However, you're simultaneously removing the isolation of that ownership by implicitly positioning yourself as a partner in solving it. They own the problem, but they're not facing it alone anymore. You're there as the guide who understands and can help. This balance of ownership and support is the ideal psychological position for closing. Builds momentum toward the close. Each phase of mirrors has been building momentum. But gap questions are where that momentum reaches a critical velocity. The prospect has gone from stating a goal, to acknowledging repeated failures, to identifying the root cause, to feeling urgency about it, to now committing to change. Each step logically led to the next, and by now the prospect is practically leaning forward, ready for the solution. Gap questions ensure that momentum doesn't stall. They keep the prospect moving forward in their decision-making journey, rather than pausing to reconsider. Provides a commitment checkpoint. This phase also serves a practical diagnostic function. It reveals whether the prospect is truly ready to buy. If someone can't or won't commit to changing their approach in gap questions, they're not going to buy your high-ticket offer. This is valuable information. It tells you whether to continue to the pitch or whether you need to loop back and address remaining doubts. In this way, gap questions act as a qualification checkpoint that prevents you from wasting time pitching to someone who's not ready, while also giving you clarity on where the sticking point is if they hesitate. Removes price as the primary decision factor. When prospects haven't done this internal work, price becomes the main objection because they're not yet convinced they truly need a solution. But once someone has committed to changing their approach and acknowledged they need help, price becomes secondary to value. They're not asking, can I afford this, as much as, will this actually solve my problem? That's a much easier objection to overcome because you've already established through root and urgency what the problem is and why it must be solved. Gap questions complete the shift from price-focused to solution-focused buying, create psychological reciprocity. By this point in the discovery, you've invested significant time and expertise in helping the prospect understand themselves better. You've guided them to insights they didn't have before. When you've given that much value in the conversation itself, most prospects feel a sense of reciprocity. They want to work with you, not just because you've helped them understand their problem, but because walking away feels like taking value without giving anything in return. Gap questions, by securing their commitment to change, also subtly activate this reciprocity principle. This person has helped me see what I need. The natural next step is working with them. Logical transition to dream questions. Once the prospect has committed to changing and seeking help, the natural next question becomes, okay, so what are we changing toward? What does success look like? This is the perfect segue into dream questions, where you'll paint the positive vision. The sequence is psychologically perfect. You've established what's wrong, why it's urgent, and that they must change. Now you get to show them what they're changing toward, which provides the positive pull to complement all the negative push you've created. Gap questions are the hinge between the problem-focused first half of discovery and the solution-focused second half. Prepares for smooth solution presentation because the prospect has explicitly stated they need help and they're ready to change. When you eventually present your solution, it doesn't feel like a sales pitch. It feels like the answer to their stated need. You're not introducing something unexpected. You're fulfilling a requirement they've already expressed. This makes the transition into your fast pitch feel natural and welcomed rather than jarring or pushy. The prospect isn't thinking, here comes the sales pitch I have to resist. They're thinking, finally, let's talk about how to solve this. By completing the gap phase effectively, you've accomplished something remarkable. The prospect has talked themselves into needing your help. Not your specific product yet, that comes later, but the category of solution you provide. They've eliminated their own objections, committed to change, and positioned themselves mentally as someone who's ready to invest in solving this problem properly. The heavy psychological work is done. Everything from this point forward, dream, risk, secure. The pitch is essentially logistics and confirmation of a decision that's already been emotionally made. The prospect is no longer asking, should I change? They're asking, how do I change? And that's exactly where you want them before you ever mention what you're selling. Dream questions, purpose, why it matters, after the intense focus on problems, causes, and the necessity of change in the earlier phases. Dream questions dramatically shift the tone to the positive. The purpose of this phase is to ignite the prospect's excitement and hope by having them vividly describe their ideal future once the problem is solved and the goal achieved. In short, now that they're committed to change, you want them to articulate exactly what they're changing for. Psychologically, this is a crucial upswing in the emotional journey. Up to now, we took the prospect into the valley of discomfort. They faced their pain, their shortcomings, the risk of not changing. Dream questions now take them to the peak of envisioning their success, which is highly motivating. The why of this phase is twofold: motivation and contrast. First, it reinvigorates the prospect's intrinsic motivation by focusing on the reward, their dream outcome. It reminds them, this is what all that change is for. People are more likely to take action when they have a clear, emotionally compelling picture of the benefits they'll gain. By getting them to almost live in that future for a moment, you make the benefits feel real and within reach, which boosts their drive to attain it. Second, outlining the dream creates a sharp contrast between their current problematic state and the desired future state. This contrast makes the value of change tangible. It's like showing them side by side before and after pictures of their situation. That heightens the perceived value of the transformation. It also sets up the next phase. Once the dream is vividly in place, the idea of losing it or never reaching it becomes a powerful lever for urgency. But in the dream phase itself, the focus is on the positive vision. Additionally, dream questions serve an important function in aligning expectations and gathering success criteria. By listening to their dream in detail, you as the seller also gather exactly what they consider a win, their specific metrics or outcomes for success. This ensures that later you can tie your solution to those exact outcomes. But from the buyer's perspective, the key purpose is that this phase makes the change feel worth it. It shifts them from a problem-focused to a solution-focused mindset. They start almost feeling as if the outcome is attainable, maybe even inevitable with the right help. In summary, the purpose of dream questions is to paint a compelling after picture in the prospect's mind to harness positive emotions like hope, excitement, and desire. We want them practically saying, I can see it now. Once this is solved, my life business will be like, and that's where I want to be. That emotional high not only feels good to them, but it also propels them forward through the rest of the sale and into the commitment to making that dream a reality. Essentially, dream questions provide the pull motivation that complements the push motivation established by earlier phases. Both are needed for optimal drive. In phase 4, we made them unwilling to stay in the pain. Now in phase 5, we make them eager to reach for the gain. Logic, how it works. Dream questions surface detailed information about the prospect's ideal future state once their problem is solved or goal achieved. This includes specific metrics or targets, tangible changes that would occur in that future, and the emotional payoff or meaning they attach to reaching the goal. In practice, when you ask someone to envision success, you're looking to get a vivid picture from them, which often contains 3 layers. 1. Quantitative outcomes. These are the numbers or concrete targets that define success for them. For example, our monthly sales would be $100,000, or I'll be at my target weight of X lbs. Gathering these gives you the metric of what they consider a win. 2. Qualitative changes. These are the tangible differences. In that future scenario, for example, we'll have expanded our team and opened a second office, or I'll have energy to play with my kids and feel confident in my clothes. These details flesh out the vision, making it real. 3. Emotional payoff. This is how they'd feel or what it means to them personally. For example, I'd feel confident and proud to finally be the market leader we set out to be, or I'd feel healthy and happy when I look in the mirror. This is crucial because it attaches deep motivation. It's not just about the number, it's about pride, happiness, security, freedom, etc. The logic here is to let them experience a taste of success in advance. When they describe their dream and you encourage them to flesh it out, they begin to emotionally invest in that outcome. Humans are goal-seeking by nature, and visualizing a goal stimulates motivation because the brain gets a hint of the reward. Another effect is that by articulating the dream in detail, the prospect is essentially setting criteria for success which your solution must meet. This might sound risky, but it's actually good. You want to know what will make them truly happy. And when they speak it out loud, they're effectively telling themselves, this is what I really want. It increases their desire for that specific outcome. Moreover, people are more likely to pursue something that they have vividly imagined. It's a bit like creating a mental movie of success, which can be very compelling. As they outline the dream, they often supply the emotional language that you can later use. For example, if they say, I'd be proud and relieved to finally be leading the market, you now know that pride and relief are key emotional drivers for them. You can then later show how your solution delivers not just the numbers, but the pride and relief. Dream questions also logically follow from the commitment to change. Since the prospect has just said, I need to change, it's natural to next discuss. Okay, what for? What's the prize at the end of this tunnel? That logical progression helps maintain a smooth flow in the conversation. It feels like a natural pivot from problem to possibility. In summary, dream questions work by energizing the prospect with a clear vision of success and by making the benefits of change concrete. They surface the specific goals, metrics the prospect is aiming for, specific improvements or changes in circumstances that success entails, the personal meaning and emotions tied to that success. All these together create a scenario in the buyer's mind that is much more attractive than their current state, and one that they feel is attainable since you're going to help them get there. This logic of contrast and positive visualization ensures that the buyer is not just running away from pain, but also running towards something they desire strongly. Activation triggers. Use dream questions after the prospect has fully committed to making a change and is emotionally ready to look forward. In sequence, dream is phase 5, coming right after the heavy gap phase and before the risk of not changing phase. The trigger is typically when the prospect has just finished saying something like, I'm ready to do something new, or I need a solution. That's a perfect pivot point. They have mentally closed the door on the old, so now you open the door to the new, positive vision. Specific triggers and cues. After explicit commitment to change, as soon as the prospect voices, yes, I need to change, get help, you transition to dream questions. For instance, you might say, great, now that we agree a new approach is needed, let's talk about where you want this new approach to take you. What are we aiming for? Essentially, the moment they burn the ships on the old ways, it's time to start charting the course to the promised land. When emotional tone shifts to readiness after reframe, you'll notice the prospect's energy often changes to determination mixed with, perhaps, uncertainty about the future. That's when you capitalize by injecting optimism. So imagine we're successful. What does that look like? The prospect is typically ready and even eager to discuss a better future because they've just resolved to leave the past behind. If you sense they might be a tad uneasy, outline the dream immediately provides a motivational boost and a positive direction for that determination. If prospect is analytical or shy about dreaming, occasionally you might get a prospect who is extremely analytical or uncomfortable with vision talk. If you detect this, you still do the dream phase, but frame it more in terms of concrete goals and outcomes, which is essentially what dream phase is anyway, just without explicitly calling it dream. E.g., what are the key outcomes you'd like to see once things are fixed? Let's define what success would look like. Analytical types usually respond well to that approach. Usually, by now, even analytical prospects appreciate the chance to discuss desired outcomes because now they believe change is possible and they like to define the target. Don't skip this phase. The trigger to use dream questions is basically every time after reframe because it's a crucial emotional transition. Some salespeople might be tempted to jump from, okay, they know they need help directly into pitching their product. That's a mistake. Without dream and risk, the emotional journey is incomplete. The prospect might be willing to change but not yet emotionally driven to. Dream will increase their desire, and risk will increase urgency. You need both push and pull for optimal motivation, so use dream questions immediately after reframe to create that pull of positive desire. When to move on from dream, this is a bit ahead, but it's tied to triggers. You'll know you can move on from dream when the prospect has clearly laid out a vivid vision and is emotionally glowing about it. Usually they might even say something like, "Wow, just thinking about that gets me excited," or "That would be amazing." When you reach that, you've done enough in dream to proceed to risk. But the immediate trigger to start dream is right after you've locked in the commitment to change. In summary, introduce dream questions the moment the prospect has mentally committed to change and let go of the old ways. The conversation naturally flows from "yes, we need something new" to "all right, what do we want that new reality to be?" If a prospect has already dropped hints of what they want earlier, you still do this phase explicitly earlier, they might have held back dreaming fully. If they weren't yet convinced change is possible, now they are open to it and you want to flesh it out properly. The only caution trigger is if someone is extremely resistant to fluffy talk. In that case, just keep it in their language. But nearly everyone by this stage appreciates a chance to talk about what they want. It's usually an enjoyable phase for the prospect because they get to fantasize a bit with your encouragement, completion signals. You'll know outline. The dream has succeeded when the prospect is almost glowing with anticipation about their future, and they have clearly articulated that future in concrete terms. Key signals include specific desired outcomes given. The prospect provides specific metrics or results. They desire the what of their dream. For example, we'll be at $100,000 MRR, or I'll be down to 150 lbs, which is 30 lbs lighter. If they're giving numbers, targets, or clear end state descriptions, that means they have a tangible vision. They might also describe tangible differences. For example, we can expand our team and open a second office, or I'll be fitting into the clothes I haven't worn in years. These details mean the picture in their mind is vivid. Emotional commentary about what it means to them. The prospect not only gives the what, but also often expresses what it means or how they'd feel. For example, "I'd feel confident and proud to finally be the market leader we set out to be," or "I'd be so relieved and happy to have my energy back." When you hear them attach emotions to the vision, that's a strong sign. It indicates they are emotionally invested in that outcome. They might even use present tense or definitive phrasing like "I will" or "we are going to" as they describe it, which shows strong mental visualization and commitment. Enthusiasm, excitement in tone, look for that positive energy. The prospect often becomes more animated, upbeat, or optimistic when talking about their dream scenario. Their voice might have excitement or a sense of longing hope. Sometimes they may literally say something like, "Just thinking about that gets me excited," or you can hear them smile through the phone, so to speak. One-on-one, you might see them sit up straighter or become more engaged. This gleam is a sign that the dream phase has emotionally charged them. They paint a multifaceted picture. Often a good signal is when the prospect not only mentions a result, but elaborates a bit, maybe repeating some elements because they're visualizing it fully. E.g., we'd have double the customers, revenue at X. I'd be hiring new team members, and honestly, I'd probably be less stressed every night. If they hit metrics, changes, and emotions, the trifecta, you've done great. They can almost taste it. A subtle sign is when they start speaking as if they can see it, sometimes even using present tense or words that indicate near certainty. "I will be at the top of the leaderboard. I can see our market share growing," etc., that indicates strong mental visualization and even a psychological commitment to that outcome. Your understanding of their dream is clear enough to picture it yourself. As a self-check, if you as the seller could draw a picture or write a paragraph describing their ideal future and they'd say, "Yes, that's it," then the dream is well articulated. If you feel it's still vague or generic, you might need to ask one or two more follow-ups. In practical terms, signals of completion include that the prospect has provided a numeric goal or specific outcome, described tangible changes that come with achieving it, and expressed the emotional payoff that success would bring. For example, a complete dream outline might sound like, "We'll be at $100,000 MRR, which means we can expand our team and open a second office. I'd feel confident and proud to finally be the market leader we set out to be." If you have that level of detail, a numerical, concrete changes, and an emotional payoff, then you've done well. Another big signal is the language and tone the prospect uses. Do they speak as if they can see it, even using present tense or definitive phrases like "I will" or "we are going to"? That indicates strong mental visualization and commitment. Enthusiasm is a barometer. If they sound genuinely excited or optimistic, then the dream phase has hit home. To sum it up, dream questions are complete when the prospect has clearly painted their after picture and you can feel their excitement and desire for it. They have given you the blueprint of what they consider success, and they are emotionally charged by it. At this point, they are not just running from pain, they are also running toward a specific gain. That dual motivation is exactly what you want before moving into the next phase, risk, where you will leverage the fear of losing this dream to add even more urgency to act. Outcome statements. When dream questions are done right, the prospect ends up with a compelling vision of success that serves as a powerful motivator for change. Several key outcomes result from this phase. A clear North Star vision. The buyer now has a crystal clear picture of what they're aiming for. It's not a fuzzy wish. It's a detailed and concrete scenario of success, their success. This might include specific targets and tangible improvements. This clarity does a few things. It keeps the rest of your sales conversation anchored you and the prospect know exactly what the desired end state is. It increases the buyer's confidence that a solution is worth pursuing because they see exactly what's in it for them. In essence, the value of change is now vividly clear in their mind. The contrast between their before and envisioned after is stark, which makes the idea of transformation feel tangible and worthwhile. High emotional investment in the outcome. By articulating their dream, and especially by voicing what it means to them emotionally, the prospect has now emotionally bonded with the idea of achieving this vision. This is crucial. It's not just an intellectual goal, it's something they want on a personal level. They've, in a sense, given themselves permission to get excited about the future. That excitement translates into stronger momentum. They are now internally pulling themselves toward that positive future. It's no longer just running away from pain, it's running toward a positive goal, which tends to be a more sustainable motivation. The prospect might now be thinking thoughts like, I really want to see this happen, which is a fantastic mindset for moving into commitment. Value anchoring of your solution to their vision. Because the prospect laid out specific success criteria and benefits, you now have very explicit value anchors to attach to your solution. Later, when you present your product or service, you won't speak in generic terms, you'll tie it directly to enabling that dream. For example, you mentioned $100,000 MRR and expanding to a second office. Here's how we help you get there. This makes your eventual proposal much more compelling because it's framed in terms of the exact outcomes the buyer cares about. In effect, outline the dream, sets up a scenario where your solution is not just solving a problem, but delivering a clearly defined reward. And psychologically, people are very driven by attaining positive outcomes, not just avoiding negatives. Contrast created for urgency lever. With the dream vividly in place, the stage is set for the next phase to use it as leverage. The prospect's mindset now is, this is what I could achieve. If in the risk phase we ask them to consider not achieving it, that newly formed desire amplifies the fear of missing out. In short, dream builds desire, which risk will then intensify by adding fear of loss. This 1-2 punch is very effective. Without dream, risk would be just about generic downsides of inaction. With dream, risk becomes about losing their dream, which is far more emotionally potent. Prospect's positive emotional state, a more immediate outcome. The prospect generally feels good at the end of the dream phase. Talking about positive outcomes tends to put people in a more optimistic, open frame of mind. They might be visibly more upbeat. This positive emotional state can create a halo effect on their view of the whole conversation. Instead of a dread-inducing sales call, it turns into a hopeful planning session for their success. This can increase trust and rapport. You're not just a problem pointer, you are someone who's interested in their dreams and helping achieve them. Renewed energy to move forward. Coming off the dream phase, the buyer often has a refreshed sense of why they are doing all this. It injects energy in the process. If earlier phases were heavy, dream is uplifting. It reminds them of the prize. This energy can make them more resilient to any subsequent discussions of cost or effort because they now see what's at stake in a positive light. For example, if an investment is needed, they might justify it internally as well. It's worth it to get to that fantastic outcome I described. In short, it boosts their commitment to seeing the change through because the payoff is now emotionally real to them. To encapsulate the outcome, after dream questions, the prospect has a motivating vision that makes the idea of changing not just acceptable, but exciting. They are effectively saying, this is what I stand to gain by changing, and I really want that. This does wonders for the sale at this point. You're not pushing them. They are pulling themselves forward with their own desire for a better future. The discovery conversation thus far has gone from problem to possibility, and the buyer is now emotionally primed to protect that possibility, which is exactly what you will tap into in the risk phase to create urgency to act now. Question logic formula. How to form dream questions. The formula for dream questions follows a vision building framework: outcome elicitation, tangible detail, emotional meaning. You're guiding the prospect to paint a vivid, multidimensional picture of their ideal future state once the problem is solved. Step 1. Outcome elicitation. Begin by inviting the prospect to envision their success state. The key is creating permission for them to dream without constraints or cynicism. You're essentially asking them to project themselves into a future where their mission has been achieved and the root problem no longer exists. Your opening should feel like an invitation to imagine, not a test. Frame it as exploring what success would actually look like for them in concrete terms. The timeframe you reference should align with what feels realistic for your solution, typically the duration of your program or service, or a reasonable achievement horizon based on their mission. The phrasing should be open and expansive, giving them room to describe the future in their own terms. You want them mentally transported to that successful future state, almost as if they're already living it. Some prospects will immediately engage with this. Others may feel awkward or uncertain about dreaming aloud. If they hesitate, normalize it by acknowledging that this is about defining the target so you both know what you're aiming for together. Listen for what they naturally gravitate toward first, usually either quantitative outcomes or qualitative changes. Whatever they lead with, you'll use that as your entry point and then systematically probe for what they didn't mention. The goal is to get a complete picture, the measurable outcome, the tangible life changes, and the emotional payoff. Step 2. Tangible detail. Once they've given you an initial vision, your job is to make it concrete and vivid by probing for specific details across 3 dimensions: quantitative outcomes, qualitative changes, and contextual specifics. For quantitative outcomes, ensure they've given you actual numbers or measurable targets. If they say something vague, narrow it down. You want specific metrics they consider success, whether that's revenue figures, weight numbers, time saved, deals closed, or whatever measurement matters in their domain. The more specific the number, the more real the goal becomes in their mind. For qualitative changes, explore what would be different in their daily life or business operations. This is about the tangible shifts they'd experience or observe. Ask them to describe what a typical day or week would look like in that future state. What would they be doing that they're not doing now? What would they stop doing that they currently have to do? What would change in their environment, their routines, their interactions? You're building a rich, detailed scenario that makes the future feel achievable and real. For contextual specifics, probe for the setting and circumstances. Where would they be when experiencing this success? Who else would be involved or affected? What would others notice about them? These details make the vision 3-dimensional rather than flat. For example, if their dream is fitness related, you might explore where they'd be physically active, what they'd be wearing, who'd be with them, what time of day it would be. The more sensory and contextual detail you can elicit, the more vivid and compelling the vision becomes. Throughout this step, you're essentially conducting an interview about their future life. Use their answers to springboard into deeper detail. If they mention something vague, ask them to be more specific. If they give you one detail, ask for more. The pattern is, they share something. You probe for specificity. They elaborate. You probe for additional dimensions. Repeat until you have a rich, multifaceted picture. Important principle: don't rush this. Many salespeople treat dream questions as a quick checkbox, but this is where you're rebuilding the emotional pull that balances the emotional push of the pain phases. The more detailed and vivid you make this vision, the more the prospect will want it, and the more your solution will be valued as the bridge to that future. Step 3. Emotional meaning. Once you have the concrete details of what success looks like, go deeper into what it means to them personally. This is where you transition from external outcomes to internal significance. You're exploring the emotional payoff, the identity shift, and the deeper why behind the goal. Probe for how they would feel in that successful future state. Not just happy or satisfied, get specific emotions. Would they feel proud, relieved, confident, free, vindicated, peaceful? The specific emotions matter because they reveal what's truly driving them. Someone seeking confidence has different motivations than someone seeking peace, even if their surface goal is the same. Explore what achieving this would mean about them as a person. This is the identity layer. How would they see themselves differently? How would others see them? What would this success prove to them or to others? This taps into self-concept and often reveals powerful motivators like proving doubters wrong, living up to their own standards, becoming the person they believe they should be, or breaking free from a negative identity they've held. Also probe for the broader life impact or ripple effects. How would this success affect other areas of their life beyond the immediate goal? If it's a business goal, how would it impact their family life, their stress levels, their sense of purpose? If it's a personal goal, how would it affect their relationships, their career, their self-image, and other domains? Often the most powerful motivators are these secondary effects: the health goal that saves a marriage, the business goal that proves something to a parent, the confidence goal that unlocks dating success. The questioning pattern here is moving from surface to depth: outcome, feeling about outcome, meaning of outcome, identity shift from outcome, ripple effects of outcome. Each layer reveals more about what's truly driving them, and each layer adds emotional weight to the vision. Listen for emotional energy shifts. When a prospect lights up, gets excited, becomes more animated, or shows vulnerability, you've hit something that matters deeply. Don't move past those moments, quickly lean into them. Reflect back what you're hearing, validate the importance, and let them sit in that emotion for a moment. These are the moments that create lasting motivation. The mental model is: invite the vision, make it tangible and detailed, extract the emotional and personal meaning, confirm it's complete. Throughout, you're acting as a guide, helping them articulate a future they genuinely want but may not have fully envisioned before. You're not putting words in their mouth, you're systematically helping them paint their own picture in full color. Phase contribution. In the overall discovery journey, dream questions fulfill the critical role of creating powerful, positive motivation that balances and complements the negative motivation built in earlier phases. This phase accomplishes several things for the sale: creates the pull to balance the push. Up to this point, the discovery has been largely problem-focused: what's wrong, why it hasn't been fixed, what it's costing them. That creates push motivation. Dream questions create pull motivation. Psychological research shows that both push and pull are needed for optimal motivation and commitment. Push gets someone to leave their current state. Pull gives them a destination worth striving for. Without dream, the prospect might be motivated to escape their pain, but unclear on what they're moving toward, which creates anxiety rather than excitement. Dream provides the positive vision that makes change feel not just necessary, but desirable, anchors value to specific outcomes. When you later present your solution and its investment, the prospect won't be evaluating, is this coaching program worth X? They'll be evaluating, is achieving this specific dream future, with all its detailed benefits and emotional payoffs, worth X? That's a fundamentally different calculation. By having them articulate their dream in vivid detail, you've essentially created the success criteria against which your solution will be measured. This dramatically increases perceived value because you're not selling a service, you're selling access to their stated dream. Provides a emotional high point in the journey. The discovery journey is carefully architected to take prospects through emotional valleys and peaks. Dream questions are designed to be an emotional high, a moment of hope, excitement, and possibility after the heaviness of problem exploration. This serves both rapport building and psychological priming. The prospect feels good in this moment, and humans tend to associate positive feelings with the person who creates them. Additionally, experiencing this emotional high makes them more receptive to the solution you present because they're in a positive, open state rather than a defensive or skeptical one. Differentiates based on their unique priorities. Every prospect's dream has unique elements. By eliciting their specific vision in detail, you gather the information needed to customize your pitch and solution delivery. If one prospect's dream emphasizes pride and external recognition, you'll frame your solution around achievements others will notice. If another's emphasizes peace and work-life balance, you'll frame it around sustainable systems that reduce stress. This personalization makes your solution feel tailor-made rather than generic, which justifies premium pricing and increases conversion rates. Creates a commitment through articulation, similar to how stating their mission created commitment. Having prospects articulate their dream in detail creates psychological investment in that outcome. The more vividly they describe it, the more real it becomes in their mind, and the more they want it. This is the psychological principle of mental contrasting. When people vividly imagine a positive future, they become more committed to achieving it. By the end of dream questions, the prospect doesn't just want their goal, they want the specific, detailed version of that goal they just described to you. That specificity creates stronger commitment than a vague desire, provides language and imagery for the pitch. The words, phrases, and images the prospect uses to describe their dream become ammunition for your pitch. When you later describe how your solution delivers results, you can use their exact language. If they said they want to feel confident walking into any room, you can say your solution helps them feel that confidence walking into any room. This mirroring makes your pitch feel aligned with their desires rather than imposed upon them. It's not you telling them what they'll get. It's you showing them how they'll get what they already told you they want. Sets up the risk phase for maximum impact. Dream questions create the setup for one of the most powerful emotional moves in the entire discovery. The risk questions. Once you've had them articulate this beautiful, detailed future they genuinely want, risk questions will threaten that future. What if you never achieve this? What if you're still stuck in your current state instead of living that dream? The contrast between the dream they just envisioned and the nightmare of never reaching it creates intense urgency. But that contrast only works if the dream was vivid and emotionally charged. Dream questions are essentially building the asset that risk questions will leverage. Reframes the solution from cost to investment. Before dream questions, any price you mention would be evaluated as a cost money going out. After dream questions, when the prospect has clearly articulated valuable outcomes, the price becomes an investment money that yields returns. If someone has just described how achieving their goal would mean earning an extra $10,000 per month, feeling confident for the first time in years and proving to themselves they can succeed, suddenly $5,000 for coaching isn't a cost. It's a bargain investment with massive ROI. Dream questions shift the mental accounting from expense to investment by making the returns concrete and valuable. Provides motivation that survives difficulty. The detailed dream you help them articulate isn't just for the sale, it's for their journey with your solution. When clients face difficulty, doubt, or the temptation to quit, they need a compelling reason to persist. The vivid dream they articulated in this conversation becomes that reason. In fact, many top coaches and salespeople record or document the prospect's dream description and reference it later in delivery. Remember when you told me you wanted to feel confident at the beach with your kids? That's what we're working toward. This makes dream questions valuable, not just for closing the sale, but for client success and retention. Reveals misalignments or wrong fit prospects. Occasionally, dream questions reveal that the prospect's actual desired outcome doesn't align with what your solution delivers. For example, if you sell sustainable fitness transformation and the prospect's dream is losing 30 pounds in 30 days, for a wedding, you've discovered a misalignment. This is valuable information that prevents bad fit sales. Better to discover it here than after they've paid and are disappointed. Dream questions serve a qualification function. If you can't deliver their dream, you shouldn't sell to them. Creates a shared vision and partnership mentality. By the end of dream questions, both you and the prospect are aligned on a specific target outcome. This transforms the relationship from seller-buyer to partners working toward a shared goal. You're no longer someone trying to sell them something. You're someone who understands what they want and is exploring how to help them get it. This partnership mentality reduces sales resistance and increases trust. The prospect feels you're on their side, working with them, not against them or using them. Balances realism with aspiration. While you want the dream to be exciting and motivating, it also needs to be realistic enough that the prospect believes it's achievable with your help. During dream questions, you're calibrating to ensure the vision is both inspiring and believable. If they describe something unrealistic, you can gently calibrate by exploring what would be a meaningful win even if it's not perfect. This balance ensures the dream is motivating without being demotivating through impossibility. Logical transition to next phase. After experiencing the emotional high of the dream phase, the natural question becomes, so how do we make sure this happens? What's the risk if it doesn't? This sets up risk questions perfectly. The prospect has tasted the positive future. Now you'll have them confront the negative future of not achieving it. The emotional roller coaster from dream to risk is intentional and powerful. It creates urgency by making the stakes clear. Additionally, having the dream clearly defined makes the risk phase more potent because you can specifically reference the dream they just described and threaten it. What if you never get to experience that beach day with your kids where you feel confident? By completing the dream phase effectively, you've created powerful positive motivation that gives the prospect something to move toward, not just something to move away from. They've articulated a specific, detailed, emotionally meaningful vision of success that makes your solution feel valuable and necessary. The dream isn't just nice to have, it's something they genuinely want, and they have convinced themselves of its importance by describing it in their own words. When you later present your solution, you won't be creating desire, you'll be offering the vehicle to fulfill desire they've already established. This is the essence of consultative selling. By the time you present your solution, the prospect has already sold themselves on wanting the outcome. Your job is simply to show them how your solution delivers that outcome. Risk questions, purpose, why it matters. After the high of envisioning the dream, risk questions plunge the prospect into considering the dark side. What if they never reach that dream, or worse? What if things get even worse because they don't change? The purpose of this phase is to instill a strong sense of urgency and aversion to inaction by having the prospect vividly imagine the worst-case future if nothing changes. In essence, if dream was about what they stand to gain, risk is about what they stand to lose if they fail to act. This phase leverages the psychological principle of loss aversion that people are often more motivated to avoid losses than to achieve gains. By now, the prospect has essentially tasted their dream in their mind. Risk makes them consider that this wonderful future might slip away or remain out of reach if they don't act, which can create a powerful fear of regret. The why here is to solidify the buyer's internal commitment to acting now, not later. Up to this point, they know they need to change and they are excited about change. But humans can still procrastinate or get cold feet unless there's a fire lit under them. Risk of the future provides that fire by confronting them with the cost of inaction. It transforms their dream from a nice-to-have into a must-have by framing inaction as a direct threat to that dream and to their well-being. Another way to see it, if dream created a pull towards something positive, risk now creates a push away from something negative. Both push and pull are needed for maximum momentum. Specifically, risk questions aim to have the prospect essentially say, "No way can I let that nightmare happen. I must act." By dramatizing the future consequences of doing nothing, the prospect should become almost impatient to change things. It converts their desire into urgency. One more angle, fear can be an even stronger motivator than hope. Dream gave hope, risk intentionally and carefully uses a bit of fear. Fear of regret, fear of negative outcomes to ensure complacency is not an option. Ultimately, the purpose is to make the prospect practically refuse to stay in the status quo one moment longer, because the future of no change becomes viscerally unacceptable. This sets them up to be fully committed when you soon ask for that commitment and then present the solution as the lifeline they need. Summed up, risk questions ensure that the prospect feels that not changing is far scarier than changing, thus all internal resistance to making a decision is greatly weakened. They begin to view action as the only responsible choice to avoid a personal or professional nightmare. It's about flipping their mindset to, "I can't afford not to do this." Logic. How it works? Risk questions work by prompting the prospect to articulate the negative future consequences if they fail to act or if nothing improves. This surfaces information about both practical outcomes and emotional outcomes. Specifically, you're trying to get them to imagine time passing with no change and describe what is likely to happen, who or what would be affected, how would you feel if that became reality. Concretely, you want them to visualize and vocalize things like, if nothing changes, in a year's time, we'll still be at X, maybe even worse. We'll continue losing money, opportunities. In 5 years of not addressing this, I could see us falling far behind competitors, maybe losing key staff because they're frustrated. Personally, I'd be extremely unhappy or stressed if I'm still stuck in the same place a year from now. I might even burn out or give up. By having them describe these outcomes, you're actually triggering an emotional reaction, often a strong aversive reaction. No, I don't want that. This is crucial. It's one thing to logically know bad stuff will happen. It's another to feel the fear or discomfort of it. Risk questions basically guide them to scare themselves a bit. Additionally, risk questions surface the immediate costs of delay. They might realize each month we delay, we lose X, or we endure Y problem longer. This emphasizes that not only is the end state bad, but every moment of inaction has a price. This phase also leverages a psychological phenomenon. Once someone has articulated and experienced ownership of a dream, the prospect of losing it or never attaining it can be quite distressing. Humans often fear losing what they feel is almost theirs. By first establishing the dream as something very real to them, risk questions now threaten to take that away, which strongly motivates action to protect the dream. It's like, you've built this lovely vision now, imagine it slipping away because you did nothing. That is emotionally powerful. In summary, what it surfaces, the prospect's own narration of the nightmare scenario, the concrete losses, pains, and regrets that would stem from not changing. What it shifts, it transforms their internal stance from, "I want to achieve the dream," to, "I absolutely will not accept the no change outcome. I must act now to avoid it." In other words, it shifts them from desire to urgency. By the end of risk, ideally the prospect is thinking something along the lines of, "Staying where we are or letting this problem continue is just not an option. The thought of being in this same or worse position in a year scares me, and I need to prevent that." That's the mindset you want as you move them into the final commitment phase. Activation triggers. Activate risk questions immediately after the dream phase while the positive vision is fresh and the contrast is at its peak. Essentially, as soon as the prospect has finished outlining their dream, and is emotionally basking in that vision, you pivot to exploring the flip side. Now, let's ensure we don't lose that vision. Specific triggers and cues. Right after dream is articulated, once the prospect has clearly laid out their desired future and is showing excitement about it, that's your cue. The emotional high from dream is exactly when to strike with risk strike while the iron is hot, as the manual text suggests. The contrast is sharpest at this moment, the wonderful future versus the grim reality if nothing changes. So, without letting the conversation grow cold, you transition with something like, "It's a beautiful vision." Now, I want to make sure we don't let anything steal that away from you, which naturally leads into risk questions. If conversation drifted or got too utopian, sometimes, rarely, a prospect might get so caught in dreaming that they veer off or the energy plateaus. If you sense you need to reground them, risk questions also serve to focus them by adding gravity. E.g., all right, we've got a great picture of success. Can I ask, what would it mean if you didn't reach this? If a year passes and nothing's changed? This will bring them back to practical urgency. No explicit triggers, like in earlier phases. Unlike some earlier phases, which might depend on prospect signals, risk is more formulaic. You always want to follow dream, with risk to complete the emotional arc. Even if the prospect is already somewhat urgent by now, risk cements it. So consider the trigger to be the phase sequence itself. Dream done, now do risk. One caution, ensure the prospect is not overly distressed or negative already. If, hypothetically, the discovery so far was very heavy and the prospect is demoralized, you might need to gently calibrate how intense you go with risk. But given the flow, usually dream lifts their mood, so they'll handle the negative scenario consideration fine. Gauge emotional readiness. If a prospect after dream is only moderately excited, risk can enhance urgency. If they already seem quite urgent, you still do risk, but maybe the prospect themselves will zoom through it because they already feel that urgency. In that case, risk serves to articulate it out loud, which is still valuable. Time in the meeting. Make sure you have enough time left to do risk plus secure. If you're running short, don't skip risk, but you might abbreviate it to the key question to elicit a quick but potent response. Risk is too important to skip, but in a pinch, you can make it concise if the prospect is already largely convinced. In summary, immediately after the prospect articulates their dream and is emotionally attached to it, launch into risk. The combination of their hopeful vision and the reminder of what happens without change creates the maximum motivational contrast. Essentially, dream and risk together create an emotional roller coaster the persuasion science suggests is very effective. High highs and low lows highlight the stakes and prompt action. The dream gave the high, now you administer the purposeful low. The prospect's internal narrative has switched from "wouldn't that dream be nice?" to "I refuse to lose that dream" to inaction. That's when you know you can then proceed to secure the commitment. Completion signals. Risk of the future has hit its mark when the prospect explicitly voices that the no-change future is unacceptable, and they feel a pressing need to avoid it. Look for signs like a strong aversion or refusal regarding the status quo future. The prospect might say things such as, "I can't let that happen," or "staying where we are would be a disaster," or "there's no way I'm going to be in this same situation next year." Those explicit statements of, "I won't stand for it," or "I must avoid that," are the clearest indicators that they are now internally on fire to change. Essentially, they're verbally closing the door on inaction with urgency. Urgent tone or language about immediate action. Another signal is if they start asking urgent questions like, "What do we do now?" or "How can we make sure this changes as soon as possible?" This shows they are not just theoretically convinced, but emotionally eager to start taking steps to avoid the negative future. When a prospect practically pushes for the solution or next steps, you know they feel that pressing need. A serious or intense shift in tone. The dream phase might have had them upbeat. During risk, you often hear their tone become more sober, maybe even a bit alarmed. For example, if during dream their voice was enthusiastic, during risk it might turn determined or anxious. One sign mentioned is a tone turning more clipped or sober as they discuss the risk, indicating seriousness and respect for the stakes. Specifically, note if their upbeat dream tone shifts to a more grave tone as they consider the consequences. That seriousness is a sign of respect for the stakes and an emotional response to the fear of loss. Expressions of immediate resolve. The prospect might start using phrases that show they've mentally moved to action mode, like, "We need to fix this now, we have to ensure that doesn't happen," etc. Sometimes, after a good risk discussion, the prospect may almost sound like they are rallying themselves. "We're not going to let that no-change scenario come true." Body language, leaning forward, nodding vigorously when talking about avoiding the problem, a look of concern or determination on their face, maybe even slight agitation because they feel the urgency physically. No more excuses or buts. By the end of risk, any lingering maybe we could wait until should vanish. If you still hear any, then risk phase isn't complete. But typically after risk, prospects stop justifying any delays. Instead, they often say, we need to act. Often a gravity in conversation, the text mentioned, often sensing a gravity at this point, like a weight or a seriousness in the air. The prospect truly appreciates what's at stake, and you can feel that weight in their demeanor. That gravity is exactly what compels action soon after. In summary, risk is complete when the prospect is determined and urgent about avoiding the no change scenario, verbally affirms they won't stand for it, and is effectively asking for the way out. At this point, you often sense a gravity in the conversation, a seriousness and intensity that signals the prospect is fully bought into the need to change immediately. By the end of this phase, the prospect essentially says without reservation, I won't stand for the status quo any longer. In our terms, they may not use those exact words, but the sentiment is there. They've essentially committed internally, I must change now to avoid dire consequences. In fact, as one outcome line suggests, at the end of risk, the prospect isn't just interested in changing, but now internally convinced and urgent that they must change now. A final check. By now, one category of objections should be essentially eliminated. If you feel that category of doubt is gone, that's a huge completion signal. Once these signals are present, the prospect is at a peak state of I need to act immediately. You are ready to move into the final phase. The heavy persuasive work is done. Now it's about capturing that commitment in words and proceeding to solution. If the risk discussion was effective, the prospect might even spontaneously give you a green light like, I agree, we should make sure that doesn't happen. So, are you ready to help us fix it? Or something to that effect. At that point, you just formally secure their yes, which is phase 7, outcome statements. By the end of the risk phase, the prospect isn't just interested in changing, but is internally convinced and urgent that they must change now to avoid dire consequences. In essence, several critical outcomes are achieved. Elimination of complacency, any lingering comfort with the status quo where the idea of maybe we can wait is basically destroyed. The prospect now views inaction as actively dangerous. They likely think thoughts like, if I don't do something, I'm going to seriously regret it or suffer. This makes them highly motivated to move forward immediately. One text line summarizing risk's outcome said the prospect essentially says, I won't stand for the status quo any longer. That means they have, in their mind, fully closed the door on doing nothing. This is huge for the sale because one of the biggest deal killers is always the status quo. Now, the status quo is no longer on the table for them. Peak urgency. The prospect is practically impatient to get started on change. Instead of you pushing them, they're almost pushing you. A good risk phase often flips the dynamic. The buyer feels the fire and starts pulling for the solution. The heavy lifting of creating urgency is done. You don't have to artificially pressure them. They're pressuring themselves. This changes the tone of the sale completely. It's not a salesperson chasing a customer. It's more like the customer is like, let's go. I need this now. Optimal closing mindset. By the end of risk, the prospect is in the ideal psychological state for closing. They are convinced they must change immediately, and they're emotionally a bit on edge. They've confronted fear and pain, and importantly, they trust you for having guided them. They likely see you as someone who helped them realize something crucial, which boosts your credibility for when you present the solution. They might even be somewhat grateful in a way. Often prospects at this point think, this conversation opened my eyes. Now I know what I have to avoid. And thank goodness I do. That increases the likelihood they'll follow your guidance on how to avoid it. They sell themselves on urgency. The prospect's internal narrative has fully switched to, I need to do this now. So if later, say when you go to close, a thought like maybe we should wait a quarter arises, they themselves will counter it. Essentially, the heavy emotional work is done. They confronted fear and internalized the pain of not acting, so you don't have to prod them with high-pressure tactics. One line said, the heavy emotional work is done. They confronted fear and pain, and importantly, they trust you. They likely see you as someone who helped them realize something important. So now, closing is more about formalizing what they already emotionally decided. Trust and credibility boost as noted. Guiding them through risk with empathy means by the end, they trust you a lot. You weren't afraid to go there into the difficult conversation, which many salespeople avoid, and you did it in a way that helped them. Now, when you present the solution, they're thinking, this person really understands what's at stake and has my back. That trust reduces friction for closing. They're not viewing you as a typical seller, more as an advisor who helped them see clearly. Action as the only choice. The outcome is that the prospect now views taking action not as a risk, but as the only responsible choice. Conversely, not acting is seen as reckless or untenable. This reframing of risk ironically makes saying yes to a solution feel safe. So psychologically, they're leaning towards signing up with you because not signing up is what's scary. That's a perfect setup for a close. Summing up, the risk phase's outcome is a prospect who is not just conceptually on board with change, but is urgently driven to change now in order to avoid a vividly imagined negative future. They've, in effect, said to themselves, "No, I refuse to let that happen. We have to move now." This transforms the sale from you pushing to them pulling. At this point, when you ask for commitment, it feels natural and guided, not pushy, because they already feel it needs to happen. The prospect is at peak motivation and sees action as the only path to avoid serious loss, making the final close feel like the logical and emotionally necessary next step. Question logic formula. How to form risk questions. The formula for risk questions follows a future threat framework. Threaten the dream, extend the timeline, amplify the consequences. You're having the prospect confront the nightmare scenario of not changing, using the dream they just articulated as the contrast. Step 1. Threaten the dream. Begin by directly connecting to the dream they just described and introducing the possibility that they might never achieve it. The key is creating a stark contrast between the beautiful future they just envisioned and the reality of staying stuck. You've just spent time building up an emotionally charged, positive vision. Now you're threatening to take it away. Your opening should explicitly reference their dream and then flip the perspective to, what if that doesn't happen? The phrasing matters. You're not saying they won't achieve it. You're asking them to consider the possibility. This feels less accusatory while still being provocative. You're essentially asking them to imagine a future where they're still in their current painful state while the dream remains out of reach. The psychological mechanism here is endowment effect combined with loss aversion. Through dream questions, the prospect has taken mental ownership of that positive future they've envisioned themselves living it, felt the emotions, seen the details. Even though they don't have it yet, psychologically they feel some ownership of it. Now you're threatening to take away something they feel they already possess, which triggers a much stronger emotional response than simply not gaining something new. Listen for their initial reaction. Some prospects will immediately show distress or concern. Others might give a more intellectualized response. Either way, your goal is to have them emotionally engage with the negative scenario, not just acknowledge it intellectually. If their response feels flat or detached, you'll need to probe deeper to make the risk feel real. Step 2. Extend the timeline. Next, stretch out the negative scenario over time to emphasize how the cost compounds. You're essentially doing the inverse of what you did in dream questions. Instead of building a positive future, you're having them imagine an extended negative future where the problem persists or worsens. Reference the time they've already invested unsuccessfully, then extend that forward. The pattern is, you've already experienced of this. Now imagine another passes and nothing changes. This creates cumulative weight because they're not just imagining the problem continuing, they're imagining additional time wasted on top of what they've already lost. That framing of additional loss rather than first loss hits harder psychologically. You can also layer in the dream periodically as a contrast. While you're extending the timeline of struggle, briefly remind them what they're missing out on. The constant comparison between what could be and what will be if nothing changes creates tension that demands resolution. Probe for what they would miss during that extended timeline. If the problem continues for another year, what experiences would they sacrifice? What milestones would pass them by? What would their life look like at that point? You want them to populate that negative future with specific losses, just as they populated the positive future with specific gains. The specificity is what makes it emotionally real. Step 3. Amplify the consequences. Finally, explore whether the problem simply persists or actively worsens if left unaddressed. Many issues, health, business, relationships, confidence, don't stay static when ignored. They deteriorate. By having the prospect acknowledge this trajectory, you amplify the risk from staying stuck to getting worse. Probe whether they believe the problem remains stable or worsens over time. Most prospects, when they really think about it, will acknowledge that their situation is likely to deteriorate without intervention. Bodies get older, markets get more competitive, relationships get more strained, confidence erodes further. Once they've conceded that things will get worse, explore what worse actually looks like. Have them describe the deteriorated state. You can also explore the ripple effects into other life areas. If the primary problem worsens, what secondary consequences emerge? Health issues might affect career. Business struggles might affect marriage. Confidence problems might affect parenting. These second-order effects often resonate more powerfully than the primary problem because they threaten areas the prospect hasn't been consciously connecting to the issue. Throughout this step, maintain empathetic concern rather than doom and gloom prophecy. You're not gleefully painting a disaster scenario. You're genuinely concerned about what happens if they don't act. The tone should communicate, I care about you, and I'm worried about what happens if this continues unaddressed. That's very different from, look how bad things will get if you don't buy my product. The former builds trust and urgency, the latter triggers sales resistance. Listen for completion signals. You've successfully completed risk questions when the prospect expresses some form of, I can't let that happen, or that's unacceptable. You're looking for a firm, emotional rejection of the no change future. They might say they refuse to be in that situation. They won't allow it. They're determined to avoid that outcome. That language indicates they've internalized the risk and are now emotionally committed to preventing it. If you hear resignation or acceptance of the negative future instead, you haven't created enough urgency and may need to probe deeper into consequences or loop back to earlier phases. The mental model is threaten the positive vision, extend the negative timeline, amplify through deterioration, achieve emotional rejection of inaction. Throughout, you're leveraging the dream they just articulated as the contrast point. You're not inventing fears, you're helping them see what they actually stand to lose if they don't change. Your tone remains empathetic and concerned, like a trusted advisor who genuinely cares about their well-being and doesn't want to see them suffer needlessly. Phase contribution. In the overall discovery journey, risk questions fulfill the critical role of creating peak urgency by threatening the dream and making inaction feel intolerable. This phase accomplishes several things for the sale. Leverages the dream as emotional ammunition. Dream questions weren't just about feeling good, they were a strategic setup for this moment. The prospect has just spent time articulating a beautiful, detailed, emotionally meaningful future they genuinely want. That vision is now fresh in their mind and heart. Risk questions take that dream and threaten it. What if you never get there? This is exponentially more powerful than generic future pacing about negative consequences because you're threatening something they've already emotionally invested in. It's the difference between you might not succeed and you might never feel that confidence on the beach with your kids that you just described. Creates the emotional peak. Through contrast, the mirrors framework is designed as an emotional journey with intentional peaks and valleys. After the positive high of dream, questions, risk questions create the lowest point, the moment of maximum concern or alarm. This valley, immediately following a peak, creates the sharpest possible contrast. The prospect goes from feeling hopeful and excited about their future to confronting the possibility of never achieving it. That emotional whiplash is jarring, but purposeful. It creates the I must act now feeling that overcomes procrastination and indecision. Transforms desire into necessity. Through dream questions, you created strong desire. They want that positive future. Through risk questions, you transform that desire into necessity. They must have that positive future because the alternative is unacceptable. Desire alone doesn't always drive action. People desire many things they never pursue. But when something becomes necessary, when not having it feels intolerable, action becomes inevitable. Risk questions accomplish this transformation by making the prospect feel the intolerability of not achieving their dream. Eliminates the final procrastination excuse. Even after all previous phases, some prospects will harbor the thought, maybe I'll do this later. Now isn't the right time. Risk questions eliminate this procrastination by making them quantify the cost of delay. When they've just articulated that every month of inaction means more suffering, missed experiences, and potentially worsening conditions, suddenly later isn't a safe option. Later becomes expensive, dangerous, irresponsible. They realize that not deciding deciding to accept continued loss and risk. This reframes procrastination from cautious waiting to active self-harm. Uses their own standards against procrastination. Throughout risk questions, the prospect is using their own values, their own dream, their own understanding of consequences to build the case against inaction. You're not imposing external pressure or artificial urgency. They're concluding, based on their own reasoning, that they can't afford to wait. This is crucial because self-generated urgency is far more durable than imposed urgency. When they later face the decision moment, they won't think the salesperson pressured me into feeling urgent. They'll think I realized I can't let this continue. That internal locus of urgency survives skepticism and buyer's remorse, provides specific costs that justify investment, just as problem urgency questions quantified the current cost of the problem. Risk questions quantify the future cost of inaction. When the prospect has articulated that another year of the problem means specific losses, more money lost, more experiences missed, more deterioration suffered, those quantified future costs make the investment feel urgent and reasonable. Your price isn't competing against their desire to save money. It's competing against the cost of continued suffering they just calculated. The math almost always favors action. Converts price objection into urgency driver. A common high-ticket objection is, I need time to think about the investment. Risk questions preemptively reframe this. By articulating the cost of delay and the risk of inaction, the prospect realizes that taking time to think about it has a price tag. If they wait a month to decide and that month costs them in ongoing losses or missed progress, suddenly the thinking time isn't free. This often converts the objection from, I need time to, I can't afford to wait. They recognize that delay has higher costs than decisive action. Creates the final pre-commitment psychological state. By the end of risk questions, the prospect should be in an optimal psychological state for closing, high desire for the positive outcome, high fear of not achieving it, and low tolerance for their current state. This combination creates what might be called peak action readiness. They want something strongly, they fear not getting it, and they're unwilling to stay where they are. This is the ideal moment to secure their commitment because all psychological forces are aligned toward action. Builds internal justification narrative. When the prospect eventually says yes to your offer, they need an internal narrative that justifies the decision. Risk questions provide crucial elements of that narrative. I had to act because waiting would cost me too much. I couldn't risk not achieving my goals. The alternative was unacceptable. This isn't rationalization. It's genuine reasoning they've developed through the discovery. When they later need to justify the purchase to themselves or others, they have a complete story that makes the decision feel intelligent and necessary rather than impulsive or pressured. Separates committed prospects from tire kickers. Some prospects will engage superficially with risk questions, giving casual acknowledgement without real emotional engagement. This is valuable diagnostic information. It suggests they either don't have enough pain, don't want the dream badly enough, or aren't being honest with themselves about consequences. A truly qualified, committed prospect will show genuine concern when confronting the risk of inaction. Their voice will change, their language will become more emphatic, their tone will carry weight. This phase helps you identify who's truly ready to invest versus who's just exploring options. Provides emotional foundation for secure questions. Risk questions set up the final phase of discovery. Secure the yes perfectly. After experiencing the fear and urgency of risk, the prospect is primed to declare their commitment to change. The secure phase will feel like relief. After the tension of risk, yes, I'm ready to move forward becomes a release of the anxiety built up by confronting the negative scenario. The commitment feels good because it represents taking control and avoiding the nightmare they just envisioned. Balances the emotional architecture of the sale, looking at the full mirror's arc. Risk questions provide essential balance. You started with hope, moved through pain, created commitment to change, built desire, and now you've added fear of loss. This complete emotional journey, hope, pain, commitment, desire, fear, ensures that the prospect's decision is based on the full spectrum of human motivation, not just one dimension. They're not just buying to avoid pain or just buying to gain pleasure. They're buying because they understand their situation fully, know what they want, know what they risk, and have decided that action is the only responsible choice. Creates point of no return psychology. By the end of risk questions, the prospect has psychologically crossed a point of no return. They've admitted their dream, confronted the nightmare alternative, and felt the unacceptability of inaction. Going back to, maybe I'll just think about this, feels psychologically inconsistent after everything they've said. They've essentially pre-committed to action through their own words and reasoning. This doesn't guarantee they'll buy your specific solution, but it virtually guarantees they'll recognize they need to do something significant. Your solution, positioned correctly in the upcoming pitch, becomes the obvious something logical transition to final phase. After the intensity of risk questions, the natural progression is to secure their commitment to action. The prospect has just confronted a future they find unacceptable. The immediate question becomes, so are you ready to make sure that doesn't happen? This is secure the yes, the final phase, where you lock in their commitment to change before presenting your solution. Risk questions provide the emotional fuel for that commitment. The prospect is ready to say yes to action because they've just vividly experienced why inaction is intolerable. The transition feels natural. They're not being asked to commit to something arbitrary. They're being asked to commit to avoiding the nightmare they just described. By completing the risk phase effectively, you've accomplished something powerful. The prospect is now internally convinced that not acting is more dangerous than acting. They've felt the fear of losing their dream, quantified the cost of delay, and emotionally rejected the no-change future. This isn't superficial agreement. It's deep psychological commitment to action born from their own reasoning and emotions. When you move into secure the yes and then your pitch, you're not trying to convince someone to change. You're offering a solution to someone who has already decided they must change. That's a fundamentally different and much easier sale. Secure questions, purpose, why it matters. Secure the yes is the culmination of the discovery process. Its purpose is to get the prospect to verbally commit to taking action and changing right now before you transition into presenting your solution. Essentially, it's a pre-close that confirms that everything you've done up to now has led to a real decision in the prospect's mind. Yes, I am ready to fix this now. The reason this is so important is that it creates a powerful verbal commitment from the buyer, leveraging that commitment consistency principle one more time before the actual sale. By saying, yes, I'm ready to change, the prospect is publicly declaring their intention, which psychologically they'll feel driven to honor. Securing this yes also removes ambiguity. It's a moment where both you and the prospect explicitly agree we're going to solve this starting now. Without this step, even if they're emotionally convinced, there could be hesitation or unspoken doubts going into the pitch. But once they say, yes, I'm ready, the tone shifts. It's no longer if they'll do something, but how they'll do it. In essence, it reframes the upcoming product service presentation from, do you want to make a change? To, you've decided to change. Let's discuss how. That makes the final close much smoother, because the big decision is already made. Now it's about specifics. Another purpose of Secure the Yes is to solidify the prospect's identity as someone who is taking action to solve the issue. It's a positive, empowering moment. They go from being a problem haver to a solution seeker in their own narrative. That positive momentum carries into the sales process, and even post-sale, it reduces buyers' remorse because the purchase becomes part of them fulfilling their declared commitment, rather than something you talked them into. Also, by explicitly asking for this yes, you reduce the chance of later backpedaling like, I'm not sure I want to change. They've told you they do, and you can always reference that if needed. In a way, secure questions close the door to indecision and open the door to collaboration on the solution. Additionally, it's a confidence move from you. You're basically saying, all right, we've explored everything. I believe you're ready, are you? It shows leadership and confidence in the process, which often the prospect will respond to by stepping up and agreeing. In summary, the purpose of Secure the Yes is to capture and lock in the transformation you've created in the prospect over the discovery, turning all their emotion and insight into a clear decision. Yes, I'm going to change now. It's like tying a bow on the discovery conversation and aligning both parties that the next phase is working together on the solution. It makes the subsequent presentation feel like a natural continuation rather than a new sales pitch they need to evaluate. That's a huge advantage for closing the deal. Logic. How it works? Secure questions aim to surface one critical piece of information, a clear, explicit commitment from the prospect that they are ready to take action now. In practice, this comes out as the prospect's own words of agreement or commitment, such as, yes, I'm ready to do what it takes to solve this. Yes, I'm ready to change this now, or any variant that signals full buy-in. Essentially, we're fishing for a yes, I'm ready in their own vocabulary. Think of it as closing the loop. Throughout discovery, they've likely given many yeses. Now you're consolidating those into the big yes to act. The logic is that until a prospect explicitly vocalizes that commitment, there's still a chance they haven't fully internalized it or might waver. Getting them to say it out loud is powerful. It's a threshold crossing moment from contemplation into decision. Another piece of logic, by asking for this commitment before pitching your solution, you were effectively separating the decision to change from the decision to buy your solution. This is clever because you first lock in that will you change now equal to yes, which psychologically positions the actual sale as a foregone conclusion or mere detail. If they say yes to change, it's implied they need something to change with that as your solution. It reframes the product purchase not as a big decision, but as the means to fulfill a decision already made. Also, surfacing this yes helps identify any last hesitations. The instructions mention it surfaces a clear affirmation or identification of any last hesitation. If the prospect doesn't give a strong yes or hedges, that tells you there's something unresolved. Better to find out now than after you pitch. For instance, if you ask, are you ready to move forward and do what it takes to avoid that outcome and achieve your goal? And they respond with a lukewarm, I guess so, or I'm not sure yet, that surfaces that some doubt remains. You then know you might need to loop back on a concern or clarify something. The ideal is a clear yes, I am. When executed, secure questions logically follow risk. The conversation might go, after the buyer says in risk, we must act now. You respond affirmatively, and then seamlessly ask something like, so, are you ready to move forward and do what it takes to avoid that scenario and reach? The logic in the buyer's mind, yes, I just said I need to act, and now they're asking if I will, of course, yes. It's a short step logically, but a significant one psychologically. So what it surfaces, that final confirmation of readiness, And by hearing them say, yes, I'm ready, you achieve multiple things. You tie a bow on their internal narrative of, I need to do this. You get verbal evidence of commitment, and you create a moment of positive resolution. One more aspect, by making them explicitly voice commitment, you cement their story that I'm someone who's taking action. Humans like to stay consistent, so having said that, they'll be likely to follow through. Activation triggers. Secure the yes is the final phase of discovery, so it comes after the prospect has gone through all the emotional and logical steps, meaning right after risk, when the buyer has effectively reached the peak of, I need to change now. The trigger to ask for this commitment is essentially when you sense that the prospect is at that point of, I must act. Often, as covered, you will hear them say something during or right after risk like, I can't let that happen, or we need to do something. Sometimes they'll even ask, so what should we do next? That's a prime moment they're practically handing you the yes. But even if they don't explicitly ask, after risk you'll often have that moment of silence or serious agreement where it's clear they're on board. That's when you go for it. Essentially, as soon as you conclude risk, the very next step is to secure the yes. The sequence is critical. Do not try to secure the yes too early. If you ask, are you ready to change now? Prematurely, the prospect might say, I guess, without full conviction, or even, I'm not sure yet. The discovery phases were designed to build to this. So ensure you've seen the signals, clear pain understood, root cause identified, prospect accepts need for help, they've articulated a dream and felt the urgency from risk. All signs by now likely point to yes. Another timing consideration, often after risk, you might naturally give a reassuring comment like we said. Right after that reassurance is a great time to say something like, so, are you ready to move forward and do what it takes to avoid that and achieve? Typically, you want to capture the emotional peak of urgency and the prospect's feeling of trust towards you at that moment. You've just been through a lot together. Asking for their commitment at that point feels natural and guided, not pushy. If you wait too long or start fiddling around off topic, you could lose a bit of momentum. So generally, as soon as you conclude risk and both of you acknowledge we must act, the very next step is to secure that in words. So triggers in summary, immediately after the risk discussion when urgency is at its peak and the prospect is likely feeling, let's do something. If the prospect themselves says or asks something that implies readiness or next steps, that's a neon sign to secure the yes right then. They might not always phrase it that directly, but sometimes they do. If they do, you effectively skip right to secure. Ensure you have addressed all phases. A trigger not to attempt secure is if you felt something in risk was incomplete. If so, clarify first then secure. But if all signals are green, go ahead. In short, as soon as an action is unacceptable to them and they trust you and want to act, ask them to commit. Completion signals. You will know secure the yes is successful when the prospect provides a clear affirmation of readiness. Specifically, the prospect explicitly says yes. For example, yes, I'm ready to move forward. Absolutely, I'm all in. Or even simply, yes. It could also be phrased in their own words, like I'm committed to doing this now. Any strong, unambiguous statement of commitment is the primary signal. If they say something like, definitely, let's do it. Congratulations, you've secured the yes. Positive, emotional relief or excitement upon saying yes. Often when a prospect finally verbalizes the yes, you might notice a kind of relief or excitement. The text mentions it can feel like a mini emotional high, the relief of deciding. They might even smile, nod vigorously, or have an upbeat tone as they confirm. Sometimes prospects even say things like, that's great to hear, after they or you acknowledge the yes, or you might lighten the tone with a small celebration, fantastic, and they respond well. That release of tension is a sign that they've crossed the line and feel good about it. A shift in conversation from if to how, when. Once the yes is secured, you might notice the prospect themselves start talking like it's a done deal, for example, asking how implementation would work, or details of next steps. This indicates mentally they've moved from decision to action implementation mode. But even before that, you'll trigger this by moving into solution talk. Absence of hesitation. If earlier they had any hesitations, by now they should be resolved. If they answer your secure question without any reservation, that indicates any hidden objections have been addressed through the process. If they do show hesitation here, that signal's not fully complete, which means something might need reinforcement or clarification. But the ideal completion signal is a smooth, confident yes. They adopt the commitment as part of their narrative. The prospect might even add something like, we've needed to do this for a long time. I'm glad we're finally doing it, or I feel better having decided. That shows they're internalizing the commitment as a positive step they're taking, which is great. You, as the seller, feel the energy shift. Often when a prospect says that, yes, you can feel a sort of lift in the conversation, a turning point where now you're on the same team moving forward. If there was any subtle tension, it dissipates. The prospect might even metaphorically exhale in relief after committing. That feeling in the room, or call that, okay, we're now proceeding together, is a big sign. Explicit identification of last hesitation. If, instead of a clean yes, the prospect brings up a concern at this stage, that's surfaced a final obstacle. In that case, a completion signal for secure phase would be that you address that and then get the yes. Essentially, secure phase might reveal a last issue, which you then quickly handle, and once handled, they commit. So, either an immediate yes or a no that turns to yes after resolution indicates completion. In summary, you know you have successfully secured the yes when the prospect verbally confirms they are ready to move forward, and their attitude aligns with that. You and the prospect are now both openly aligned that the next phase is working together on the solution, not deciding whether to change. It often feels like a mutual green light or handshake moment. The prospect might even say something congratulatory like, I'm excited to get this going, which is a sure sign. Essentially, the decision to change with your help is out loud and locked in. Outcome statements. A successfully completed secure phase accomplishes a pivotal transition in the sales process. The sale moves from analysis to commitment. Once the prospect says yes, psychologically they've closed the chapter on indecision. It's now an implementation discussion. Key outcomes include sale transitions from persuasion to fulfillment. All the heavy persuasive lifting is done. The prospect is effectively sold on changing and implicitly sold on needing a solution to do so. Now the stage is perfectly set for you to present your product service as the way to fulfill their commitment. It's a much easier sell at that point because you're not convincing them to do something, you're showing them how to do what they've already agreed to. From will they change to they will change with us. In summary words from the text, by securing the yes, you turn the sale from will they change to they will change with us. All that's left is to finalize the solution details and formal commitment. Thanks to this step, that final close often feels like a natural conclusion rather than a hard sell. Verbal commitment equal to psychological driver. The prospect publicly stated their commitment. As noted, that leverages the commitment consistency principle strongly at this stage. They will likely now behave in ways consistent with that declared commitment. For example, if later an internal doubt arises, they'll remember, but I said I'm ready to do this, which can help them overcome it. It means they're less likely to waver or backtrack because they feel it's part of their plan now. They've made a resolution out loud, and that carries weight. Positive identity and momentum. The prospect now sees themselves as someone who is doing something about their problem. That empowers them. The text mentions it helps solidify their identity as an action taker, which reduces buyer's remorse because the purchase becomes their fulfilling of a declared goal, rather than something the salesperson pushed on them. In other words, when they sign the contract or pay, it feels like their idea and plan rather than the salesperson sold me something. This leads to a stronger post-sale satisfaction and partnership mentality. Door to indecision closed because you explicitly asked and got a yes to ready to move forward now. You reduce the chance of them second-guessing or dragging feet later. If they try to backpedal, you have that prior commitment to reference. But more so, they themselves will feel incongruent if they backpedal after saying yes, which is a psychological deterrent to flip-flopping. Alignment and clarity. Both you and the buyer are now crystal clear that you're moving forward. There's no ambiguity like maybe we should think a bit more. It's out in the open, you both agreed it's go time. This clarity is helpful for planning next steps, getting their team on board, etc. Confidence in you as leader of next steps. You took charge by confidently asking for commitment. That actually often boosts the buyer's confidence in you. You're demonstrating you can lead them to action. Many prospects appreciate that assertiveness at the right moment, so they likely trust you even more to now lead the implementation or solution phase. Setting stage for solution presentation. Now, when you present your solution, you're framing it as the how to do what they already decided. The buyer is listening not to judge if they'll do something, but how to do what they already decided to do. This changes their listening perspective. They're less critical and more collaborative. Shortened sales cycle from here. Usually once the yes is secured, things speed up because the emotional decision is done. Now, remaining steps are more procedural. It's likely to reduce drawn-out cycles because it's no longer will they, won't they, it's they will. Let's iron out how the text doesn't explicitly say this, but it implies a smoother closing process. All in all, by securing the yes, you turn the sale into essentially a mutual plan execution. The buyer has effectively said, I'm on board, which means everything that follows is viewed as implementing that on board decision. This leads to faster, smoother closing and a stronger foundation for the relationship. Finally, by this step, the mirror's discovery process has done its job. The prospect has convinced themselves change is necessary and imminent, and they've told you they're ready to proceed with making that change happen with you. All that's left is to formalize and move into solution mode, a much more straightforward path now that the buyer's internal narrative is, I will change, and you're going to help me do it. Question logic formula. How to form secure questions? The formula for secure questions follows a commitment capture framework. Summarize the journey, ask for commitment, lock it in. You're crystallizing everything the prospect has discovered and getting them to verbally declare their readiness to change before you present any solution. Step 1. Summarize the journey. Begin by concisely recapping the key revelations from the entire discovery conversation. You're essentially holding up a mirror that reflects their complete journey back to them in a single, coherent narrative. This isn't about restating every detail, it's about distilling the essential elements that led to this moment. Your summary should hit the major touchpoints in sequence, their mission, and why it matters, the efforts they've made that haven't worked, the root cause they identified, the cost of that problem continuing, the dream they articulated, and the risk of not achieving it. The flow should feel like a complete story with a clear through line. You're essentially saying, here's what you told me you want, here's what's been blocking you, here's what it's costing you, here's what you stand to gain, and here's what you risk losing. The phrasing should be brief, but comprehensive. You're not redoing the discovery, you're capturing its essence in a way that makes the logical case for action undeniable. Use their language where possible, especially for emotionally charged elements like their dream outcomes or their root cause. This reflection shows you've been listening and it reminds them of everything they've uncovered. The psychological purpose of this summary is twofold. First, it creates narrative coherence. The prospect sees their situation as a complete story that demands a resolution. Second, it builds momentum toward commitment by making all the previous agreements explicit. They've been agreeing to small truths throughout the conversation. Now you are stacking those truths together so the conclusion feels inevitable. Listen for their acknowledgement as you summarize. They should be nodding, affirming, or showing recognition. If they dispute any element of your summary, that's a signal you have misalignment that needs addressing before proceeding. The summary should feel accurate and complete to them. Step 2. Ask for commitment. Once you've summarized and they've acknowledged its accuracy, ask a direct question that requires them to verbally commit to taking action. This isn't asking them to buy your solution, yet it's asking them to commit to the concept of change itself, to solving the problem, to pursuing the dream. The question should be simple, direct, and impossible to misunderstand. You're essentially asking, given everything we've just discussed, are you ready and committed to fixing this now? The phrasing can vary, but the core elements remain: reference the problem and the goal, acknowledge the stakes, and ask for explicit commitment to action. Frame the question around what they want to achieve and what they want to avoid, linking it to their stated mission and articulated dream. You're not asking, do you want to buy coaching? You're asking, are you committed to solving this problem and achieving what you've described? This is an important distinction. They're committing to their own transformation, not to your product. Your product becomes the vehicle for that transformation, but first, you need their commitment to the journey itself. Keep the question brief and let it land. After asking, resist the urge to fill silence. This is a moment for them to decide, and that decision needs space. If you keep talking after asking, you dilute the power of the question and potentially give them an escape from answering directly. Listen for the quality of their response, not just the words. A strong completion signal is an emphatic, unequivocal, yes, something definitive and firm. They might say they're absolutely ready, they're all in, they're completely committed. The energy behind the words matters as much as the words themselves. You're looking for conviction, not compliance. If you get a weak or hesitant response, something tentative or conditional, that's diagnostic information. It means something isn't fully resolved. They might have a lingering doubt, an unaddressed objection, or incomplete buy-in to some element of the discovery. In that case, you need to explore what's creating the hesitation rather than pushing forward. A lukewarm commitment at this stage will create problems later. Step 3. Lock it in. Once they've given you a strong affirmative commitment, acknowledge it positively and prepare to transition into your solution presentation. This step serves to solidify what just happened. They made a commitment and to bridge into the next phase of the conversation smoothly. Your acknowledgement should affirm their decision as wise and their readiness as legitimate. This isn't about praising them excessively. It's about validating that committing to change is the right choice given everything they've discovered. You might express confidence in their decision. Note that recognizing the need for change is often the hardest part, or simply affirm that they're making a smart move for themselves. This is also where you transition into presenting your solution. The bridge should be natural. They've committed to solving the problem and achieving their dream, and now you're going to show them how to do that. Frame the transition as fulfilling their commitment, not as a sales pitch. You're essentially saying, great, you're committed to making this happen. Let me show you how we're going to get you there. The transition out of secure questions and into your pitch, it should feel like a continuation of the partnership, not a shift into selling mode. They've just declared their commitment. You're now showing them the path to honor that commitment. The energy should remain collaborative and forward-focused. The mental model is reflect back their complete journey, ask for explicit commitment to change, affirm their decision, and bridge to solution. Throughout, you're treating their commitment as the natural, logical conclusion of everything that came before. You're not pressuring them into a corner. You're offering them the chance to declare what they already know. They must change. Phase contribution. In the overall discovery journey, secure questions fulfill the critical role of converting internal conviction into verbal commitment before any solution is presented. This phase accomplishes several things for the sale. Captures commitment at peak readiness. The entire mirrors process has been building to this moment. The prospect has identified their mission, reviewed failed attempts, discovered their root cause, felt the urgency of the problem, articulated their dream, and confronted the risk of inaction. They're at maximum psychological readiness for commitment. Secure questions capture that commitment while all the emotional and logical factors are aligned. Waiting any longer risks losing momentum. Asking any sooner risks incomplete buy-in. The timing is strategic and deliberate. Leverages the commitment consistency principle. Once someone publicly declares a position or intention, they feel internal psychological pressure to behave consistently with that declaration. By having the prospect verbally commit to change out loud, to you, you activate this powerful principle. When they later face the investment decision, that commitment exerts influence. Their mind thinks, I already said I was ready to fix this. Not acting would be inconsistent with what I declared. This isn't manipulation, it's helping them maintain alignment with their own stated intentions. Separates the decision to change from the decision to buy. This is a subtle but crucial distinction. In secure questions, you're not asking them to buy your product. You're asking them to commit to solving their problem. These are two different decisions, and separating them is strategically important. By first securing commitment to change, you remove the "should I do this?" question from the table. When you present your solution, the only remaining question is, how do I do this? And is this the right vehicle? That's a much easier conversation than convincing someone they need to change in the first place. Creates a psychological contract. The verbal commitment functions as an informal contract between you and the prospect. They've essentially said, yes, I acknowledge my situation, and I'm committed to changing it. When you then present your solution, you're fulfilling your side of an implicit agreement. They said they wanted help, and you're providing it. This contract feeling reduces the adversarial dynamic that often exists in sales conversations. You're not trying to convince a reluctant buyer. You're helping a committed person find their path. Provides a reference point for objection handling. If objections arise later, you have this commitment to reference diplomatically and respectfully. If they hesitate at the investment, you might gently remind them of what they just committed to and ask what's changed. This isn't about trapping them with their words. It's about helping them stay aligned with their own intentions. Often, surface objections mask deeper concerns that the commitment reference can help surface. You said you were committed to making this happen. What's creating the hesitation now? Invites honest dialogue. Transitions the conversation from discovery to solution. The entire discovery up to this point has been about understanding and feeling the problem deeply. Secure questions mark the turning point where the conversation shifts from what's wrong to how do we fix it. This transition is important to make explicit. The prospect needs to feel that chapter closing and a new chapter opening. Secure questions provide that clear demarcation. You've seen the problem clearly and committed to solving it. Now let's talk about the solution. Reduces post-pitch resistance. Many sales conversations hit heavy resistance when the pitch begins because the prospect's defenses go up. Here comes the sales pitch, triggers skepticism and guardedness. By securing commitment before the pitch, you've changed the dynamic. They've already agreed they need a solution. The pitch is simply explaining what that solution looks like. This fundamentally alters their listening posture, from defensive evaluation to collaborative exploration. Confirms qualification before investment of pitch time. If a prospect can't or won't give you a firm commitment at this stage, that's valuable information. It means something is unresolved. Maybe they're not convinced of the root cause, don't believe in their dream, aren't feeling urgency, or have external factors preventing commitment. Better to discover this now than after you've delivered your entire pitch. Secure questions act as a final qualification gate. If they're truly ready, they'll commit. If they're not ready, their hesitation reveals where additional work is needed. Empowers the prospect as decision maker. Throughout discovery, you've been guiding the conversation. In secure questions, you're explicitly putting the decision in their hands. You're essentially saying, given everything you've discovered about yourself and your situation, what do you want to do? This empowers them as the decision maker in their own transformation. They're not being sold to, they're choosing to act. That empowerment feeling is important because it frames the entire engagement as their choice, their commitment, their journey with you as the guide. Establishes the foundation for a strong client relationship. Clients who begin their journey with explicit commitment to change tend to be better clients. They have higher follow-through, lower attrition, and better results. This isn't coincidental. The commitment they made in secure questions becomes part of their identity. They see themselves as someone who committed to transformation, which influences their behavior throughout the engagement. By securing this commitment up front, you're actually setting them up for success, not just closing a sale. Creates emotional relief and positive momentum. After the heaviness of exploring pain, root causes, urgency, and risk, there's often emotional tension built up. The commitment moment in secure questions provides release. When they say, yes, I'm ready, there's typically a sense of relief. They've made a decision after much internal deliberation. That relief often comes with positive energy and forward momentum. They feel good about deciding to act, which carries into their reception of your pitch. Prevents the "I need to think about it" objection. One of the most common ways prospects delay is claiming they need time to consider, but if they've just verbally committed to being ready to change now, that objection becomes inconsistent with their stated position. They've already thought about, they went through an entire discovery process and concluded they must act. Secure questions essentially pre-close the timing objection by establishing that now is the right time, validates the discovery process itself. When a prospect gives you a firm commitment after the summary, it validates that the discovery was effective. They've seen themselves clearly, understood their situation deeply, and reached a genuine conclusion. This validation matters because it means your subsequent pitch will land on fertile ground. They're not just politely going along, they've genuinely internalized what they discovered. That deep understanding and conviction is what makes the coming sale feel natural rather than forced. Logical transition to solution presentation. With commitment secured, the conversation naturally flows into, how do we make this happen? Which is exactly where you want to be. You've done all the heavy lifting of creating awareness, desire, urgency, and commitment. Now presenting your solution isn't a sales pitch. It's answering their implicit question, I'm committed to change, so what do I do next? Your solution becomes the answer to their stated commitment, which is the most powerful positioning possible. By completing the secure phase effectively, you've achieved something remarkable. The prospect has talked themselves into commitment through their own reasoning, emotions, and declarations. You haven't pressured or manipulated, you've guided them through a process that led them to a natural, logical conclusion. They now see themselves as someone who has decided to change, which is an identity level shift that influences everything that follows. When you present your solution, you're not convincing them to change. You are showing them the vehicle for the change they've already committed to. That's the difference between pushing a sale and fulfilling a commitment, and it's why mirrors-based closing feels natural, ethical, and effective. The sale has essentially been made in the prospect's mind. What remains is simply the logistics of making it happen. Fast pitch process foundation, ascension, shift, timeline. Introduction. The fast pitch is a 4-phase framework for delivering a concise, compelling sales pitch in a buyer-centric way. It picks up right after a thorough discovery where the prospect has revealed their goals, pains, and motivation. By this point, the buyer has essentially convinced themselves change is needed. They've seen the gap between where they are and where they want to be. Before diving into the pitch, it's critical to secure the prospect's commitment to solving the problem now. You do this by summarizing their situation and asking a simple commitment question. For example, you've told me you're struggling with X, it's causing Y, and you really want Z outcome. It sounds like you're 100% committed to finally fixing this, right? Wait for them to confirm, yes, this verbal commitment lays the foundation for a collaborative pitch. Now, instead of trying to convince the prospect, you're simply showing them how to get the outcome they already want. The fast pitch phase's foundation, ascension, shift, timeline will guide the buyer through a vivid vision of success, a tailored solution path. an emotional transformation, and a concrete plan. By the end, the prospect should clearly see that your offer gives them exactly what they need to reach their dream outcome and avoid their fears, making saying yes the natural next step. Foundation. Why purpose? The foundation phase opens the pitch by locking onto the exact future the buyer craves and the personal significance behind it. The goal is to anchor the conversation to what they want most before mentioning any details of your solution. When the prospect vividly sees their dream outcome and feels why it matters, they become emotionally invested from the outset. This makes the logical details you present later hit 10 times harder because they're all framed as means to that exciting end. In short, foundation establishes this is about your goals and why they're so important to you. It shifts the tone from a generic sales talk to a personalized mission. You and the buyer are now on together. What key elements in the foundation? You paint a clear picture of the buyer's desired outcome and connect it to your solution's purpose. There are a few key components to include here to make it powerful and tailored. Flagship solution statement, a one-sentence hook that encapsulates what your solution does for the prospect's main pain or goal. It should link the process you offer to the outcome they want. For example, we redesign your sales approach so you can finally consistently close high-value deals. This statement positions your offering as the vehicle to their dream in plain language. It's punchy and memorable, something the buyer could easily repeat to others as the core of your solution. Dream outcome, 1 or 2 specific results the prospect told you they want. Focus only on the top outcomes they genuinely care about. These should be concrete and ideally measurable. For instance, get your close rate to a steady 40% plus, or reach $30,000 in monthly sales. By naming their dream outcomes explicitly, you show you listened in discovery and are zeroed in on delivering their vision of success. Time horizon, a credible time frame for achieving those outcomes, giving the prospect a sense of when they can expect to win. This sets expectations and adds urgency. It could be a few months or whatever makes sense for your solution. For example, within the next 6 months or in just one sales quarter. A specific time horizon makes the vision feel tangible. The finish line is in sight. Personal meaning tie-in, a brief reminder of why those outcomes matter on a personal level based on what the prospect shared. This connects the professional or financial goal to their deeper motivation or emotion. For example, so that you can prove to yourself you're a top closer and your family sees you succeed rather than just work hard, including this personal stake, makes the vision hit home emotionally. It's not just about numbers, but their identity, pride, or peace of mind. It shows you understand the human importance of the goal, not just the metrics. How execution, the foundation phase, is typically delivered in a short, impactful narrative that weaves those elements together. It often sounds like a powerful promise or mission statement for your solution. For instance, you might lead with your flagship hook and then immediately layer in the outcomes, time frame, and meaning. Our program rebuilds your sales process from the ground up so you can finally hit that 40% close rate and even break $30,000 months within 6 months. It's all designed so you regain the confidence you had on day one and even show your family that all this hard work is paying off. In that example, notice how the buyer's desires and emotional drivers are front and center: higher close rate, high monthly revenue, quick timeline, and personal confidence. Pride. Solution is mentioned as the enabler, but not yet in nitty-gritty detail. The tone is optimistic and assured. You're essentially saying, we know what you want, we know why you want it, and we have a way to get you there. When crafting your foundation message, use the prospect's own words and priorities from discovery whenever possible. If they said, I want to hit $30,000 a month to provide for my family and feel successful, reflect that back exactly, $30,000 months. So your family sees you win. This personalization makes the prospect feel understood and excited right from the start. Also, keep the language simple and results-oriented. The foundation should be delivered in about 30 seconds or a few sentences that pack a punch. By the end of this phase, the prospect should be nodding along, maybe even smiling, clearly picturing that brighter future, internally saying, yes, that's exactly what I want. When timing, use the foundation phase immediately after the discovery. It serves as the bridge from the questioning portion of the call into the presentation of your solution. Think of it as the introduction to your pitch. You're not yet detailing how everything works, but you're setting the stage for a solution that is laser-focused on what they care about. If discovery was done right, you'll have ample material to draw on to craft this opening. It should feel like a natural continuation of the conversation. All right, based on everything you shared, let me outline how we'd help you get there. And then you go into the foundation statement. There's no big theatrical pause or change of tone. It should flow conversationally but confidently. Signals completion, you'll know your foundation phase has hit the mark when the prospect responds, positively, verbally, or non-verbally. Look for signals like affirmative nods, a verbal exactly or right, or an engaged expression. Some prospects might say things like, that sounds great, or yes, that's what I need, right after you lay out this vision. Those are green lights that they're mentally hooked. Even a moment of thoughtful silence and a smile can indicate they're imagining that future you described. On the other hand, if you finish the segment and the prospect seems confused or hesitant, it could be a sign you either missed the mark on their true goals or used terms that didn't resonate. In that case, you might back up and clarify, does that outcome align with what you were aiming for? However, if discovery was thorough, such misalignment should be rare. Typically, a well-crafted foundation will naturally earn a sounds good acknowledgement, which is your cue to smoothly transition into the next phase ascension. Outcome impact. The outcome of the foundation phase is that the buyer is now emotionally invested and crystal clear on what the prize is, their dream outcome, why it matters, and that you have a way to get them there. You've effectively built a launchpad of enthusiasm and relevance for the rest of your pitch. The prospect is no longer wondering, where is this going? Or, what are they trying to sell me? You've told them up front, I'm going to help you achieve by, so you get. This context makes them eager to hear how you'll do it. Essentially, foundation aligns you and the prospect on a shared vision of success and creates a positive, forward-looking atmosphere. It also differentiates you from pushy salespeople because you're clearly focusing on the buyer's outcomes, not just bragging about your product. With this strong foundation laid, you've earned the right to move into the meat of the pitch, presenting the actual solution in the ascension phase. Ascension. Why purpose? The ascension phase is where you outline how your solution actually works and connect each part of it to the prospect's specific pains and goals. The purpose here is to show a clear, step-by-step path that ascends from their current problems up to their desired outcome. By the end of ascension, the prospect should see your solution as a logical, tailored plan to relieve their pain and lead them to the results they want. This phase eliminates ambiguity about what exactly am I buying and how will it help me. It replaces it with clarity and relevance. Oh, I see. First we do X to fix my issue A, then Y to tackle issue B, etc. Crucially, every deliverable or feature you mention must feel directly useful to that specific buyer. The ascension phase is not a generic feature dump, it's a curated journey through only the elements that address the needs the prospect shared in discovery. The why, in essence, is to build belief. Belief that this plan will work for me because it directly addresses everything I'm struggling with, step by step. When done right, ascension transforms your solution from an abstract idea into a concrete solution in the buyer's mind, dramatically increasing their confidence and buy-in. What content? In this phase, you'll typically cover the core components of your offering. Often these are delivered as a sequence or framework of steps, modules, or phases in your program service. The content should include a high-level roadmap or framework statement. This is 1 or 2 sentences that summarize the flow of your solution before diving into the details. It acts as a guiding overview. For example, here's the game plan. First we address, then we tackle, and finally we implement to make sure you reach. This framework line gives the prospect a simple mental map of your approach. It ensures they understand there is a logical method to follow, not a random assortment of features. By previewing the sequence, you make it easier for them to follow along as you expand on each part. Deliverables, features tied to pains. Enumerate the key deliverables or steps in your solution one by one, explicitly linking each to a pain point or goal the prospect mentioned. A good rule of thumb is to address the problems in the order the prospect experiences them, or from most surface level to deeper issues. For each deliverable, use a feature, advantage, benefit approach, name the feature, then immediately state the advantage or how it helps, and the benefit or result it gives the buyer. For example, week 1, audit and script optimization will personally review and refine your sales script to immediately fix those shaky openers that turn off prospects, so you stop losing potential deals right at the start. In 1 sentence, the prospect learns what you'll do and why it matters to them. Every piece of your solution should be described this way. Clearly show how it removes a frustration they have or adds something they told you they need. Deliverable first, the first major step or component of your solution, aimed at the prospect's most immediate or surface level pain. Example, step 1, we rebuild your targeting strategy. That means we zero in on high probability prospects so you're no longer wasting time on dead-end leads. If their surface pain was, I don't have enough good leads, this feature directly alleviates that. Deliverable second, the next key component, addressing a deeper problem or root cause uncovered in discovery. Example, next, we run weekly live role-to-play sessions where you practice handling tough objections in real time, eliminating the confidence dips you mentioned and replacing them with polished skill. Here, if the deeper issue was, I lose confidence when I get objections, this feature provides a solution and benefit. Deliverable third, continue this for however many core steps your solution has. If your offering has a lot of parts, focus only on the ones most relevant to this buyer. the ones that will make them think, yes, that's exactly what I need. It's perfectly fine to omit any feature that isn't directly valuable to what they've told you. For instance, if you also have some nice-to-have software or a minor module that the prospect never brought, you can leave it out or save it for later. The pitch should feel tailored, not one size fits all. Bonus or unique element: if you have an extra feature that provides accelerated results or a unique benefit, include it as a cherry on top once you've covered the core steps. Example: plus, you'll get access to our AI call analyzer tool, which automatically scores your sales calls and pinpoints areas to improve. This way, you get better twice as fast without guessing. A bonus like this can excite the prospect and increase the perceived value, but again ensure it aligns with something they care about. If it doesn't tie to their concerns, it won't land, and it's better to leave it out. Logical flow and simplicity. Throughout Ascension, the content must be presented in a simple, logical sequence. Avoid jumping around or using internal jargon. The prospect should be able to follow step 1 does X, step 2 does Y with ease. Visually or verbally, it should feel like a straight line from problem to solution, not a maze. This clarity is crucial, and a confusion here can break the spell and make the prospect feel overwhelmed or skeptical. How execution: deliver the Ascension phase as a guided tour of their future solution. One effective approach is to transition smoothly from the foundation vision into this phase with a bridging phrase from the framework statement. For example, right after painting the dream in foundation, you might say, "Now let me walk you through how we make that happen." Then give the one-breath overview. It breaks down into 3 key steps. First, we to solve, then we to tackle, and finally to ensure. This primes them for a structured explanation. Next, take them through each deliverable in order. Emphasize the pain-benefit connection consistently. It can help to explicitly recall their words. Remember how you said? This part is designed to fix exactly that by, for example, you mentioned your team's cold calls often fall flat in the first 30 seconds. That's why in week 1 we do the script optimization to immediately sharpen your opener and start conversations off right, then proceed step by step. After that, in weeks 24, we hold live role to play labs. This directly addresses that deeper confidence issue you talked about by practicing objections live. You won't be caught off guard in real calls anymore. As you explain each part, stop briefly to check understanding or paint micro-visuals. At that point, you start noticing prospects staying on the phone longer and engaging more because your opening is strong. These little future pacing comments help the prospect imagine the improvement at each step. Keep an upbeat, matter-of-fact tone. You're not hyping random features, you're teaching them how the plan will solve their problems. If you've chosen the deliverables wisely, the prospect will likely respond with cues like, "Oh, that's good," or a nod when you hit a pain. If they interject with a question or excitement, engage briefly but stay on track. Answer very simply or acknowledge their enthusiasm and move on to the next step. Don't dive into minute technical details unless they specifically ask. Too much detail can distract or overwhelm. For example, if they ask, "How do the AI call scores work?" you might briefly say, "It uses an algorithm to rate tone and keywords, but the key point is it gives you targeted feedback without you having to guess. We can talk more about it later if you want." Then continue with the main storyline of the pitch. Throughout Ascension, a critical best practice is only include what matters to this prospect. This cannot be overstated. It demonstrates respect for what they shared and keeps their attention laser focused. If you catch yourself mentioning a feature and you can't immediately articulate how it ties to something the prospect said, that's a red flag. Consider skipping it or rephrasing it to make the benefit clear. For instance, rather than touting, "Our platform has a customizable dashboard," you'd frame it as, "You'll have a dashboard where you can see your team's call metrics in real time, which means if call volume was one of your concerns, you can spot and fix any slowdown immediately. If real-time visibility wasn't a concern they raised, then bringing it up might just muddle things." When timing, Ascension follows right after you've set the vision and foundation. Think of it as the main body of your pitch. It will likely take the bulk of that 2 to 4 minute pitch window as you describe the solution. Despite covering multiple components, it should still be concise. Typically, a minute or 2 is enough to outline even a complex solution. If you stick to the most relevant points, you'll know it's time to wrap up Ascension when you've addressed all the major pains goals the prospect disclosed. If your discovery was thorough, you probably have 2 to 3 primary pain points and perhaps a desire for speed or certainty. Structure your solution around answering each of those. Once each has an answer in your plan, you've done your job in this phase. There's no need to belabor it. Remember, the pitch isn't about telling them everything you could possibly do, just what's needed to solve their case. And the Ascension phase, once the prospect clearly sees the path forward and before their eyes start glazing over from too much information, Signals completion. A well-delivered ascension phase will often be met with signs of relief or excitement from the buyer. You might notice the prospect nodding as you address each problem. Verbal signs could include, "Wow, that would be great," or "I can see how that'd help us with." Sometimes you'll get explicit confirmation like, "I like that you guys do, I really need help with." These are strong indicators that the prospect is connecting the dots between your solution and their needs, exactly what you want. Another signal of success is the prospect doesn't raise new objections or confusions during this rundown. If they remain quiet but attentive, that's usually positive. On the other hand, if you start hearing things like, I'm not sure how that would work for us, or "we tried something similar before," that could signal doubt. In such cases, it might mean you need to clarify the benefit more, or you might have introduced a feature that doesn't resonate. You can address it briefly by asking a follow-up like, "Good question, let me clarify how this specifically solves." But as a rule, if you tailored well, the prospect's responses will affirm that each piece of your plan feels relevant. A major sign that ascension is complete is when all their known pain points have a solution attached in your presentation, and the prospect appears to accept or acknowledge each one. At this point, they should be thinking something along the lines of, "This covers what I was worried about." Outcome impact. By the end of the ascension phase, the prospect should have a clear mental picture of what they are buying in terms of process and deliverables, and more importantly, why each part is there for them. The outcome is that the solution no longer feels abstract. It's a concrete plan tailored to them. Ideally, the buyer is now thinking, "This plan addresses exactly what I need to fix." It's not fluff, it's built from my situation. They may even start visualizing themselves going through the program, service, practicing those calls, getting the audits, using the tool, and so on. This mental ownership is a great sign. Another outcome of ascension is that you've built considerable credibility and trust by being specific and relevant. You weren't just saying our product is great, you demonstrated understanding of their situation and showed proof of concept of how you'll solve it. At this stage, much of the heavy lifting is done. The buyer believes in the value of the solution for them. The logical next questions in their mind are likely, "Will this really transform me? And can I do this and see results within my time frame?" In addition, after hearing the ascension phase, many prospects implicitly start to feel, "If only I had this in place earlier," because they see how much pain could have been avoided. You can capitalize on that sentiment with a strategic question to drive the point home and increase urgency. Before moving to the next phase, it's often powerful to ask a reflection question to solidify their buy-in. For instance, just imagine if you had a solution like this in place, where do you think your business would be today? Then let them answer. The prospect might say, "Wow, I'd probably be at by now," which makes them articulate the costs of not acting sooner. If they only give a brief answer, gently follow up with, "Why do you say that?" to make them elaborate on the benefits they envision. By verbalizing why the solution would have helped, they're essentially convincing themselves of its value. This question leverages a bit of positive tension. It makes them realize every month without these fixes has been a lost opportunity, and thus taking action now is crucial. It transitions their mindset from simply, "This solution makes sense," to, "I need this solution as soon as possible." Once they've reflected on that, you can smoothly segue into the next part of the pitch, the shift phase, which will elevate the conversation from solving problems to achieving a new self-image. Shift. Why purpose? The shift phase is all about elevating the discussion from the tactical level to the transformational level. Up to now, the prospect knows what they want and how they'll get it. The purpose of shift is to have them internalize who they will become or what life will feel like once those outcomes are achieved. It ties everything together by closing the psychological loop, from acknowledging pain to seeing the solution, and finally to embracing the new identity or status that solution brings. People don't just buy what the product is, they buy what it will make them. In sales, especially with coaching, consulting, or any self-improvement related offer, this phase is crucial. It turns the pitch from a list of benefits into a personal narrative of change. Essentially, you're prompting the buyer to visualize themselves on the other side of the bridge you're building, to feel the pride, relief, confidence, or freedom that comes with having solved their problem and reached their goal. The shift phase creates an emotional crescendo. It's motivating and reaffirming. It also differentiates your approach by focusing on human outcomes rather than just business metrics. The underlying why is to increase the buyer's emotional commitment and get them to almost experience the success in advance, which makes them even more eager to make it a reality. What content in shift? The content is usually a brief series of impact statements or vivid descriptions that describe the prospect's transformed state. You are essentially painting a picture of future them once they've gone through your solution. Key elements of this content include identity statements, phrases that explicitly describe the new identity or improved self the prospect will have. For example, you'll go from feeling like a struggling salesperson to being seen as the top closer on your team, or no longer the stressed business owner working 12-hour days. You become the confident leader who has a handle on growth. These statements take the outcome beyond just results and frame it as a change in who they are or how they're perceived. It taps into ego and aspiration in a positive way. Emotion and confidence highlights descriptions of how they will feel once the change occurs. Imagine the confidence you'll feel when every call ends with you setting a next meeting, or feel the relief of finally having a system that consistently brings in revenue month after month. These make the intangible benefits tangible. It's not just about money or numbers, it's about emotional payoff. Life impact or broader effects, if relevant, mention how this success ripples into other areas of life that they care about. For example, picture being able to go home at a decent hour because you're not scrambling to chase leads. You mentioned wanting more time with your family, and that's what this shift enables. Or think about how much easier your next career move will be when you're known as the person who turned sales around this year. This shows the solution's impact beyond the immediate problem. It's fulfilling deeper desires or long-term ambitions the prospect has. Tie back to earlier struggles, one powerful move is to contrast their future state with their past struggles. Remember how insecure you felt about your sales technique? That becomes a thing of the past. You'll carry yourself like a true sales leader, or all those nights lying awake, worrying about cash flow after this. Those worries are gone, replaced by clarity and control over your pipeline. By referencing their earlier pain or fears and then flipping it to the new positive state, you make the transformation very vivid. It reinforces just how far they're going to come, which can be inspiring and reassuring. Importantly, the shift content is not about introducing new features or information. You're not adding anything new about the program here. It's purely reflective and forward-looking, leveraging what has already been discussed. If Ascension was about the head, Shift is about the heart. It should resonate with what you know about their values and motivations. How execution, the shift phase, is usually delivered in a heartfelt, affirmative tone. You're speaking vision into the prospect's life. It often helps to preface these statements with a transition like, "This is the moment," or "This is where everything changes," to signal you're moving from the plan to the payoff. For instance, you might say, "This is the moment that really shifts you from just hustling on the phone to truly mastering sales." You'll start to feel the confidence of someone who consistently hits their goals, no second guessing, no fear of objections. Instead of dreading the next call, you'll know you're the kind of person who can walk into any conversation and own it. Think about that, from struggling to get by to becoming the salesperson others turn to for advice. That identity shift is what we're aiming for here. In that example, notice we use phrases like "feel the confidence," "the kind of person who," and contrasted the before with the after. This method grounds the transformation in very relatable terms. We're not saying anything complex. We're actually summarizing the journey in human terms. You can use the prospect's earlier language here too. If they said something like, "I've never seen myself as a natural salesperson," you might incorporate, "You'll finally see yourself as the skilled closer you've been trying to become." Or if they expressed a fear, like, "I worry I'm not cut out for this," you could say, "You'll prove to yourself and others that you are absolutely cut out for this. In fact, you'll thrive." These kinds of affirmations carry a lot of weight because they address the prospect's internal doubts. Keep the shift phase relatively brief. A handful of powerful sentences can suffice. You're aiming for an emotional peak. It might last 30 seconds or so in delivery, but it leaves a strong impression. Use vivid sensory language when possible. You can even invite them to imagine it explicitly. Picture yourself 6 months from now. Your storytelling mode engages the prospect's imagination fully. It's important to sound genuine and not overly theatrical. You're not reading a hype brochure, you're sincerely painting a picture based on what you know they want. Vary your tone perhaps a bit more passionate or slower for emphasis to differentiate this segment from the factual tone of Ascension. You want the prospect to emotionally absorb this. Sometimes you'll even see a posture change on the call. The prospect might sit up straighter or smile when they think about being that successful person. That's a great sign. One more tip, you can incorporate a success story or case study snippet here if you have one that mirrors the prospect's journey. For example, one of our clients was just like you. After going through this, now they're. That's the kind of change we're talking about for you. This is optional, but it can reinforce that this transformation isn't just wishful thinking, it's something that has happened for others. Just keep it concise and relevant. When timing, the shift phase comes after you've laid out the solution details and the prospect clearly understands what the plan is. Think of it as culminating the emotional journey. You guided them down into the problems, then up through the solution, and now you're reaching the peak where the full impact sinks in. Usually, you transition into shift once you've finished describing all deliverables and perhaps after asking that reflective question about having this earlier. It's a natural place to go once the prospect has essentially said, yes, this solution would really help me, or they've indicated understanding of the plan. In practice, it might sound like, and that brings us to what this really means for you, or so, what does all of this add up to for you as a salesperson that signals you're moving from the concrete to the aspirational? If the conversation were an arc, shift is the rising action turning into the climax. You wouldn't do it right at the start, and you shouldn't do it after the close. It fits right here just before you ground everything with the timeline. So the sequence is, details are done, buyer is nodding yes. This plan works, now hit the inspiration high level, vision, then we'll come back to earth with timeline. Signals completion, because shift is emotive. Pay attention to the prospect's emotional reactions. Positive signals include things like the prospect smiling, nodding enthusiastically, or even hearing a bit of excitement or relief in their voice. Sometimes they might say something like, I love the sound of that, or man, that would be amazing, in response to these future casting statements. That's a clear indicator the vision is resonating. Another signal, a moment of silence, can mean they're imagining it. You might finish a powerful statement and they go quiet for a second or two, processing that future picture. That often indicates you hit a chord emotionally. If the prospect responds with something lukewarm or skeptical, like, well, that'd be nice if it actually happens, it might signal they're not fully convinced, or they have remaining doubts about actually achieving that vision. In such cases, you may need to reinforce briefly how the plan leads to that outcome, or perhaps they need the timeline for reassurance. But typically, if you did foundation and ascension well, by the time you deliver shift, they should be inclined to believe it, or at least really want to believe it. A good practical signal that you can move on is simply finishing the few transformation statements you plan to say. Shift isn't usually a back and forth Q&A. Once you've said 2 to 4 of these powerful lines and you sense the prospect is emotionally there with you, you can progress. You don't want to keep stacking too many identity statements. A few strong ones are enough. You know it's complete when the prospect appears emotionally uplifted or visibly inspired about the idea of this new self. Often, by the end of this phase, the prospect might actually give you the final buying signals themselves, like, this sounds really good, or I can totally see this working for me. Those comments are gold. They indicate the prospect is now emotionally and logically on board. At this point, they're likely thinking, this is exactly what I want, I feel ready. Your job then is to carry that momentum into solidifying the commitment with the final piece, the timeline. Outcome impact. After the shift phase, the prospect should feel a surge of motivation and desire. The outcome is that they not only understand the solution, they want the solution deeply because they see the person they could become or the business they could have as a result. It's not just about fixing a problem anymore. It's about achieving a better version of themselves or their company. This is a powerful psychological position. The buyer's not just intellectually convinced, they're emotionally bought in. They may even feel a bit of anticipation, as if they can't wait to become that successful person you described. Additionally, the shift phase often instills a sense of confidence and relief in the prospect. Problems can be demoralizing. Hearing how those problems being solved elevates them can replace anxiety with hope. It can also solidify the differentiation of your offer. Competitors might also offer features and benefits, but few will speak to the prospect's transformation in this personal way. So you've set your solution apart as the one that truly changes their life or career, not just tweaks a couple of metrics. By tapping into their identity and emotions, you also help the prospect internalize the decision. Instead of thinking, should I buy this product? They're now thinking, do I want to be this successful person? And the answer to that is almost certainly yes. The product becomes the obvious bridge to get there. This means that when you move next into concrete details like timeline and investment, they're already largely convinced of the value. Those next steps just have to reassure them that it's doable and sensible to proceed now. In summary, after shift, the buyer is typically personally committed to the idea of working with you, even if they haven't verbalized it yet. They see the end game, and it looks great. The emotional momentum is high. Your next job is to give them a realistic roadmap of time to maintain credibility and turn that vision into an actionable plan so they feel this is not just a dream, there's a clear path and timeline to making it happen. Timeline. Why purpose? The timeline phase brings the pitch back to a tangible, grounded perspective by outlining how the journey will play out over time. After the excitement and emotion of the shift phase, the prospect needs to feel confident that the promised outcomes aren't just pie in the sky, they're achievable within a clear time frame with your solution. The purpose of timeline is to answer the questions: how long will this take? What results will I see and when? This helps solidify the buyer's trust in your solution by showing you have a structured plan, not just for what you'll do, but when key milestones will happen. It also creates a sense of momentum and urgency. By mapping out concrete checkpoints, you're implicitly saying, this isn't an open-ended wish. It's a plan with deadlines and progress markers that assures the prospect that their investment will yield results in a timely manner. It also helps them visualize the commitment required on their part in terms of time and effort, setting proper expectations. The timeline phase, thus, serves to build confidence and to prompt immediate action. Psychologically, a clear timeline helps turn the emotional decision into a pragmatic plan, satisfying both the heart and the head before moving to the close. What content? In this phase, you'll present a simplified schedule of progress, key milestones, or outcomes the prospect will achieve by specific intervals. The content typically includes immediate or 30-day win. What early result or improvement can they expect in the first few weeks of starting your solution? This might be a quick win or significant first step that addresses a pressing pain. For example, by the end of the first month, you'll have your new sales script fully implemented and tested, and you'll likely see your first few wins, say, 10 high-quality meetings booked that weren't happening before. This shows fast traction, which boosts the buyer's confidence that the program works and begins paying off soon, not someday far off. Midterm milestone. What core outcome should they hit at roughly the midpoint? This is usually the main result that ties directly to their original goal. For example, by 90 days, you'll be consistently closing deals at your target rate. We're talking hitting that 40% close rate mark regularly. In fact, by month 3, you should be seeing those approximately $30,000 months become your new normal. This milestone reinforces the primary value of the solution. It's the fulfillment of the dream outcome we talked about in Foundation, now attached to a near future date. Longer term or ultimate outcome. What is the bigger transformation by the end of the program or by a later horizon? For instance, by 6 months, not only will those results be solidified, but you'll likely have gone beyond them, perhaps hitting $50,000 months and taking on a leadership role to mentor newer reps. Given your success, you'll be operating as that top closer we envisioned. This gives the prospect a vision of the sustained success and even exceeding their initial goals, emphasizing that your solution isn't a quick fix that fades, but a lasting change that propels them further. Relevant timeframes. Adjust these intervals to fit your specific offering. If your program is 8 weeks, you might use weekly milestones. If it's a year long, you might use 3, 6, 12 months. The key is to show steady progression, a start, a middle, and an ultimate point. Even if your product is not time-bound like a software subscription, you can still frame expectations like in 1 month using it, you get X. In 3 months, you achieve Y. The content here should be tightly linked to the outcomes they care about. Use actual numbers or specifics wherever possible. Concrete metrics make the timeline credible. Avoid vagueness like soon, you'll see improvements instead. Pin it to a time frame and result by next quarter, you'll have 10th. This shows you have a plan for accountability and success. Also, ensure the milestones are believable given your solution. Don't overpromise just to sound impressive. If a typical client sees the main result in 6 months, don't claim it will happen in 1 month. The prospect likely has a sense of what sounds reasonable. If you overshoot, you risk skepticism. It's better to give a realistic timeline and then potentially exceed it than to set unrealistic expectations now. Recap in timeline form. Essentially, timeline content is recapping what they will achieve but now anchored to dates. You might find you're repeating some of the outcomes you already discussed, but that's fine. Repetition with temporal context reinforces understanding. For instance, we talked about hitting a 40% close rate in Ascension. Shift, now we're saying by 90 days you hit 40%. That consistency actually strengthens their belief that 40% is reachable and scheduled. How execution. Lay out the timeline in a clear, step-by-step manner. It can help to actually enumerate or use by formatting in your speech for clarity, almost as if you're drawing a mental timeline for them. For example, you might say, let's talk about what the next few months will look like. By 30 days in, you'll have, by 90 days, and by 180 days. You can even explicitly say 30 days, 90 days, 180 days as headings in your verbal delivery. This structure is easy to follow. Some salespeople might even share a simple visual with a timeline graphic, but even without visual aids, just speaking in this structured way helps the prospect visualize the calendar. As you deliver each milestone, tie it back to something the prospect has said or cares about. Keep it personalized. By 90 days, which is right about when you said you'd like to be hitting your stride for Q2, you'll be at that 40% close rate. we discussed. This not only confirms the value, but also shows you remember their context. After outlining each time point, pause briefly to let it sink in. You can add a transitional phrase like, does that make sense? After the full timeline, or even mini checks like sound good after each. But often, if the prospect is engaged, they'll just be listening intently and you can go through the whole timeline then check. If you sense any doubt at a particular point, you can proactively clarify. That first month, we keep the goals very doable, for instance. Those 10 meetings will come from, which we've seen many clients achieve quickly. This kind of clarification can preempt skepticism by explaining briefly how that milestone will be hit. But don't turn the timeline into another long explanation of tactics. Just give confidence boosters if needed. The tone during timeline should be optimistic but very matter of fact. You're essentially scheduling their success, which conveys confidence. You're not asking, hopefully you'll see this. You're stating you will see this by this time. That assertiveness in forecasting results gives the buyer confidence that you've done this before and know what's realistic. It can be helpful to phrase results as achievements the client will have. You will have X. You will be doing Y. It keeps focus on them. As you go through it, try to evoke them, visualizing those future points in time. Picture the feeling when, in just a month, then by 3 months, imagine looking at your sales dashboard, seeing that 40% close rate consistently, and the revenue numbers climbing. That's where we're headed. Now you're combining the concrete with a bit of that visualization again, which is powerful. When timing, the timeline phase is typically the final phase of the formal pitch. You deliver it right after the shift as a way to bring that inspirational vision down to an actionable plan. In terms of the flow, once you've gotten through the emotional high of shift, you transition into timeline by signaling that now you'll talk about how this unfolds over time. For example, now let me break down what you can expect and when so this all feels real for you. That's a smooth way to cue the timeline, acknowledging that you want to make the vision feel real by adding timings. It's important to place timeline here because it serves as a grounding finale to the pitch. After timeline, the next steps are typically handling any final questions, discussing investment, and closing. You wouldn't want to introduce new features or major information after the timeline that would derail the logical sequence. So ensure you've covered all key solution components before entering timeline. Also, tactically, the timeline phase often naturally leads into a buy-in question or a check-in with the prospect, which then segues to closing. So timing-wise, you present the timeline, then ask a question to confirm the prospect is on board with everything so far. We'll cover those questions in a moment. But in essence, timeline is the last structured piece of your pitch narrative. Aim to keep it concise. Often, 3 milestones can be conveyed in under a minute. After an in-depth discussion earlier, the timeline should feel like a clear summary of, here's how it all comes together over time. The prospect at this point has heard what the solution is and what it will do for them. Timeline just adds the when. Signals completion. Since timeline is a more collaborative or factual segment, you'll gauge its success by the prospect's understanding and agreement. Positive signals include the prospect acknowledging the timeline with responses like, okay, that sounds reasonable, or 30 days for that first part, that'd be awesome. Nods or taking notes are also good signs. It means they are literally writing down your plan, which indicates acceptance. Sometimes a prospect will even repeat back part of the timeline, like so, 3 months to hit the main goal, that's just in time for our next board meeting. Great. That kind of remark shows they're internalizing it. If a prospect interrupts with a concern during timeline, that's something to address on the spot. You might handle it by referencing past results or the reasons your plan works. Good question, we've helped others do it in that span. And given that you're already at 20% and now implementing these improvements, 40% in 3 months is very realistic. Once addressed, if they seem satisfied, you continue. If they still seem unsure, you might adjust expectations slightly or reemphasize support. And remember, if it takes a little longer, we stick with you until you hit it, but our aim is 3 months. This flexibility can reassure them. You know the timeline phase is complete when you've clearly outlined those key milestones and the prospect has no further objections or confusion about how it will work over time. A big indicator is when you then ask a confirming question and they respond positively. That confirmatory question is often something like, do you feel this timeline makes sense for you? If they respond with yes, it does, or absolutely, I can see it, then you have effectively wrapped up the pitch content. Often the very last thing you'll do in timeline is exactly that. Ask for their take. We call these buy-in questions. They give the prospect a chance to voice agreement or any lingering issues. Good examples of closing questions for this phase are, do you feel like this plan could get you where you want to be in the time frame we discussed? This checks their confidence in the plan. Is there anything you feel is missing from what I've shown you? Anything else you'd need to hit your goals or avoid? This flushes out any unstated concerns or needs. Which part of this plan resonates the most with what you've been missing so far? This encourages them to articulate a favorite part, reinforcing the value in their own words. Even if you don't ask all of these, asking at least one is wise. The signals of completion then come from their answers. If they say, "No, I think you covered everything," to the missing question, that's fantastic. It means they feel the plan is comprehensive. If they volunteer something like, "Honestly, I was worried about X, but you addressed it with that second step," that's a double win. They're literally telling you your plan resolved worry. In rare cases, they might say something is missing. "Well, I was also hoping it would do XYZ, and I didn't hear that." That's valuable to know. You can address it right away. Either your solution does cover that, or if it doesn't, you discuss it honestly and maybe. It's an additional service or simply outside scope. Better to handle it now than after pricing. So that question acts as a safety net to catch any unmet expectations. Ultimately, the best signal that timeline is successful is when the prospect responds to these check-in questions with confidence and perhaps even excitement. If you ask, "Do you feel this plan could get you there?" and they say, "Yes, I do," in a sincere tone, then you've basically got them envisioning themselves on the path to success with you. At that point, you're through the structured pitch and ready to move to the close. Outcome impact, the timeline phase, when done properly, leaves the prospect with a concrete understanding of what happens when and a sense that the outcome is not only desirable but also attainable within a reasonable time. The outcome of this phase is twofold: confidence and urgency. Confidence. Because the prospect can now mentally connect the dots from start to finish. They know exactly what the first month yields, what the third month yields, etc., up to their goal. The journey no longer feels vague. This reduces fear of the unknown. They can also see that you, the seller, have done this before and have a structured approach. You're not winging it. This trust is crucial right before asking for the sale. They feel it's all planned out. I just need to commit. Urgency, because laying out the timeline inherently stresses that the sooner they begin, the sooner they hit those milestones. If, for example, a prospect was considering delaying a decision, hearing that by next month you could already be seeing X result gives them a reason to start now instead of later. It subtly answers the question, "Why not wait?" with "because you'd be pushing these benefits further out." Also, if any external timing factors were mentioned, you'd have folded that in. That adds urgency tied to their world. You'll want to have this in place well before Q4 rush, which is why starting now is ideal to hit that 90-day mark by September. For example, by the end of the timeline discussion, the prospect should be mentally saying, "Yes, this plan covers my issues. It will deliver my dream outcome in a time frame I care about, and nothing important is left out. I can see it working." Essentially, they are sold on the solution at this point. Notice that we haven't mentioned price or asked them to buy yet, but we have secured their agreement that yes, I want this outcome, and yes, this solution will get me there. That's huge. Once a prospect is at that stage, closing is much more a formality than a persuasion. The FAST framework has now taken them through foundation, ascension, shift, and timeline. The pitch loop is complete. You've logically and emotionally convinced them. The stage is perfectly set for the final step, discussing the investment and asking for the decision. At this point, after confirming nothing is missing and they're on board, you would transition to the close. This usually involves summarizing and then presenting the price. Investment for your solution confidently, since by now the value is well established. For example, great. So, to recap, we're going to and get you in, and it covers everything you need to. The investment for this program is XX. After stating the price, you'd follow up with a straightforward closing question such as, "How would you like to proceed?" or "Are you ready to move forward and make this happen?" Given all the groundwork laid by the fast pitch, the prospect should have very few objections at this stage. If there are any hesitations, you address them, but often you'll find the conversation smoothly moves to signing agreements or processing payment because the heavy lifting of selling was already done in the discovery and fast pitch. In summary, the fast pitch process foundation, ascension, shift, timeline provides a structured yet flexible way to deliver a pitch that is completely centered on the buyer. It ensures you hit all the notes, their vision, a tailored solution, emotional buy-in, and a clear plan. By following these phases, you lead the prospect to essentially talk themselves into the sale with you as the guide. The prospect ends up feeling understood, excited, and confident that saying yes to your offer is the right and logical next step toward the future they want. All that's left is to welcome them aboard and begin the journey to the results you've jointly mapped out. The theory of objection handling, a deep framework for understanding and mastering the art of reframing resistance. Introduction, the mind behind the objection. Objection handling is not about memorizing clever responses. It's about understanding the psychological architecture of resistance and developing the cognitive flexibility to transform concerns into collaborative conversations. This document teaches you how to think about objections at a fundamental level, giving you the tools to craft authentic, powerful responses in any situation. Core principle: every objection is a request for help in believing. When someone objects, they're not attacking, they're asking you to help them overcome an internal conflict between desire and fear. Part 1, the psychological framework. Understanding the 3 layers of every objection. Every objection operates on 3 distinct psychological layers. Mastering objection handling means learning to identify and address all 3 simultaneously. This is what the prospect actually says, the words that come out of their mouth. Examples: it's too expensive, I need to think about it, we're happy with our current solution. Key insight: the surface statement is rarely the real objection. It's a socially acceptable way to express discomfort. Diagnostic questions for layer 1. 1. What specific words did they use? 2. What was their tone when saying it? 3. Did they volunteer this objection or was it prompted? 4. How quickly did they state it? Layer 2. The emotional driver. This is the feeling beneath the statement, the emotional state driving the resistance. Common emotions: fear of making a mistake, anxiety about change, feeling overwhelmed, protecting ego, avoiding confrontation. Key insight: people make decisions emotionally and justify them logically. Address the emotion first, then provide logical support. Diagnostic questions for layer 2. 1. What are they afraid of losing if they say yes? 2. What past pain might this decision trigger? 3. Who else's opinion are they considering? 4. What would saying yes mean about their identity or competence? 5. What's the worst-case scenario playing in their mind? Layer 3, the core belief. This is the fundamental assumption or worldview that makes the objection feel true to them. Core beliefs: good things don't happen to me. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. I always get burned when I trust. Change equals risk. Key insight: you cannot argue someone out of a core belief. You must help them discover a new perspective through their own reasoning. Diagnostic questions for layer 3. 1. What life experiences might have created this belief? 2. What would have to be true for them to believe the opposite? 4. Who in their life successfully holds the opposite belief? 5. What small exception to this belief have they already experienced? Part 2, the reframe architecture. The 4 types of reframes. A reframe changes the meaning of an objection by shifting the context, perspective, or interpretation. Master these 4 types to handle any objection. 1. Context reframe. Change the frame of reference. This reframe changes what the prospect compares the decision to. You're shifting their mental benchmark. Structure: I understand it seems like. Let me share a different way to look at this. Example construction process. 1. Identify their current frame. 2. Find a frame where their objection becomes irrelevant or positive. 3. Bridge between frames using their values. Crafting questions. What are they unconsciously comparing this to? What comparison would make this seem like a bargain? What timeline shift changes the value perception? 2. Meaning reframe: change the interpretation. This reframe assigns a different meaning to the same facts. You're helping them interpret the situation differently. Structure: that actually shows. The fact that means you're exactly the kind of person who. Example construction process. 1. Accept their fact as true. 2. Find what positive trait this fact could demonstrate. 3. Connect that trait to success with your solution. Crafting questions: what positive quality does their objection reveal? How could this concern be evidence they're perfect for this? What successful people share this exact concern? 3. Consequence reframe: change the outcome focus. This reframe shifts attention from immediate consequences to long-term ones, or from negative to positive outcomes. Structure: you're absolutely right about. And that's exactly why acting now protects you from. Example construction process. 1. Acknowledge their immediate concern. 2. Identify the larger consequence of an action. 3. Position action as protection against that consequence. Crafting questions: what happens if they don't solve this problem? What opportunity cost are they not considering? How does delay make their concern worse? 4. Identity reframe: change the self-concept. This reframe connects the decision to who they want to be, not just what they want to have. Structure: the kind of person who is exactly the kind of person who, despite. Example construction process. 1. Identify their aspirational identity. 2. Connect that identity to taking action. 3. Frame the objection as a test of that identity. Crafting questions: who do they admire that overcame this same objection? What would the best version of themselves do? What story do they want to tell about this decision? Part 3, the analogy engine. Crafting powerful analogies. Analogies bypass logical resistance by engaging the pattern recognition parts of the brain. A well-crafted analogy makes the unfamiliar familiar and the complex simple. The 5 elements of effective analogies. 1. Familiar domain. Choose something they already understand and have positive associations with. 2. Parallel structure. The relationship dynamics must match exactly. 3. Emotional resonance. It should evoke the feeling you want them to have. 4. Simple visual. They should be able to picture it immediately. 5. Clear conclusion. The lesson should be obvious without explanation. The analogy construction framework. Step 1. Identify the core dynamic. What's the essential relationship or pattern in their objection? Strip away specifics to find the universal pattern. Questions to uncover the dynamic. What are they really choosing between? What fear is driving this? What pattern have they seen before? Step 2. Find parallel situations. Brainstorm situations from their world where this same dynamic exists but has a clear, positive resolution. Universal analogy domains, health and fitness, relationships, everyday purchases, professional experiences, common journeys. Step 3. Test for resonance. Before using an analogy, run it through these filters. Would they agree this comparison is fair? Does it respect their intelligence? Is the conclusion inevitable? Does it make them the hero? LEAP provides a complete structure for handling any objection with grace and power. L. Listen and label. Demonstrate that you've heard both the words and the emotion. This creates psychological safety. Structure, I can hear that. It sounds like. Key questions. What emotion are they expressing? What's the fear behind the words? How can I validate without agreeing? E. Empathize and explore. Show you understand why they feel this way and explore the deeper concern. Structure, that makes complete sense because help me understand. Key questions. What past experience created this concern? What specific aspect worries them most? What would need to be true for this concern to disappear? Align and assume. Get on their side and assume they want to solve the problem. Structure, we're on the same page. We both want. Assuming we could, what would that look like for you? Key questions. What outcome do we both want? How can I make us partners, not adversaries? What assumption moves us forward? P. Provide and progress. Offer your reframe, analogy, or solution, then move the conversation forward. Structure, here's how I think about it. What this means for you is, the next step would be key questions. What's the smallest next step they can say yes to? How do I make this about them, not me? What creates momentum without pressure? Part 5, Advanced Psychological Patterns, the hidden drivers behind common objections. It's too expensive. Surface, price is too high. Emotion, fear of being taken advantage of. Fear of buyer's remorse, feeling unworthy, core belief, I don't deserve expensive things, or people are always trying to rip me off. Diagnostic questions. What would make it worth this price? What's the cost of not solving this? Who else invested this much and got results? I need to think about it. Surface, need time to process. Emotion, overwhelm, fear of making the wrong decision, avoiding confrontation. Core belief, quick decisions are bad decisions, or I always regret acting fast. Diagnostic questions. What specifically do you need to think through? What would you need to know to decide now? What happens while you are thinking? Who else needs to be involved? We're happy with our current solution. Surface, no need to change. Emotion, fear of disruption, loyalty conflict, change fatigue. Core belief, change is risky, or if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Diagnostic questions. What's working well? What could be better? What's changed since you chose that? What would switching need to deliver? Part 6, the practice laboratory. Exercises to build objection handling mastery. Exercise 1, the 3 layers drill. Take any objection you commonly hear and write out. 1, the exact words they use. 2, 5 possible emotions driving it. 3 core beliefs that could create this objection. Create a different response for each belief. Notice how the same surface objection requires completely different approaches depending on the underlying belief. Exercise 2, the reframe generator. For one objection, create 4 different reframes. 1, context reframe. 2, meaning reframe. 3, consequence reframe. 4, identity reframe. Test each with a colleague. Which feels most natural? Which creates the strongest shift? Exercise 3, the analogy bank. Build your personal library of analogies. 1, list 10 experiences your typical prospect has had. 2, for each experience, identify the lesson or pattern. 3, match each pattern to a common objection. 4, craft the bridge between the analogy and your solution. Exercise 4, the empathy map. For each objection, map out what they're thinking but not saying, what they're feeling in their body, what past experience this reminds them of, what they're afraid you'll say, what they secretly hope you'll say. Exercise 5, the pressure test. Role play with a partner who plays the skeptic. 1, they give you an objection. 2, you respond using leap. 3, they challenge your response with but. 4, you must reframe without repeating yourself. 5, continue until they run out of buts. This builds your ability to think dynamically and have multiple paths through any objection. Conclusion: mastery through understanding. True mastery of objection handling comes not from memorizing scripts, but from understanding the psychological dynamics at play. When you can see through the surface objection to the emotional driver and core belief beneath, you can craft responses that resonate at the deepest level. The master's checklist. Before responding to any objection, ask yourself, have I identified all 3 layers? Which reframe type fits best? Do I have a relevant analogy? Am I using leap structure? Am I making them the hero? The ultimate question: what does this person need to believe to move forward with confidence? Your job is not to overcome their objection. It's to help them discover a new belief that makes the objection irrelevant. When you operate from this mindset, objection handling transforms from combat to collaboration, from persuasion to partnership. Remember, every objection is a request for help in believing. Be the guide who helps them find their way to yes. Mastering the isolate, reframe, why, action framework. The psychology of human resistance. Before we dive into the framework, you need to understand a fundamental truth about the human brain. It is biologically wired to resist change. This isn't a character flaw or a personal attack on you as a salesperson. It's millions of years of evolution designed to keep humans safe. The brain has 3 primary functions. 1, maintain homeostasis. 2, turn experiences into memories. 3, talk us out of anything involving change. This means that when you present an opportunity for transformation, no matter how beneficial, the prospect's brain immediately begins manufacturing reasons to say no. These manifest as objections, but they're really just the brain's defense mechanism against the unknown. Understanding this changes everything about how you approach objections. You're not fighting against the prospect. You're helping them overcome their own biological programming that keeps them stuck. The universal truth about objections: every objection you will ever hear falls into one of 3 core categories. 1, resource objections. 2, belief objections. 3, process objections. But here's what most salespeople don't understand. The stated objection is rarely the real objection. When someone says, I need to think about it, they're not actually saying they need time to think. They're saying, I'm not convinced yet, or I'm afraid, or I don't have the money. These surface-level objections are called smokescreens. They're socially acceptable ways of saying no without having to reveal the real reason. Your job isn't to handle the smokescreen, it's to find and address the real concern hiding beneath it. The isolate, reframe, why, action framework. This framework isn't a script, it's a thinking system. Once you internalize this process, you'll never be stumped by an objection again, because you'll understand the psychological mechanics of how to dissolve resistance. Phase 1, isolate, the art of finding the real objection. Core purpose: isolation is about discovering what's actually stopping the deal. Too many salespeople hear it's too expensive and immediately start defending the price. But what if price is just a convenient excuse masking deeper uncertainty about the solution? The psychology of isolation. When you isolate properly, you accomplish 3 critical things. 1, you validate the prospect's concern. 2, you identify if this is the only obstacle. 3, you determine if it's a real objection or a smokescreen. Isolation methodology. Step 1, acknowledge without agreement. Never argue with an objection initially. Instead, use neutral acknowledgments. That's not a problem. I appreciate you sharing that. That makes sense. No worries at all. This prevents defensive reactions and keeps the conversation collaborative. Step 2, the hypothetical elimination test. This is your master key for isolation. You temporarily remove the stated objection from the equation to see if anything else is blocking the sale. For money objections, money aside for a second, because that's easy to figure out. Do you feel what we discussed can actually get you to? For partner objections, partner aside, where are you at personally on a scale of 1 to 10? For time objections, if you had all the time in the world, would this be something that helps you achieve? Step 3, the commitment confirmation. Once they answer the hypothetical, you need them to explain why they believe it would work. Why do you feel it would help, though? This serves 2 purposes. 1, they sell themselves on the value. 2, you confirm their belief level. Isolation decision tree. Acknowledge. Hypothetical test. Do they believe it would work? Yes. Confirm with why. Move to reframe. L&O. Hesitant different objection exists. Probe deeper. Advanced isolation patterns. The double check pattern. After isolating one objection, always verify it's the only one. So aside from Is there anything else that would prevent you from moving forward if we solve that? The certainty gauge when someone says, I think so, or maybe. When you say think, is there a little uncertainty there, or are you certain we can help? This forces them to either commit to certainty or reveal the real doubt. The binary isolation for complex objections, break them into binary choices. Is it that you don't have the funds at all, or you have them but need more certainty about the outcome? Completion signals for isolation. You know isolation is complete when the prospect clearly states one specific concern. They confirm everything else about the solution is good. They can articulate why the solution would work. Common isolation mistakes to avoid. 1. Accepting the first objection at face value. Always test if it's real. 2. Moving to reframe too quickly. Ensure you found the real issue. 3. Allowing objection stacking. Handle one at a time. 4. Using confrontational language. Keep it collaborative. Phase 2. Reframe. The art of perspective shifting. Core purpose. Reframing transforms how the prospect perceives their objection. You're not trying to make the objection disappear. You're changing its meaning from a roadblock into either a non-issue or even a reason to move forward. The psychology of reframing. The human brain assigns meaning based on context. A $5,000 investment seems expensive until you compare it to the $50,000 cost of staying stuck. A fear of failure seems logical until you realize the guarantee of failure that comes with inaction. Reframing works because it doesn't challenge the fact, it challenges the interpretation of that fact. The 6 master reframes. 1. The risk reversal reframe. Transform the fear of taking action into fear of not taking action. You tell me what's actually more risky, getting the funding together and solving this once and for all with professional help, or doing nothing and hoping things magically improve on their own, which is truly the bigger risk. This forces them to confront that inaction has consequences too. 2. The identity reframe. Connect the decision to who they want to become. If you want to be the person who achieves, you have to start making decisions from the perspective of someone who's already achieved it. So what would the best version of yourself do right here, right now? 3. The investment versus cost reframe. Shift from seeing it as an expense to seeing it as an investment. This isn't a cost, it's an investment. Costs take from you, investments multiply. Every dollar you put into solving this problem pays you back in. Can you really afford not to make this investment? You could spend the next 12 to 18 months trying to figure this out alone, making mistakes, going down wrong paths. Or you could compress that timeline to 90 days with proven methods. What's your time worth? What's 9 to 15 months of your life worth? 5. The exact DY reframe. Turn their objection into the reason they should do it. You not having is exactly why you should do this. If you had unlimited resources, you wouldn't need our help. It's precisely because resources are tight that you need the most efficient path possible. You've spent more than this on that gave you temporary value. This is about transforming you permanently, which has more impact on your daily life. Advanced reframing techniques. The analogy method create vivid mental pictures that make their objection seem absurd. The GPS analogy. Imagine you're driving to an important meeting in a city you've never been to. Your phone dies. Would you drive around randomly hoping to find it? You stop and ask someone who knows the way? You're choosing option A right now. We're offering to be your GPS. The broken leg analogy. If the doctor said your broken leg would take 12 months to heal, but it healed in 3 months, would you be upset with him? Or would you use those remaining appointments to get even stronger? The educational reframe. Teach them about their own psychology. Can I share something interesting about how our brains work? There is a part of your brain whose entire job is to talk you out of change. It's not logical, it's biological. Right now, that part is creating these objections to keep you safe in your comfort zone. But your comfort zone is exactly where your problems live. The future history reframe. Have them look back from the future. Imagine it's a year from now. You're either in the exact same situation, or worse, wishing you'd started today. Or you're looking back grateful you pushed through the fear. Which future do you want to create right now? Reframe delivery principles. 1. Use their language, mirror their words and metaphors. If they talk about climbing mountains, use climbing analogies. 2. Pause for impact. After delivering a reframe, pause. Let it land. Don't rush to fill the silence. 3. Use contrast. Always present 2 paths, action versus inaction, and make the consequences clear. 4. Appeal to both logic and emotion. Stack logical arguments with emotional ones. The brain needs both to change. Completion signals for reframing. The reframe is working when their body language softens. They say things like, I never thought of it that way. They start asking how, questions instead of why. Questions. They begin future pacing. Phase 3, why? The art of internal motivation. Core purpose. The why phase resurfaces their original motivation for considering change. People buy for their reasons, not yours. When they articulate why change matters, it carries 10 times more weight than when you say it. The psychology of why. Humans are motivated by two forces. 1, moving away from pain. 2, moving toward pleasure. The why phase amplifies both until the emotional drive to change overwhelms the resistance to change. The why questioning sequence. Level 1, surface confirmation. Why do you feel this would help you? Level 2, pain and amplification. How much longer are you willing to tolerate? What happens if nothing changes? What's the cost of staying where you are? Level 3, pleasure projection. If you achieved, what would that mean for you? How would your life be different? What would become possible that isn't possible now? Level 4, stakes escalation. Is there anything more important than solving this right now? What's at stake if you don't figure this out? Who else is affected by you staying stuck? Advanced why techniques. The cascade consequence technique. Don't just explore immediate consequences. Explore the cascade. So if you don't solve, what happens to your, and if that happens, how does it affect? And ultimately, where does that leave you in? This creates a domino effect visualization of consequences. The values excavation method connect to their deepest values you mentioned is important to you. How is staying stuck violating that value? How would solving this honor what you stand for? The legacy question for major decisions. When you look back on your life, what do you want to be remembered for? Does staying stuck or taking action align with that legacy? The emotional threshold principle. People don't buy when it makes sense. They buy when not buying stops making sense. Your job is to tip that scale by stacking enough emotional weight on the change side. Completion signals for why. You've activated enough why when. They're leaning forward, engaged. Their language shifts from it to I. They start problem solving out loud. Emotional indicators appear. Phase 4, action. The art of decisive movement. Core purpose. Action converts all the mental and emotional progress into a concrete commitment. This is where you guide them across the finish line with confidence and clarity. The psychology of action. Decision fatigue is real. After working through their objection, the prospect is mentally exhausted. They need you to lead them to the next step clearly and confidently. Hesitation here undoes all your previous work. The action closing sequence. The assumption close after handling their concern completely, so what would you like to do from here? This assumes they're ready and puts the ball in their court. The binary close offer two positive options. Would you prefer to start with or go all in with? Both choices mean moving forward. The micro commitment close start with a smaller yes. Let's at least get you registered while we're on the phone. You can always cancel if something comes up, but this way you've secured your spot. Sound fair? The scarcity close I need to know by because. Can you commit by then? Advanced action techniques. The conditional commitment pattern for prospects who need external approval. If is met, you're ready to move forward, correct? Great. Let's proceed assuming that happens, and if it doesn't, we'll handle it. The collaborative close make it feel like their idea. Based on everything we've discussed, what feels like the right next step for you? That makes perfect sense. Let's do that right now. The fear dissolution close address the last minute panic. I know this feels scary. That's normal. Committing is the hardest part. After this, it's just following the proven process day by day. We'll be with you every step. Ready? Preventing decision reversal. Lock in the commitment. Get payment information immediately. Send confirmation emails while on the call. Schedule the first appointment before hanging up. Verbalize their commitment, just so we're both clear. What are you committing to? Pre-frame, post-decision doubt, just so you know. Your brain might try to talk you out of this later. That's normal. It's just your comfort zone trying to pull you back. When that happens, remember why you made this decision. What was that reason again? The loop back principle. If they resist the action phase, you haven't completed reframe or why sufficiently. Loop back. It sounds like there's still some uncertainty. What specifically are you unsure about? Then re-enter the framework at the appropriate phase. The complete objection handling playbook. Objection, I can't afford it. It's too expensive. I don't have the money. Isolate, I completely understand, and money's definitely something we need to figure out. But money aside for just a moment, do you believe this would actually get you to? If yes, why do you feel it would work? If no, address the belief issue first. So just to be clear, is it that you don't have access to the funds at all? Or you have access but you're not sure it's worth the investment? Reframe options. Risk reversal, let me ask you something. Which is more expensive? Investing to solve this problem once and for all? Or continuing to lose every month, year by not solving it? Investment frame, you're going to spend this money over the next 12 months anyway on things that maintain your current situation. What if you redirected it toward actually solving the problem? Opportunity cost, every month you don't solve this, it costs you. So the real question isn't, can I afford this? It's, can I afford not to do this? Comparison frame, you've probably spent more than this on that, depreciated or gave temporary value. This is about which has more long-term impact. Why? How much has this problem already cost you, not just financially, but in terms of what's it going to cost if you're still dealing with this a year from now? If you had unlimited funds, would this be a priority? Why? Action, look, the money's going to get spent either way, either on staying stuck or on solving this. Which expense moves you forward? Let's look at some options to make this work. Then transition to payment options, payment plans, or lower tier offerings. Objection, I need to think about it. I'm not ready to decide. Isolate, of course, that makes complete sense. Before you go think about it though, can I ask, do you feel like what we discussed would actually work for you? What specifically do you need to think about? Is it the approach, the investment, the timing, or something else? Reframe options. Current thinking frame, I appreciate that, and here's something interesting. The thinking that got you into this situation can't be the same thinking that gets you out. You've been thinking about this problem for. What new information do you expect to gain? Decision fatigue frame. You know what's interesting? You haven't been making a decision just now. You've been making this decision for, and you're finally ready to act on it. This conversation is just the culmination of all that thinking. Perfect timing myth. There's never a perfect time to make a change. There's always something. Work's busy, life's complicated, money's tight. The question is, do you wait for perfect conditions that never come? Or do you create momentum despite imperfect conditions? The overnight test, what's going to be different tomorrow that isn't clear right now? If anything, you'll have less clarity because the emotion and logic of this conversation will fade. Why? What originally made you look into solving this? How much longer are you willing to stay in analysis mode while the problem persists? What would your future self want you to do right now? Action. Instead of thinking about whether to do it, let's think about how to do it successfully. What would need to be true for you to feel confident moving forward today? Objection. I need to talk to my partner's spouse. Isolate, that makes total sense, and I respect that you want to include them. Before you talk to them though, where are you personally? Do you feel this would solve? And when you talk to them, what do you think their main concern would be? Reframe options. Support versus permission frame. Quick question. Are you asking for their permission or their support? Because if this is about support, and you believe this is right for you, wouldn't they want you to? Responsibility frame. Whose responsibility is it ultimately to solve? I mean, your partner isn't going to do the work for you, right? So while their support matters, the decision to change your situation is yours. The role reversal frame. If the situation was reversed, and your partner needed something that would dramatically improve there, would you want them to do it? Impact frame. How does you staying stuck with affect your partner? Wouldn't solving this actually benefit them too by you being? Why? What would your partner want for you ultimately? How has this problem affected your relationship? What kind of example do you want to set about going after what you need? Action. Let's do this. Let's get you started with a refundable deposit that shows you're serious but gives you time to get their buy-in. If they have concerns, I'll even talk to them. Fair? Objection. I can do this myself. I'll figure it out. Isolate. I admire the confidence, really. Can I ask, how long have you been trying to figure this out on your own? What specifically has prevented you from solving it already? Reframe options. Time value frame. You could absolutely figure this out yourself. You're clearly capable. But what's that going to cost in time? 6 months? A year? 2 years? What's that time worth to you? Expertise frame. If you had a legal problem, would you represent yourself or hire a lawyer? If you needed surgery, would you operate on yourself? Some things are worth getting expert help for. Failure cost frame. The internet is free, but mistakes are expensive. How much would it cost in time, money, and pain to go down the wrong path for 6 months before realizing it? Already tried frame with respect. If you could do it alone, wouldn't you have done it already? You being here talking to me proves that going solo isn't working. Why? What stopped you from solving this on your own so far? How many more months, years are you willing to experiment? What's the cost of getting this wrong? Action. Look, you could definitely try to figure this out alone. Or you could leverage proven systems and save yourself months of trial and error, which gets you to faster. Objection. I'm too busy. I don't have time. Isolate. I get it. Life's crazy right now. If you had all the time in the world, would this be something you'd want to do? What specifically about the time commitment concerns you? Reframe options. Time creation frame. You don't find time. You make it. And right now, you're already spending time dealing with. This would replace that wasted time with productive time. Busy forever frame. When will you not be busy? Seriously, when in the next year do you expect to have free time? If you wait for the perfect moment, you'll wait forever. ROI frame. You're spending per week dealing with or thinking about. If we could solve it in per week for You actually get time back. Priority frame, busy is a choice. You make time for what matters. Is solving important enough to deserve? Why? What's the cost of staying this busy without solving? How is this problem adding to your stress and busyness? What would having this solved free you up to do? Action. We can start with just per week. That's less time than you spend. Can you commit to that to solve? Objection. I've tried similar things before and they didn't work. Isolate. I appreciate you sharing that, and I can understand why you'd be hesitant. What specifically didn't work about what you tried? Was it the approach itself, or the execution, or something else? Reframe options. Method versus category frame. If you tried to learn Spanish with a bad app and failed, would you conclude you can't learn languages? Or just that the app was wrong? Same thing here. The method was wrong, not the entire category. Missing element frame. Most solutions fail because they're missing key elements. It's like trying to bake a cake without eggs. Even if everything else is perfect, it won't work. What we do differently is evolution frame. Every failure taught you something about what doesn't work. That makes you more prepared for success now than someone who's never tried. Your experience is an asset, not a liability. Relationship analogy. If you had a bad relationship, did you swear off dating forever? No, you learned what to avoid and what to look for. Same principle here. Why? What did those failures cost you? Not just money, but confidence. Despite those setbacks, you're still looking for a solution. Why? What would it mean to finally find something that works? Action. Given your experience, you know what doesn't work. Let me show you exactly why this is different and how we address the gaps that caused previous failures. Objection. It's not the right time. Maybe later. Bad timing. Isolate. I understand timing matters. When do you think would be the right time? What specifically about right now makes it feel like bad timing? Reframe options. Perfect time myth. There's never a perfect time to make a change. There's always something: holidays, work projects, family stuff. The right time is when you decide to make it right. Cost of delay frame. Every day you wait, the problem compounds. 6 months from now, you'll either be 6 months into the solution or 6 months deeper into the problem. Which do you prefer? Momentum frame. You have momentum right now. You've recognized the problem, researched solutions, had this conversation. If you wait, you have to rebuild all that momentum from zero. Future regret frame. A year from now, what will you wish you had done today? Started or waited? Why? What makes any future time better than now? How much has waiting already cost you? What needs to be in place for it to be the right time? Action. Let's at least get you started with the foundation while you have momentum. We can adjust the pace based on your schedule. Fair? Objection. I'm not sure this will work for me. Isolate. That's a fair concern. What specifically makes you think it might not work for your situation? Have you seen it work for others but doubt it for yourself? Or do you doubt the approach entirely? Reframe options. Evidence frame. You're not the first person with. We've helped people with the exact same challenges. What makes you so special that it wouldn't work for you? Guarantee frame. You're right. Nothing's guaranteed except what happens if you do nothing. You stay exactly where you are. At least trying gives you a chance at success. Customization frame. It's not one size fits all. We customize specifically for your doubts are exactly why we personalize the approach. Pilot frame. You don't need to believe it'll work 100%. You just need enough curiosity to test it. Worst case, you learn it doesn't work and move on. Best case, it transforms everything. Why? What if it does work? What would that mean? What's the cost of not finding out? What would need to be true for you to believe it could work? Action. Instead of wondering if it works, let's discuss exactly how it would work for your specific situation. Objection. I need to do more research. I want to compare options. Isolate. Smart approach. You should understand what you're getting into. What specific information do you still need? What are your main criteria for making this decision? Reframe options. Analysis paralysis frame. At what point does research become procrastination? You can read 100 reviews and still not know until you try. The only real research is experience. Information threshold frame. What percentage of certainty do you need to move forward? 80%? 90%? 100%? Because if you're waiting for 100%, you'll never make any decision about anything. Comparison paradox frame. Every option looks good on paper. The difference isn't in what they promise, it's in execution. You can spend weeks comparing, or you can start getting results now. Expert frame. You've already done the most important research. You've identified the problem and found a potential solution. Now you're just looking for reasons to say no. Why? What are you hoping to find in your research? How much research have you already done? At what point will you know enough to decide? Action. I'll save you some research time. What specific questions can I answer right now that would give you the clarity you need? Isolate. I understand that preference. What specifically about online remote concerns you? Have you had a bad experience with online programs, or is this preference based on assumption? Reframe options. Convenience frame. In person means commuting, scheduling, missing sessions when life happens. Online means support whenever you need it, wherever you are. Which actually serves you better? Access frame. Would you rather have access to the best expert in the world online or a mediocre option just because they're local? Results frame. The medium doesn't determine the outcome. The method does. We've helped people get results online. The delivery method is just logistics. Hybrid frame. It's not purely online. You get the best of both worlds, convenience plus personal attention. Why? What specific advantage do you think in-person provides? How has limiting yourself to local options worked so far? What matters more, the delivery method or the result? Action. Let's focus on what you need to succeed, regardless of format. Here's how we ensure you get the same results online. Objection. I'm not ready. I need to get X first. Isolate. I understand wanting to feel prepared. What specifically needs to happen for you to feel ready? Is it internal readiness or external circumstances? Reframe options. Readiness myth frame. Nobody's ever ready for change. That's why it's called a leap of faith, not a carefully calculated step. Readiness comes from doing, not preparing. Preparation paradox frame. You're trying to get ready for the very thing that would make you ready. It's like trying to get in shape before joining a gym. Reverse frame. Not being ready is exactly why you need this. If you were ready, you wouldn't need help. We help you become ready through the process. Starting point frame. We meet you where you are, not where you think you should be. You're not ready as someone else is 2 years ahead. Why? What would ready look like? How long have you been waiting to be ready? What if ready never comes? Action. You don't need to be ready. You just need to be willing. We'll handle the ready part. Are you willing? Objection. My industry situation is different. Isolate. You're right that every situation has nuances. What specifically about your situation do you think makes the standard approach not work? Is it truly unique or just specific? Reframe options. Principles frame. Tactics might vary, but principles are universal. Gravity works the same, whether you're in New York or Tokyo. The principles we teach work regardless of industry. Translation frame. Of course, we'll adapt it to your situation. That's part of the process. The framework is proven. The application is customized. Unique is common frame. Everyone thinks their situation is unique. We've worked with. Trust me, you're not that special. Exception proves rule frame. Even if your situation is different, wouldn't you want someone who's seen hundreds of variations to help you navigate it? Why? What's the cost of believing you're too unique to be helped? How has that belief served you so far? What if your situation isn't as different as you think? Action. Let's discuss your specific situation and I'll show you exactly how the principles apply. Objection. I'm scared. What if I fail? Isolate. I really appreciate your honesty. That takes courage. What specifically are you afraid might happen? Is it fear of the process or fear of the outcome? Reframe options. Fear. Reframe. Fear means you're about to do something important. If this didn't matter, you wouldn't be scared. The fear is actually confirming this is the right move. Failure. Reframe. What if you've already failed by not trying? The only guaranteed failure is staying where you are. Safety illusion frame. Staying where you are feels safe, but it's not. It's slowly getting worse. The risky move is not taking action. Courage frame. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's feeling fear and acting anyway. Every successful person felt this fear and pushed through. Why? What's scarier? Trying and possibly failing, or never trying and definitely staying stuck? How has fear of failure kept you from things in the past? What would you tell a friend who had the same fear? Action. I'm not asking you to not be scared. I'm asking you to be scared and do it anyway. Can you do that? The objection handling mastery principles. Principle 1, the objection behind the objection. Always assume the first objection is a smokescreen. Your job is to be a detective, not a defender. Ask yourself, if this wasn't the real issue, what would be? Principle 2, agreement dissolves resistance. The moment you argue with an objection, you create an adversarial dynamic. Instead, agree with the validity of their concern, then redirect the meaning. Principle 3, questions are more powerful than statements. A question they answer is worth 10 statements you make. Get them to talk themselves into the solution by asking the right questions. Handle both the emotional and logical components of every objection. Logic alone won't close the deal, emotion alone won't stick. Principle 5, the power of polarity. Always present 2 clear paths, action and inaction. Make the consequences of each crystal clear. People are more motivated by loss than gain. Principle 6, momentum is everything. Once you've handled an objection, move immediately to action. Every second of hesitation allows doubt to creep back in. Principle 7, the loopback protocol. If you hit resistance in action, you haven't completed reframe or why sufficiently. Don't push forward, loop back and strengthen the previous phases. Principle 8, objections are opportunities. Every objection gives you information about what matters to the prospect. Embrace objections as chances to deepen understanding and connection. Principle 9, energy matching. Match their initial energy when they give the objection, then gradually lead them to a more positive state. Principle 10, the elegant close. The best closes don't feel like closes. They feel like natural conclusions to a collaborative conversation. The neuroscience of objection handling. Understanding the brain science behind objections makes you unstoppable. The amygdala hijack. When someone feels pressured or threatened, their amygdala takes over, making logical thinking impossible. This is why aggressive handling fails. You must calm the amygdala first through validation and safety. The consistency principle. People have a deep need to appear consistent with their previous statements. This is why getting them to articulate benefits early is crucial. They'll feel compelled to remain consistent with those statements. The ownership effect. When people feel they came up with an idea, they value it 2 times more than when told the same thing. This is why questions are more powerful than statements. The peak end rule. People remember experiences based on the peak emotion and how it ended. Make sure the peak of your conversation is positive and end on a high note. Conclusion, from technician to artist. The Iroha framework is your foundation, but mastery comes from making it your own. Like a jazz musician who learns scales, then improvises, you'll internalize these principles, then create your own unique style. Some days you'll handle objections perfectly, other days you'll stumble. Both teach you. The only failure is not learning from each interaction. Remember, behind every objection is a human being trying to make the best decision they can with the information and emotions they have. Your job isn't to overcome their objections. It's to help them overcome their own limitations. When you do this with skill, empathy, and integrity, you don't just close sales, you change lives. And that's the ultimate mastery. The person who started reading this document and the person finishing it are different. You now have a framework, a philosophy, and a practice that will serve you for the rest of your career. Every objection you hear from now on is an opportunity to apply what you've learned. Every no is a chance to practice. Every yes is validation that this works. Trust the process. Trust yourself. And remember, the sale starts when they say no. Now go forth and handle objections like the master you're becoming. The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek. Joseph Campbell. Every objection is a cave. Enter fearlessly. The treasure awaits. If this was helpful for you guys, share it with someone. Thank you. Bye-bye.